Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles presented by InsideBowling.com. Joining me in the booth once again is the team of Lee Bedoris and Dennis Hacker. So good morning, guys.
It's like we never left.
I know.
I missed your intro because I didn't have my headphones on, so I don't know where we are.
Slacker.
Yeah.
We're at the 2014 Winter U.S. Open. No, wrong tournament. Tournament.
Tournament.
I think this is called Redbird Park now because Jerry told Matt a few minutes ago he's young enough this should be a walk in the park for him, so and he was walking in here.
Well, they've been doing this event long enough to where everybody should be really, really good at it. Which I think Jerry mentioned last night that this was year 32 of this event. So
Right.
So it looks like we already have 75 viewers watching. So good morning, everybody, and thanks for joining us once again. We've got a very strong field of 72 teams total today, 36 here at 9:30 a.m., and then we'll be back for C Squad tonight at 4 o'clock for the final round of qualifying before we cut to the top 24 teams going into tomorrow. Those 24 teams will bowl 4 more games before we cut to the top 12 for round-robin match play.
36 and 36 is very symmetrical.
Not only that, but it almost works out evenly.
Yes. Good morning, AP. Thanks for joining us. Kansas City in the same time zone as here? I think so.
Yep.
So right now we've got practice going on. So you got everybody out there getting loose and trying to figure out what they want to do on this Redbird Lanes house pattern for this morning. We saw some fairly high scores early in the round last night, and then when the lane started to transition and break down, especially in the middle bay here in front of us, scores kind of dropped for a while. I think the outside bays held up a little bit longer last night, but then by the time everything was done last night, the scoring pace actually was dropping by about 20 per game. So it went from about 700 to 750 over being the cut pace down to around 555 by the time it was all said and done last night.
It'll be interesting to see today the guys who were here last night watching this squad. How many of them picked up on that and won't tighten up when the scores start to go down today and just realize what their job is at that point instead of thinking scores are going to stay as high as they were early in the round?
Well, I'm actually going to go out on a limb and say that the guys that were here last night late, by the time we got done, were watching their reaction in the bar more than they were out on the lanes. So, because it was about 2 o'clock by the time we got done this morning.
Jerry has a good condition in the bar.
He does.
We talked last night about the prevalence of all the local teams. I think there's about 6 on this squad.
Yeah, we definitely had a lot more last night.
So the idea of preconceived notions on how to play this should be a lot less. And some of those 6 teams have wide experience outside of the area. People like Shea Bittenbender or
we have a wide range of talent in this squad. Just to kind of read through the list a little bit of some of the stronger teams. We've got Brett Cunningham and Jacob Kentz, Jacob Gins and Derek Matson, Tony Yarborough and Roy Adams, Casey Murphy and Sean Swanson. They're always contenders in this event.
And Aaron Hayes and Jeff Butler won this 2 years ago. So they're crossing with Matson and Cunningham and Kent. That should be a good pair to watch. We'll see them later.
We've got Adam Barta and Liz Johnson on the squad, as well as Mike Wolf and Brett Shepard, Shannon O'Keefe and Joe Grunfeld, Derek Sapp and Jason Wojnar. Let's see, who else do we have? Tom Adcock and Jason Queen, Jimmy Cook and A.J. Rice. Tim Barrett, Kyle Sherman, and Shea Bittenbender and John Marsalis. So we've got a lot of pretty strong teams from outside of the Midwest, as well as some local teams, here as well. So
we also have Kevin Williams and Michael Holloman on the squad. They made the top 12 last
actually,
year.
I think they were one of the top teams, if I remember right, last year.
Kevin's one of the two-handed left-handers on the squad.
Which I think last year there was about 4 of them in the top 24. So
we've still got a squad to go, so we'll find the rest of them. I think the left's going to move a lot more on this squad than it did.
Yeah, we definitely have more left-handers in the field today than what we did last night. So it'll be interesting to see. We talked with Anthony Pepe for a while last night when he was sitting in the booth about how the left side, even on a house pattern, can transition differently depending on how much traffic their side has. So it'll be interesting to see if it changes more today than what it did yesterday, which could be a good thing as well. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. I wonder if Ricky knows that he's on camera right now and everybody can see his pajama pants.
Very well, too, as a matter of fact.
That camera is kind of hiding up there on the support pillar. I'm sure a lot of people don't know it's there.
That's kind of sneaky.
And Ricky's the one who put it there.
Right. That's like the hidden video cam chronicles.
Saw a ball with quite a bit of surface going down 13 and 14 here. I didn't see who it was throwing a few minutes ago, but that's going to play until later on.
Especially on a wood surface, if somebody starts with quite a bit of surface, it could change it in a hurry. So.
Yeah.
So again, they are bowling on a house pattern. This is an older wood surface, very well maintained. Jerry takes pride in maintaining the surface. Scores are generally on the higher side in this event and in this building in general. So we'll see how things play out today.
Got 2 pairs we'll be watching all day, 11 and 12 and 15 and 16.
I believe this is the gentleman right here on lane 13. Watch this ball. He's got the same one in his hand.
Oh, that's Tim Gissler from my area.
Okay.
Tim's a very straight player, old school. I've been bowling with Tim for probably close to 30 years. I'm a Sap just sent me a text that says, "Gee, where did all the lefties come from?" Tournament at Redbird, and all the left-handers coming out and playing. Which means you should be out there bowling, Lee.
That would deprive me of your company up here, you and Dennis.
No reason to suck up now, unless you're buying drinks. You're going to have to keep me with the Monster IB going today after our late night last night and a quick turnaround. So,
like 5 hours of sleep. We're good to go.
I walk in and immediately saw that Matt Turek had a Red Bull in his hand and a 4-pack sitting on the table. So he's loaded for battle today already.
I think he made it through a 4-pack yesterday, setting up before we came on.
I don't blame him.
I got a nice cup of coffee here, and I'm happy so far. So.
What do you have there, Dennis? A cup of coffee?
No, just coffee.
Coffee. You're having coffee at the tournament. Already up over 100 viewers watching this morning, so thank you all for joining us. If you guys would all do us a favor and go to your Facebook or Twitter pages, anything in social media, and tag the InsideBowling.com pages, the Holiday Doubles, Facebook page where you can find results all day, as well as the website. Just let everybody know that we're live. Good opportunity to just watch some quality bowling. See if we can't get the viewership up in the 300 to 400 range today. So if you guys would just take a minute just to share this information on your social media pages, we'd greatly appreciate it.
We know that most of you out there have friends on Facebook, so we're counting on that relationship here to...
I'm pretty sure that about 80% of my friends are here, so that's not going to do me a lot of good.
That's a good point.
I don't know if that says a lot about me or not, but I'll take it.
The bowlers just received a 1-minute warning for practice, so we're almost set to go. And now we're set to go. As Jeff would know, as coaching a college program, practice is ended means 3 more shots for every team.
Exactly. As everybody stands up on the approach to get 1 more shot in. I got to admit, I'm guilty of that. I have my girls do it, so.
Okay, well, so everybody in your seats down. I'm seconding if you're in your seat, but we'll have your seat down in a minute.
As Jerry Anderson, our host here, is making some final announcements, we're getting ready to start B Squad qualifying of the 2014 Holiday Doubles, brought to you by Storm Bowling Products and InsideBowling.com.
We'll be getting the results up later on tonight if you want to call or check in on the live stream to see where your team's standing.
As far as the results, you can find the results from A Squad at the bottom of the page that you're watching. If you scroll down and you look under the event information tab, you'll be able to see the squad list, the standings, the event flyer, and all that information is down there. And then they're also keeping everything updated on the Holiday Doubles Facebook page. So feel free to go there.
And Twitter.
Chime in, and also on Twitter. I always forget Twitter. I basically just use Twitter to read all kinds of stuff, and I never tweet.
Well, I do as well, but if you're reading, you can just follow at Inside Bowling, and then you can read the game-by-game updates that one of our fine staff members are putting up.
I have a hard time with Twitter because whenever I see the hashtag, I still want to play tic-tac-toe, so I'm not quite to the tweeting level yet.
We'll start on...
Speaking of old school games, my son's favorite Christmas present this year, I got us the original Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
There you go.
And that was the very first thing that got brought out of the box and that we played with on Christmas Eve.
Most of the people who have Rock'em Sock'em Robot tournaments. On
Yes.
Christmas. Family bragging rights.
I remember those days with my cousins when we were little. That was when they were small enough I could handle all 3 of them at once. Now they're bigger than me. So everybody's getting ready to throw in their first shots. B Squad is now underway. A Squad bowled 9 games last night. Our leaders after the first squad was a team of Hammond and Remaculous at plus 731. Mike Remaculous just bowled unbelievable last night. I've got the numbers here. By himself, he averaged 254 for his 9 games last night, including a 300, a 289, a 280, and a 279, as well as a 274. So he bowled unbelievably well last night. If I had to guess, if he was in, he probably made a little bit of cash at the bracket window.
What'd you say you averaged 254?
254 and change, I believe.
We just had one in the channel on lane 12 to start the tournament.
So he was plus 494 by himself, which would put him in
That would put him in about 12th place by himself. So after 9 games last night, our 8th place finisher, which would be a rough estimate of where the cut could be if you take the top 24, cut it in third. So 8th place was plus 519, which was much lower than what I anticipated. I still think the pace is going to go up today. We've got 2 very, very strong squads bowling today. So I still think the number is going to be somewhere in that 560 to 580 range. But right now it's sitting in at right around 520. So
I don't think it'll be that high.
If what you said is true, you're saying that only 4 teams from the first squad are going to make it, basically.
very well could. I've seen stranger things happen.
Right.
So if that is the case, I don't think that Father John and Brad Miller are going to be very happy.
Well,
because they actually bowled really well last night late to get to that point. So they worked, and so did Miniman and Ork.
right.
They bowled well to get there, but we have some fairly strong teams last night that are probably already home. You got to figure going into an event like this, the team of Eddie Bird and Pete Weber are going to be among the favorites to win. They ended up qualifying 13th last night, so they have virtually, without a miracle, they have virtually no chance of advancing to Sunday. Then also the team of Chad Kloss and Eric Fritton, who we watched right here in front of us in Game 8 bowl, I believe around 520. They finished 10th at 506. So, if the number does drop a little bit, they're still in play, but they're definitely going to need some help.
I think I've made the mistake of, saying, we're only going to have 3 or 4 teams from the Friday night squad, and it seems like there's always at least 6.
And as Derek Sapp solid 8's already started the morning, so which means he's already grumpy. I don't think I've ever seen him smile when he bowls other than it being a wry smile.
So that smile's facetious is what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And I can say that because he was one of my roommates when we were out on tour, so I'm allowed to pick on Derek as much as I want. It's in the rules. Just like I threw Rash under the bus last night for a while. There's Shannon O'Keefe over on lane 10. Hopefully she's got her Shanpire spare ball with her today. She may not need it very much, but it's one of the coolest bowling balls ever made.
So on 11 and 12, we're watching Mason Madigan and Lance Leesman, Sapp and Wozner, and then our St. Louis team of Eric Samowski and Dwayne Stegemeyer. So they are both left-handed.
Lance is from up in my area. I've actually worked with him a little bit over the years. He bowls league in a small house not too far from the Peoria and Bloomington areas, and he's come down, to take some lessons off and on. Nice kid, eager to learn, works hard. So it's nice to see him down here bowling in this event. So it's always nice to see anybody that cares enough about what they're doing to actually come out and work on things and then try different things, get outside their comfort zone. So he's throwing a new IQ Nano as well.
Jared Dwiggins joined us in the chat. He was here all night last night bowling. And
are you assuming that's who Dwiggs is?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Interested. They're in 4th place and sitting.
They're good.
I think they're pretty good.
I think last night, just from watching them, that was a good example of filling frames and staying out of trouble. Didn't look like they had a ton of huge games going, but we talked about the importance of spare shooting even in an event like this, and that was one thing that I saw that Jerry and Mr. Perky did last night was they stayed out of trouble, filled frames, and never had the bad game, and just kind of plugged along.
And we're going to fix the camera here real quick, so we're going to sit on 15 and 16.
Yeah, just looking at their scores, their high game, last night was game 1, 514, but their low game was only 408, and then they bowled solid the last 2. So that was that looked to be the recipe for success last night. It was just not getting in trouble.
Lee.
Let's see how this looks real quick.
So for those of you that are out there joining us, if you have any questions for Lee, Dennis, or myself, feel free to throw them up to the booth. We'll do our best throughout the day to answer questions and entertain you the best that we can without totally annoying everybody.
You're still cutting off the first 4 boards on 12.
Trying to get some of the cameras adjusted a little bit. Lee was saying we're cutting off the first 4 boards on lane 12, but I don't think anybody uses those anyway, so.
We have a couple two-handed left-handers who might use them later.
Oh, on that side. Well,
right.
Even the right-handers will be using them later.
Nice shot by Lance there.
You know, again, even though that we're bowling on a house pattern, you know, to see guys that aren't used to bowling a lot of tournaments and things like that, just getting away from your own house pattern and bowling on a different one is still enough of a challenge to where you can gain some experience and you can learn from things like that. So it's just nice to see different guys come out in a higher competitive situation and bowling tournaments like this.
All right. That's what we're going to go with. Looks pretty good.
Good command decision there, Lee.
And I'm up to, what, 4 reasons why I'm here now?
That's it.
All right. Yeah, if you have any questions about the folks bowling on 9 through 12, we've got our sideline reporter, Ricky Matsko, down there for equipment or questions or whatever you want to ask those folks. We don't even have to get up, which is even better.
Jerry's talking about hoping that Miniman and Orff advance. I talked to Father John last night after the squad was over and heard the story. Everybody was asking yesterday why him and Rich Orff weren't bowling together again this year like they always do. And it started out where Rich is only bowling 3 games a week and had told Father John that he really didn't want to bowl the tournament because he didn't want to hold him back. He wanted him to find somebody who he could bowl with and do well with. And so Father John went on a partner search and went, I guess, a couple of weeks at least looking for somebody and ended up not being able to find anybody that either was available still or that he figured he could match up with and work with on the night. So he went back to Rich and said, okay, you know, you're stuck, dude. You're bowling with me because I can't find anybody else. And then Brad Miller's partner, Larry Stepp, is hurt. And so Brad called Father John and said, do you know of anybody who's available? Father John goes back to Rich and says, Brad Miller needs a partner now, and Rich is like jumping up and down saying, good, I don't have to bowl, I don't have to bowl. And then all of a sudden Mike Miniman calls him and says, let's bowl, and Richie says, well, I'm not because I'm not bowling very much, and he says, let's just do it and have fun, and look where they are in the standings.
Yeah, that's actually nice to see that
it is.
They're 5th and 6th respectively. So
I'm going to say they both make it.
Nice little shout out there to Caleb House on his first 300 games, so that's pretty awesome to
that
see.
Was this morning.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that's really
awesome.
Yep.
Good for Caleb.
And T-Camp, yes, that is Mr. O'Keefe over there on 9 and 10. He's bowling, I can't remember who Brian's bowling with. I have to look and see.
Matt Farber?
Yeah,
9A.
Matt Farber, and then Shannon is bowling with Joe Grunfeld.
I saw a video of the 12th shot for for Caleb on Facebook a few
did
minutes
you?
ago. Yeah, they got the 12th one on there.
Very cool.
It was on an end pair too, so
Yeah.
it was kind of cool.
I think I had my first sanctioned 300 on an end pair. Now it's a grocery store.
And just looking at the individual standings last night, Brad Miller had a 9-game total of 2068, and Rich Orff had a 9-game total of 2026. So they were within 40 pins of each other. So, for only bowling 3 games a week, Rich still bowled fairly well.
Which is not really a surprise.
No, not at all.
I'm going to say both of those teams make it to
Go ahead.
tomorrow.
Go ahead and say it.
Both of those teams are going to make it to tomorrow. How about that?
Nice job, Lee.
I don't know about anybody else from last night, but
what about the ones above them?
they're all in too.
Okay.
Okay.
Romoculus and Robert Hammond, they're going to have to sweat it out a little bit.
It doesn't take Common Core math to figure that one out.
What it may take is another cup of coffee after this one's gone.
Well, I killed one pot, so hopefully they've made another one for you.
From what I understand, there's a coffee pot with a spigot on the outside, so you can just go up and fill it up after you want. So that's kind of cool.
There's that tic-tac-toe board showing up in the chat again.
Just saw Sean Swanson throw a shot on lane 5. He looks pretty solid right now. He's not.
Yeah, he looks good. It's so good to see him. I still talk to Sean occasionally, just calling to check on him, see how he's doing. He's been battling sarcoma, cancer, going through his treatments, getting healthier. So it's awesome to see him out here still competing at a high level after everything he's been through.
I think this is one of the first tournaments he's back at again.
Yeah, it's been a little while since he's competed. So.
The reality of just the mindset and what goes on going through some of that stuff. He kind of shared a little bit of it on Facebook a couple of times, and there were some fairly tough decisions he had to make on how aggressively to treat versus quality of life and what he wanted to be like with his kids and whatnot. And so, that's a heavy decision for anybody to make. And, of course, everybody's concerned. And a lot of folks don't have to share that kind of information, but Sean knows that everybody, in the bowling world, is as small as the world is, like we talked about last night, was interested in wanting to know how he was doing. So,
yeah, for the most part, the bowling world is it's more of a small family than anything else. So when one of our own are struggling and fighting something like that, then I think everybody kind of just jumps in and shows some concern and kind of helps them push along for the fight. So,
for those who don't know, Sean won this tournament 2010 and 2011 with different partners.
Yeah, he won with Sean Quinn one year, and then with Casey the next year, right?
Right. He's bowling with Casey today.
Right.
Over on 15 and 16, Jeff. A lot of people having that early success that we've decided is required. Spare 5-bagger, 5 out of 6, front 5, 4 out of 5, 4 out of 5.
And we saw this last night where game 1, game 2, and even in game 3 where we saw a lot of front 5, front 6, front 7. Of course, we catted all of them but 3 last night. Had to break out the black cloud for pretty much everybody. I think our percentage was pretty high last night. But then after that, we really didn't see too many long strings going on other than Mike Romaculus.
He had a number of long strings.
I think when he walked in the building last night, he got a coupon for a 6-bagger every game.
There's someone saying someone on our live stream looks like Higgins from the Tonight Show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it a little bit. I can buy that.
Already starting to see a few missed spares out there already this morning, and I think we talked about that at length last night, especially late in the night when you're getting tired and run down a little bit and exhaustion setting in and maybe even a little frustration. It's very, very easy to lose focus and concentration, miss easy single pins, and the next thing you know, you look up and you just cost yourself 30 to 40 pins that game, and could be the difference of making it to Sunday and not. Ricky, does that mean that Adam is throwing the bad A double crooked letter?
Yeah, we will see Adam and Liz in Game 5, but we'll be able to see them on our screen off to the side next game for all of Barda Nation out there.
I will say this, Liz is one of my favorite people to watch bowl. I've been good friends with Liz for a long, long time. We've worked together a lot. We've been around each other a lot, and she's such a nice person, such a good competitor. She works so hard. She bowls everything. I mean, she travels the country bowling nonstop, and she's just a lot of fun to watch bowl. When she gets that look and is able to play out and find something, she's unbelievable how much she can strike. So she's definitely a lot of fun to watch. For those of you that are wondering about the live stream pairs, pretty much everybody will cross one of the two live stream pairs throughout the day. The way the skipping procedure is set up, they move from bay to bay to bay and rotate from which pairs inside the bay. So everybody will be on live stream at least once throughout the day, throughout the 9 games. So you may not see them early, but you'll definitely see them late in those cases.
Yeah, we'll see the teams that we're watching right now again later.
Yeah, exactly, right.
But it won't be until like 1 o'clock. But we'll still be here, so.
Do the bays have names like Chesapeake or San Francisco? Or
I don't think so, dude. Green, Tampa.
San Francisco? Jerry should name them. There he is.
And there's Derek Sapp with the big gulp. A keg of soda. Soda, pop, whatever you want to call it. Sody.
Is it the Jeff Riggles 2-liter? Or?
Yeah, one of them was a Mountain Dew, and I think that was for Jason Wojnar.
All right.
To keep him awake.
Jeff, speak of the devil. I say Riggles' name, and 2 seconds later.
I'd be willing to bet. Is he still working right now?
He's awake.
He goes to work at like 2 o'clock in the morning, I think. So
yes,
he's probably off work by now. But and up there in Wisconsin, I don't know if he's having to take the sled dog to work yet or not. Have they gotten any snow lately in Wisconsin?
I'm almost sure.
Want some people up there at a white Christmas. Not here.
All the way up in Minnesota. So for those of you out there watching, which we're up to almost 150 of you, feel free to chime in and tell us where you're watching from. Give us another topic of conversation. We had somebody in the chat last night from Hawaii chime in late with an aloha.
Don't know which island for sure, but he was a Colton Wong fan, so.
And no, to answer the question in the chat, I have not gotten my Cheetos, socks, and grape soda yet. I'm still holding out. I'm going to have to renegotiate it in my contract with Mr. Flanagan, and I don't think he's chimed in yet this morning because it's still really early in Utah.
Yes, it
which
is.
They did get snow in Utah, by the way, which I'm sure that makes Mr. Klumpkin very happy because he's probably already on the slopes.
Riggs joins us in the chat and says 1/10 of an inch in all of December, and right now there's no snow on the ground up there.
It's kind of nice to be able to, wake up this morning for this event and walk outside and it's 50 degrees. Normally we're walking out and trying to hurry from the hotel over here because it's not long enough to get your car warmed up. But normally it's freezing this weekend. So
Right.
We've got somebody from Dayton, Ohio, which according to Brian Kretzer, the universe revolves around Dayton, Ohio. I was starting to actually believe that for a while, but not sure I still do.
Seems like everyone remembers Dayton for two days in March, like a Tuesday and Wednesday night for the first four, but I don't know about the other 363.
Question of why are we using a house pattern? Been bowling this event on a house pattern for 32 years now. It's a big event. Everybody comes from all over the country to bowl this. Everybody knows it is what it is. And this is one of those events where if it's not broke, don't try and fix it. So that is the reason behind the house pattern. Every once in a while, it's nice just to get on a pattern that you can score, and whoever strikes the most wins. So as much as I love bowling on challenging patterns and I hate bowling on house patterns, this is still an unbelievably fun event to bowl in. So I have no problem whatsoever with this event being on a house pattern. Ricky, did you already black cloud somebody?
He's trying. We'll see how it works here.
I tried 2 frames ago.
Gentlemen will be up on lane 15 right now on the front 7.
This is Dwayne Stigman.
Okay.
He's bowling with James Probst. They bowl this tournament together most years.
And Jeff Riggles chiming in the chat. I'm sure he has plenty of fond memories of this building. We used to bowl Midwest PBA regionals here for a lot of years. A lot of good memories in this building. A lot of great tournaments being run here, and a lot of great action over the years, not only with the regionals, but the Pete Weber Invitational that we used to have here, the Team Extreme event, this event. Bowled here for a lot of years, a lot of times, and a lot of good memories.
How can you have a tournament if you only invite one person?
I have some good stories of getting to bowl match play against Dick Weber in Pete's Invitational tournament in this one. So it was, Jeff, I mentioned Tommy Jones throwing it from the tile on lane 1 last night. That was, or me almost throwing it through the ceiling, trying to get deadwood out on lane 2 and throwing it in the wrong lane. Deck lights getting broken with guys trying to get deadwood out of the gutter. Just all kinds of interesting stories. Mike Nape coming out of the bathroom with his shirt ripped in half. So, and then he put his shirt on the back of Bobby Jekyll's van, so it looked like a big Mike Nape tire cover going down the highway. So, all kinds of fun stories. There's a lot of fun stories about the bar as well, but we won't get into all those.
Chris Ennis in the chat asked about moving pairs, and Ricky chimed in with the skip procedure. He's calling them banks now, not bays.
Ricky's on it this morning. I think that the fact that he didn't even bother to get dressed to come in has really helped him.
Just like the World Bank and the
Federal Reserve Bank and the
Federal Reserve
River Bank.
49ers is asking about how's the house pattern laid out
with an oil machine.
As you might, and this is something that people don't think about a lot of times, but as competitive as bowling is, and when you have something that's good, and you've spent time coming up with it, experimenting with it, testing it out, it's almost a proprietary thing. You don't necessarily want to share that, and so it is. It is their house pattern, and Jerry might share with them how long it is, but I'm sure he doesn't talk about exactly how the machine is loaded and whatnot.
Well, he did mention last night that he's got 5 different house patterns, that they kind of use from time to time, so hard telling which one he's using. But I know that he's always conscious of the volume that he uses to try and get the lanes to hold up as long as he can possibly get them to hold up. So Jerry's all about trying to make everybody happy and have a great event. So Matt Turk just chimed in down on 21-2, which is where a lot of the scores came from last night. We've got Tim Barrett with the front 9 and Kyle Sherman going at a 267 pace, and they are partners. So they're primed for a big start.
And the cloud is back. Dwayne made a nice shot there, but
that one's on. Let's see, is that one on Matt?
That was me.
Oh, that was you. There you go. I see. Oh, the one on 1560.
Right.
Gotcha.
The 3 bowlers who are A, B, and C on lane 16 each have 1 9 count, and everything else is a strike. 1 miss in the first, so 290. Other 2 of 279.
We did have 3 300 games yesterday. Rob Rao, Mike Ramaculus, and Justin Crumley. All 3 of them were bowled on 21 and 22, which is where Tim Barrett has the front 9 right now. So, and for anybody that bowls a 300 game, they get to come down to the Christmas tree, pick out a present, and they'll get to unwrap it and show the world right here on camera what they got. I think, if I remember right, last night Rob Rao got a set of deer antlers and reindeer nose for his car. Ramaculus got a blue tarp, and I don't remember what Justin Crumley got.
He got a very nice decorative clock.
Decorative clock. Gotcha.
Mike said he can use his tarp to cover his bad bowling, but he didn't do any of it last night.
He didn't need the tarp last night at all.
We have no idea what's down there, so hopefully we have people shoot 300, we can find out.
Seen a little hook on the left side this morning so far.
Just with the amount of left-handers being so different from what we left-handers are used to, it's going to help some people, and I think it's going to throw some people off.
Right. Lee, you can even black cloud them on when they don't have all strikes by just talking about it a little bit there. 467 on lane 15 in the 10th frame. To put an ouchie on what would have been a very nice game.
That's why the scoring pace kept going down last night.
Because people did not strike?
Well, we started watching them strike, and then they quit.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, guys, I've started to realize over the years that when you don't knock all the pins down in your first shot, your strike percentage actually goes down.
That's because you use a lot of spreadsheets.
Gotcha. I do use a lot of spreadsheets. I make a spreadsheet for everything.
Yep.
And only good shots strike, so you don't make a good shot.
Jeff wants me to help get Nape out of town. They'll come down and bowl next year. It's nice to see Mike actually coaching the Elmhurst girls college team. So I've actually got to see Mike quite a bit this fall and hang out with him at the college tournaments and spend some time with him that I haven't really seen much of him over the last several years. So it's nice to see. And that was actually one of the things that we talked about with Anthony in the booth last night when we were talking about why does everybody come to an event like this? And one of the things we talked about is the relationships that you build over the years. This is kind of like, I think Flanagan chimed in, this is kind of like camp. We see some of these guys 3, 4, 5 times a year only, and when everybody just kind of meets somewhere in the country to bowl, it's kind of like old home week, and everybody hangs out and has dinner or goes out and does something or whatever. So it's very, very cool. whenever you see this collection of people here that are beating each other's brains in on a weekly basis in some cases, all show up in an event like this, and everybody's having a good time. So
it's kind of convenient for both of us. I think we're close to about the same distance away from here, just opposite directions for the two of us, and Lee being right from here and having all the local knowledge of who these folks are that we don't know.
Yeah, this area, not only for this tournament but for the IB Open, it's nice that we've got these two events kind of in our backyard to where we can make a short drive and work and do things like this for you guys out there watching, and it's a lot of fun for us, and it's kind of cool. It's better than having to hop on a plane and fly somewhere and spend a lot of time away from home.
Absolutely.
Which I'll actually be going out to Vegas in February to work the True Amateur Tournament. Great event put on by Brad Edelman and his staff. I'll be at the Orleans again this year, so I always look forward to that one. The February event sponsored by Rotagrip, so we're actually going out. We're doing some coaching programs for a lot of the people that are part of one of our groups, and it's kind of nice to go out there and help them and call some of the action and do some of the things. So looking forward to that week. Mike Murray, why am I not bowling? I actually was entered in this event with my partner Mike Peters, and I've been battling a injury in my right foot for a little over 5 years now, and I deal with pain in it for the most part all the time, but last Friday it started acting up for the first time since about 2010, and it got really bad. It was bad enough to where a couple days ago I couldn't even put a shoe on. So unfortunately I had to call Mike and give him the bad news and let him get another partner that hopefully will carry him better than what I ever could have. So wish them the best of luck. But this is one of the few events that I still look forward to bowling, and I hate missing it, but just no way I could have pulled this one off with this many games this weekend.
Jeff, on 21 and 2, our team of Barrett and Sherman. I believe Timmy's got the front 11.
Both of those guys on that team are products of the collegiate bowling program, and always nice to see that crop of talent coming up and starting to dominate more and more.
Timmy's fresh back from his wedding.
He is.
I think he got back
Laura?
yesterday.
Yeah. So congratulations to them.
And he shoots 300.
As the crowd goes crazy. So that's now 4 300 games on 21 and 22. So whenever Flanagan chimes in, we can tell him that his conspiracy theory is still holding true. So that's 4 right-handed 300s on 21 and 22.
And I think Matt Turk has already retrieved him and bringing him down here for his gift selection.
I think we're going to do it up behind us here in the booth.
Gotcha. Okay.
Hey guys, I got a quick update here. Tim Barrett down on 21 and 22. Just rolled a 300 game. That's 4 on that pair this weekend, guys. 21 and 22. It's hot. We're going to get him up here in a quick second to get a present, and back to you guys.
Just make sure you tell him that it's actually his wedding gift from all of us.
Yeah, all right. Good idea. Good idea.
Adam Barta and Liz Johnson are hitting that pair game 3. I think there's a chance one of those two might get a Christmas gift from us.
Well, there's always a chance, Lee.
So you're saying there's a chance.
I am saying there's a chance.
Is that the Timmy Mack in the chat?
Got dumped by his partner.
It is. That is Timmy.
Mike
God,
Flanagan
love him.
dumped him.
Miss you, Timmy. Timmy, how was the holidays? I'm sure it was nice being home since you've been on the road for quite a while. So, hope you had a good holiday and got to spend some time with the family. So, make sure you tell everybody I said hello.
All right, Tim is here in front of us. There's us. There's Tim.
Giving him a chance to put his bowling equipment down too before we make him come up here and
I was just following Tim.
and get his gift.
He picked it up, said he hoped it was a bottle of alcohol.
Got some bowlers on 15 and 16 while we wait.
So the bowlers are finishing up game one. Some of them are actually getting ready to start game two. You see Mike Wolf over here on lane 15.
He and his partner had about 70 over his first game.
It's Brett Shepard.
Was it Brett? Hey, Mike.
We used to call him Barney because he always wore the same purple shirt to our tournaments every single time.
Who's that, Brett?
Brett, yeah.
Bert Shepard. He seems to strike an awful lot.
Well, I think that's why folks bring him.
You think that's why? You think that's why Wolf picked him?
Yes. Timmy, if you look down below the window, the video window, there's an event information tab. It's blue. You can drop it down and see the final scores for A Squad last night.
All right.
And you'll see today's scores there as well at each game by game.
Hey guys, I'm here with Tim Barrett, and he shot 300 on 21 and 22. And what do you got there, Tim?
Timmy, this is actually
It's
your
like
your
an
wedding
off-brand Jenga.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Hey, that's your wedding gift from all of us here in the booth at Inside Bowling. Okay.
Well, thanks, guys. Thanks.
Nice bowling, Tim.
Another solid 8. Boy, we've seen an awful lot of them right here in front of us. Sean Swanson with that one to start off game 2.
You can see that out the corner of your screen on 13 is what we were talking about as Mike Wolf gets ready to throw his second shot of game 2 on lane 16 right now.
See, obviously that was a much better shot.
Whoa!
It struck, so.
Right.
Yes.
So our group on 15 and 16, it's Marvin Hale and John Heath, Jay Bradshaw and Jason Schaefer. Hi, Linda, if you're watching. I get yelled at when I don't say hi to Jay's wife, Linda. I think I didn't say hi to her one time.
As well, she should yell at you.
In for the last 5 years, if I just make that a point. So hi, Linda. And Mike Wolf and Brett Shepard. Off to your left on 13 and 14, we'll also see Adam and Liz. They're down here with us.
Adam
group.
and Liz, Sean Swanson, Casey Murphy. Who else do we have down there? I'm not quite.
It's Ashley Cole and Floyd Bush Jr.
Gotcha.
from St. Louis.
That's a pretty strong pair. Not that there isn't the same thing across from a few other pairs in here right now, but what a group.
That's another thing that we didn't really talk too much about is who you cross with can actually have a direct result or a reflection on how well you bowl, because if you get a couple of other teams that you know well and you're friends with, and it kind of helps lighten the mood a little bit, it changes your mindset as you're bowling. If you cross with guys that you don't know or aren't as social or anything like that, and it's just not quite as fun, it could have a negative effect on how you bowl. So it's another little thing to think about. Tim, I think we crossed next to each other because I kept picking on your partner Mike Flanagan, telling him that the Storm catalog actually has a full page dedicated to nothing but spare balls, and he should do a little shopping. So
we have that catalog right here.
We do. Storm being the sponsor of the event, so got a little booth set up behind us with some half balls on it, the new Crux, the new IQ Nano, and we have Storm catalogs. We've got some of the Storm sport bands here, as well as I've got some of the new Bowl Strong t-shirts here for sale, $14 each. And anybody out there watching, if you actually look up the Bowl Strong Facebook page, information on there on how to order them, or you can just contact me directly. We have t-shirts for sale, the new logo design for $14 each. All the proceeds go to the Bowl Strong Cancer Research Charity Fund.
We have a catalog here for the Ice Storm, for the mixed urethanes. 2 pages for Tropical Breeze. We can find a spare ball for anybody.
Yeah, even a pitch black. I know guys like Timmy Mack don't really need spare balls. They strike so much. So he's probably not quite familiar with that part of our catalog, but we do have those to offer.
There it is.
Right next to the page with the high roads on them. Which
is
pretty impressive because that ball just had its 6th birthday about a month or so ago, which is unheard of in today's day and age, that a bowling ball will last in the catalog for 6 years. So
they should put a picture of you right there. Or at least they should make a high road with your jersey color.
Ooh, that would be, yeah.
The Jeff Carter high road.
I can handle that.
I would want one.
Looks like Mr. Wolf is using a stereo over there, and Shepard may be as well. Haven't seen too many of those go down the lane yet, but very, very good piece from the Rotogrip line. Looks like over here on 11 and 12, we've got a couple of local good friends of mine, Jason Jones and Jeremy Grigg, over on 11 and 12. Also the team of Roy Adams and Tony Yarborough over here on 11 and 12. Who's the other team there, Lee?
Vern Adams and Jeff Cotton.
Gotcha. Wish we had some hometowns to attach to some of these guys and know where everybody's from. That may be something we need to look at for next year, is actually having some cheat sheets where we get hometown information. Maybe that would be something else. Is maybe we create a little bio sheet from everybody, so at least we have talking points on everybody. Because everybody knows the story of Liz Johnson or Adam Barta and guys like that. But it'd be kind of nice to know a little bit more about some of the other guys that are out here bowling and competing.
We tried that for, I think it was the first IB Open, and the participation for the bowlers was subpar, unfortunately.
Okay, we're going to work on getting the feedback up. Be patient, bear with us. I think we just lost it.
Patience and bearing, folks. And hopefully we're back.
Yes, hopefully that wasn't a North Korea attack. We see over on lane 13, Adam Barta striking.
They were saying in the chat room that it happened to all of them too.
Really? Yeah. Okay, well that screen is delayed and that's from the live stream.
Exactly.
The one you really want to watch is
If the folks in the chat, if your
right here.
video's working, can you let us know?
By what happened, who picked the plug. Speaking of black cloud, there it is. So, I mean, it did happen to everybody out there. So.
Okay, it's working. We're good. Thank you.
Yes, Adam Barta does seem to strike quite a bit. I think he's become pretty well known for his honor score exploits. So thanks for bearing with us through the little technical difficulties we had there for a few minutes. I think everything's back up and running now. So we're up to, looks like 185 viewers now joining us this morning live from Redbird Lanes in Cahokia, Illinois for the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles presented by InsideBowling.com. I want to thank everybody for joining us, watching Game 2 action of B Squad. This is the second qualifying squad of the 3 that we'll have overall for the weekend. We've got one more 9-game qualifying squad tonight starting at 4 o'clock. Then we'll be cutting to the top 24 that will go into tomorrow's action. There'll be bowling 4 more games in the morning. At that point, we'll cut to the top 12 for 12 games of round-robin match play until we have a champion.
Talked with Adam real quick. He struck on his first ball here on 13 and 14. He said he had his last game beat. And they were on 5 and 6, which is also a very high-scoring pair in this bowling center. If you can get the 8 out.
Yeah, I think we talked about it a little bit last night, where it really depends pair to pair on when you hit them. Some pairs are good early, some pairs are good late. It's always tough to hit lane 1 late in a round because of the drop off in the approach, things like that. So it's always nice when you get in here, you know what the skipping procedure is. You can find out what pairs you're going to hit and when you're going to hit them. 10 Pins, thanks for the post. As a reminder, all the viewers, if you go to your social media pages and share the links to this broadcast, we would greatly appreciate it. Let everybody know that you're on Inside Bowling TV watching the holiday doubles. See if we can't get I think we were at any point, did we get over 200 viewers last night, Dennis?
Yeah, we were at 250 for a while last night.
Yeah. So I mean, in other events we've seen it well over 400. So it'd be really nice if we get as many people as possible to share what you're watching, let everybody know. I know there's a lot of stuff going on around the holidays and things like that. But if you guys are out there not doing anything, log in, have people tune in and watch what's going on and watch some good action.
Iggy joined us in the chat and says hi to both you and me. So hi, Iggy. Thanks for joining us today.
And yeah, it was definitely good to see a very, very packed house last night. You know, a lot of that had to do with the fact that Pete was bowling. Even though I'm sure the local crowd has seen Pete bowl hundreds and hundreds of times, it's always nice when he's in the building. You know you're going to have a crowd. So we did have a little one-frame match last night to start our broadcast. 4-year-old Lee Pennington, one of the local youth bowlers here at Redbird Lanes, who averages 85 without bumpers, had a one-frame match with Pete. It was very, very cool to see. Pete threw his one shot left-handed and actually threw it in the gutter. And little Lee got up there, threw it right down the middle, and got 8. So I'm sure that was a highlight for Lee to actually take down Pete Weber. And it was nice that Jerry had people take donations for Lee, and everything went to the Bullstrong Cancer Research Charity Fund for us. And I think we picked up about $150 out of that last night.
That was awesome.
So it was very, very nice to see. So I want to thank Jerry for everything he does for all of us. He's a great host, great guy. Loved coming down here and not only bowling in these events, but working for him. And it was very, very cool to get to see right here in front of us Lee, gets to take on Pete Weber, so a lot of fun.
How many people can say they shut out Pete Weber? He did.
I was very, very fortunate to be able to beat Pete in the biggest match of my life. That's something that I'll never forget for, the obvious reasons. But when you grow up idolizing somebody and then you actually get to bowl against them in the most important game of your life, something that you'll never forget. And Pete was nice enough to autograph the shirt that he was wearing in our match for me. And I've got them, his shirt and my shirt framed together. Something very, very cool to have forever.
Another strike for Brett on the left lane up there, and he's got a few. Tim Barrett still hasn't missed. The front three down there on 5 and 6, I believe, is where they are right now.
Right.
Are you allowed to say the front three, or is it just like an opening triple? At what point does it become the front?
It's 15.
Is it the front one?
It's the front 15.
Do you have the front one?
I think that's just a possible double at that point.
Yeah. See an awful lot of strikes over here on 13 and 14. They're in the fifth frame, and of the 6 guys combined, they only have 4 misses. So
it's 4 guys and 2 girls.
Good point, dude. Dynamite drop in.
Thanks.
Casey Murphy throwing a fusion. Chris Ennis, there is always a black cloud brewing with this group. So it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
One person I think we know is not the Black Cloud master is our friend Pete Barta to our right. As many times as he videos his brother shooting 300.
I think we mentioned it last night for those of you out there watching. If you're at home bowling league or in a tournament and your opponent's bowling well against you, just let us know. We'll mention their name live on air, and their ball reaction will mysteriously just disappear.
For a small fee, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Our host, Jerry Anderson, is down being a social butterfly in the settees right now.
So, yeah, Barta and Liz both have plenty of strikes.
Plenty?
Plenty,
Is
yes.
the quantification on this right now?
Correct.
Okay.
Just saw off to the
Oh, my.
off to our left a little bit with Jacob Kent, Doug's son. Just had a really bad break with a shaker 410, so came back with a very confused look on his face.
Wonder if Floyd got surprised just then by the dash down the lane on 9 and 10.
Well, Jacob Kent's bowling with our friend G. Brett. I'll have to talk to him at some point about his fun little travel issues that ended up with a regional win.
And what's going on with the lifestyle change, going to bed early and not watching on InsideBowling.com?
Yeah, that's very, very important. Make sure that you use a proper form of there, and there, or else I definitely will call you out on that.
All right. Is that French?
Yes. Just asked my buddy Daryl Bean about being the grammar Nazi.
Looks like 11 and 12 is going to play true to form today and be troublesome for...
That pair got ugly for a while last night.
Yeah, it did. And then as a group, the team that bowled on their very last game last night actually did fairly well. Austin and Jack shot up in the standings toward the end last night because of that. They ended up finishing like 12th, and they were pretty far down. So
unfortunately, that's probably not going to be enough to get a check in the event. So, but it kind of goes along with what we were talking about last night, where even when you feel like you're out of it, if you can just kind of keep working and learn something for another time, you just never know.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I think my buddy Dustin Boyce is in the chat.
Yeah, your size, dude, it better be a big limb.
Yeah, I know. I needed help getting up there, too, possibly.
As Liz strikes again. Looks like that team has the front 11 combined.
That's why I called it plenty.
Plenty o' strikes. They've gone hambone, triple hambone to start the game. And Adam throws one out the window for a 4-8-10. And there it is.
Even Adam Barda cannot get 300 when he doesn't strike every frame.
Do you see the picture of the amount of bowling balls that they brought over from Ohio?
Yes, I did.
But no umbrella to shield them from the clouds. We got scores. All right.
We do have scores for game one. Lee, we'll let you read those since you did such a fine job last night.
All right. Our leaders after one game are our 2012 champions. Aaron Hayes and Jeff Butler shot .536. They lead Barrett and Sherman by 1. They lead Cole and Bush by 3. They shot .533. Barrett Buckley and Carlton they shot .523. Cunningham and Jacob Kent shot .511. Derek Kindig and Adam Johnson shot .507. Phil Watson and Mike Meyer shot .498. Murphy and Swanson are in 8th place at .493. Jim Probst and Dwayne Stegman shot .492. 10th place is Marvin Hale, and his partner is John Heath at .487.
Just looking through the standings, some other notables. 12th place, Gins and Matson. 13th, Bittenbender and Marsala. 14th, Farber and O'Keefe. 18th, Wolf and Shepard. 19th, Yarborough and Adams. 23rd, Sapp and Wojnar. 26th, Barta and Liz Johnson. 30th, Jimmy Cook and A.J. Rice. 32nd, Adcock and Queen. So that's kind of a rundown of the Game 1 standings from B Squad. We'll have those updated on the website shortly, as well as the Facebook page, I believe. So for those of you out there, if you go on the Holiday Doubles Facebook page and click like, you'll get the updates. There's also squad listings on there, as well as on the website. So.
And Twitter, Jeff. Don't forget about the Twitter.
Don't forget Twitter. As Liz strikes again. So I don't want to say how many she has because I don't want to black cloud Liz, but let's just say that she hasn't missed yet.
She's got one less than Brett Shepard has, and he's got 8. So
you're going to black cloud Brett instead of Liz?
I think that's what he just did.
What did you just do?
Black clouded.
Oh.
Shepard. He doesn't look too concerned, though.
That's not a very good choice of spare leaving for Tim Barrett to stop a string of 16 strikes. Big 4 is not a good way of doing that.
That's a tough spare to make.
Tim just seems like a guy who likes to challenge himself, you know?
Obviously, Tony Yarborough and Roy Adams got the dress alike memo today. Not to be confused with the pajama pants pair last night with Dave Roberts and his partner.
I was looking at a post from Dave this morning on Facebook, and I guess via text and Facebook message and whatnot last night, they got about equal amounts of appreciation
And hate mail.
excuse me, yes, and hate mail for wearing those pants last night. So people really genuinely upset that they were wearing pajama pants on the live stream.
Iggy wants to know what O'Keefe is wearing. If I remember correctly, I think he had a yellow T-shirt and jeans on.
See a tweet from my buddy Rick Gooden from Missouri State USBC.
You got a buddy, dude?
I do. Saying thanks for the show. Appreciate you watching, Rick.
Wrong O'Keefe. Yeah, I kind of had a feeling that one was coming. Shannon is decked out in a teal blue and black DB8 shirt and black capris, it looks like.
I think those are capris, unless they could have been just pants that were in the dryer too long.
Is this where I would normally say they're Sean Swanson's pants? Long pants? God love Sean. Obviously, your powers didn't work on Brett Shepard.
I don't think they did.
He may be immune.
If there's anyone that would be, it might be him.
I think he likes this place a little bit too, by the
He
way.
does.
He and Mike are in contention on Sunday in this tournament every year.
And you would never know it by the look on Mike's face.
There's a look on Mike's face.
Mike is a lot of fun to hang out with, though. I hate to admit that, but he is. That's almost as hard as me admitting last night that I always liked Jason Couch. Liz with the double ham bone. We have a couple more strings down here on 7 and 8. Kind of hard to see who they are.
So 8C would be Shea Bittenbender.
Shea Bit.
That's not a surprise. 7A?
And 7A would be... Looks like Kevin Williams is getting up to bowl on 7. Or no, it's his partner, Michael Holloman. Another team of wrong-handers. We're going to flip a full screen here, boys, for Mr. Shepard.
Lee, are there any football games on today? Or is everything tomorrow?
There's got to be at least a couple today. Or for college or the pros?
No, for the NFL. Did they do any Saturday games
I
this
think
weekend?
that was just last weekend.
Last weekend.
Here's Brett. Splits the 8-9.
That boy good.
We black clouded Michael Holloman too. We're not completely useless up here.
Shepard now up on the left lane here for a solid 9.
Solid 9.
There it is.
Liz is up now on 13 and 14, so yes, I will call that out for you.
I'm actually going to go out on a limb and say Liz does shoot 300 right here in front of us.
Snuck a little bit high on that one, but carry that 7-pin.
But she doesn't have to bowl in that lane again, so.
Right. Adam is
She'll
rebounded.
just throw it harder.
Adam's rebounded from his one errant shot for a double. You'll see him here on 14 on your left. That looked good.
And his one errant shot was my favorite errant shot ever to leave, and that was the 2-4-8-10. I think I've left more 2-4-8-10s in my career than anybody in history.
If I ever leave a 2-4-8-10,
You should quit.
I'm retiring.
I don't think your ball's ever gone high anyway. And that's why Earl retired, is because he had to adjust one time.
I'm getting stuff thrown at me here.
Well, you're a target, Lee.
What?
You're a target.
He's a big target.
So Adam hit my earphone with something, and it hit the girl next to me, and now it's my fault.
Well, it should be.
I blame Pete Barta.
Shea Bitt just carried a little high over there and continued the string. Sean Swanson with a nice game on the top of 13 and 14 here. Getting up in the 10th. He's only missed striking in the first frame.
This entire pair here over on 13-14 striking quite a bit. We talked about the quality of teams on that pair crossing together, and that could play into this a little bit. You know, as you move and you're watching ball reaction, and you know whoever the team is up on top. And on this particular pair, it's Casey and Sean. You know, if I'm Adam and Liz, I'm loving the fact that I get those guys to be in front of me on every pair. So when we move, see what their ball does, make an adjustment off that before I ever step up and have to make a shot. So that's always an advantage to be the B or C team in a setting like that, because you get to watch before every start of every game.
Casey struck once in the last 5 frames. He's not real happy with his carry right now, considering what Sean's doing out there. So
I think he's rang several 10 pins the last few frames. So, but again, since it's doubles, if my partner's going at a 290 pace and I can help him out with 2-0-2-teen, I'll be happy with that and move on, and then take my chances that maybe I can return the favor later on.
See, that's not your partner, dude. That's Casey's partner.
Very good point. But I was used to, over the last couple of years, having Peters carry me pretty much every game.
Okay.
So I'm used to being the one that says, hey, you do all the striking, I'll make the spares, and I'll take care of us at some point.
Here's Sean's second ball on the 10th on the left side of the screen. Looks like the rest of them.
Sean may be the most unassuming great bowler I've ever seen. You can't tell by looking at him if he's bowling good or bowling bad. He just, it may not be pretty, but it's so effective, and he is always in contention. All the way back into the 90s, when we were bowling World Team Challenges and everything else. That was way back in his long mullet days. He was always bowling well. It didn't matter what pattern, it didn't matter what he was doing, didn't matter the event, the format. Sean's always in contention. So, that's a testament to how great he really is, and most people don't know that much about him. 289 from Sean Swanson.
Nice.
So now we'll see Liz Johnson step up on lane 14 to see if she can continue her string.
Murphy and Swanson shot 493 the first game.
So they're 205 over.
Saw Casey take advantage of his fill ball to try a different ball. He went from an IQ Tour Fusion to a Wipeout in the 10th. So see what adjustment he makes when he goes to the next pair of lanes. I know they'll be quite a ways away from us. We probably won't be able to see them.
Wolf and Shepard should be about 186 now over after this game here. They were 70.
Shepard goes 289. Wolf goes, we can see for the score stop flashing, 227. Liz up in the 10th with a 4-pin. That one's on me, guys.
So if
looks like Jeff Fair chiming in the chat saying that Swanee had won the Super Hoinky for 100,000 several years ago, so he's been doing it for a long time at a high level.
Stone 8 for Adam. Wow.
Hey,
That
Casey.
looked painful.
Thanks for joining us, Casey France in the chat.
Liz is using a nano, I think.
Liz is using a nano, correct.
If Liz would have shot 300 with Adam, does he get to count that on his total?
I think he would figure out a way to do it. See, I like the collegiate rules where whoever bowls the first frame gets credit for the game. So I think if we can get the USBC to adopt that rule, I'm just going to show up to league and bowl the first frame every game and then let somebody else finish the game, and I'll just take credit for wherever they get.
That'd be cool.
So that way I can just save the wear and tear on my body. Not that bowling 12 games so far this year's really done a lot, but
It's 278. For Liz, Adams got one more strike for 241.
so they're going to be coming back with a near a 520 game after a little bit of a rough start. They had 440 the first game, so that should put them kind of back into contention, at least get them headed in the right direction.
Right.
And they had the 21 and 22 next game.
Which seems to be the magical pair. Another thing about this place is the pins really fly around. We see a lot of deadwood, so the pin carry in this building, even though we've seen a lot of solid 8s and a lot of ring 10s, the carry in this building is still well above average. You see the pins stay on the deck a little bit longer. They fly around a little bit more, and that really helps with the scores as well.
I would call that pin lane in the gutter on 12 right now live wood, not deadwood, dude, because it was so lively coming out.
But it's currently very still.
Got a lot of potential energy there. I can see it.
This conversation is not going to end well. Ricky's over there shaking his head at us.
We'll say goodbye to what that was. It's gone now.
Got a couple of dots here in a row from my buddy Casey, so.
Yeah, another hackerism. We don't even want to get him started on revs per toss.
We'll talk about that later.
No, we won't.
Yes, we will.
No. I refuse. I would rather listen to Mike Flanagan sing than hear you talk about revs per toss.
Is that like the new sabermetric bowling stat? BABIP or QBR?
So let me get your opinion on this,
No,
you guys.
don't. No.
Yes, come
Let's
on.
not talk about it.
No, it's in the chat. We have to bring it up.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do. It's because it's been written.
Nope.
It's
Just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's actually true.
so it is written, so it shall be done. So Dustin Boyce used the term lower 48 states the other day.
Okay.
And I've heard it before, but I said, he was talking about, north, and I thought the lower 48 states were all down around Mexico and California. Aren't they?
I'm not even going to comment. I have absolutely nothing productive to add to that conversation.
And Cuba, too. So,
Let's just wrap up 13 and 14 real quick. Save Jeff from himself. Swanson and Murphy 502, Barta and Johnson 519, Cole and Bush 4, 84.
Imagine if you could wrap that up and put it in one of those boxes down here for somebody who shoots 300.
I would want it. Oh, there's an average of. Let's see, the left side of the screen at 683 and the right side at 822.
That's
So
getting it done.
High 240 average that game. Not bad. 15 and 16 had 739 and 743. Easier math. So 15-16's open for the moment. Stick here on 11 and 12 with.
And the left side of 13 and 14 suffered a little bit toward the end of the game just because Casey Murphy lost his carry. Imagine if he continued striking like he did early on in the.
Somebody might want to go tell Shea to actually step off and re-rack or something just to try and avoid the black cloud jinx down there with the front nine. It almost looks like from here that he's throwing a sinister. Kind of hard to see, but... Sure looks like it.
I believe you are correct. That's 10.
I saw him posting last week on Facebook how difficult it was going to be for him to say goodbye to the gold ball.
Yeah. Yep. The gold ball is going away from the catalog.
I'm thinking he was worried about his own because he's been using that quite a bit, and I don't know if it was just getting more wore out.
I'm sure we could find him a few.
But yeah.
I'm sure he bought a case. Our tournament leaders and defending champions are on 9 and 10. Up right now, Aaron Hayes and Jeff Butler only shot 536 the first game. They only have 528 left this game. That's a slump. Stay high, right?
I think we crossed with them a couple of times last year, and I had no idea who those guys were. I think even on Sunday we were bowling with them, and I didn't know that they were the leaders. Are those guys local? Hayes and Butler?
No. I forget where they're from. Tennessee, maybe?
Okay, that's right. Yeah, I think I did ask them last year. That's right.
Cheektowaga, Tennessee?
Isn't that Cheektowaga, New York?
New York.
That's where Liz is from?
Yes, I love saying that.
Here's Shea Bitt.
No black cloud for Shea.
Nope.
That is our first non-21 and 22 300.
Shea's been on our live stream a time or 10. I think he's familiar with our powers up here and knows how to
he's immune.
Avoid them. And he'll be on our TV pair next game on 15 and 16.
He must have an anecdote. Or an anecdote. He has a subscription to Reader's Digest, so he has plenty of anecdotes.
Is that still around?
I don't know.
It is.
Is it really?
There's an online version, too.
I would figure it wouldn't be a print version.
So everything is true in it. Jake Gens with a little tough carry on lane 10. He didn't like the last shot he threw over there, and this one here leaves us 7 where the 5 almost got slapped back up again. Fell down, but
his partner is not throwing his teal rhino. Or his other teal rhino, Mr. Matson.
Always reminds me of back in the good old days, getting the bowl against Mike Soper from the Chicago area, and we used to call him Butch, and Butch would show up to Bulla Regional, and he'd have a couple of blue dots and a angle LD and something else. So did everything with plastic and urethane. We have Shay up here for a Christmas present. Shay, shake it off. Good bowling, bud. That was a Sinister, right?
What? Okay. All right, let's see what we got here.
All right, Shay.
All right. Oh. Keep the sun out of my eyes whenever I leave the car. Keep the sun out of the car.
You don't put that up while you're driving. That might suck.
Now, Shay, will that help you guard against Eddie Bird's shirts?
Or hair?
Depends. Definitely our shirts from Wednesdays last year, but yeah, Eddie's got some bright ones.
Yeah, yesterday he looked like a can of Orange Crush, they said.
Yeah, he did. For sure.
All right, nice.
He wasn't throwing the orange ball.
Yeah, nice bowling, Shay.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
There you go.
And there you have it. So as we're finishing up game 2 here on 11-12, you can see Roy Adams stepping up to finish his game on lane 12. Everybody else is changing pairs. We'll have some new action here in front of you on 15-16, getting ready to start game 3 of the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles.
To put a bow on Hayes and Butler's games, they had 77 and 37. That's 514. Puts them at plus 250. Even in Redbird Lane scoring, it's still plus 50.
That's very eloquently putting a bow on their games like that.
Well, we wrapped up the last one, so we're putting a bow on this one.
I think any game that starts with a 5 has got to be considered good in this event.
So that would mean that with another couple of strikes here, Brett and Jacob Kent could have a good game.
Yes, absolutely. Looks like Brett is stepping up for double in the 10th for 240. Jacob is going at a 264 pace.
The only miss was that weird 410.
Yeah,
earlier.
exactly. Jacob is a product of the Robert Moore Chicago Collegiate Bowling Program. Got to watch him in action a little bit over the last few years. I know he graduated 2 years ago.
Iggy, there's 6 on each pair here today. Each squad's got 36 teams.
Which has been sold out for months already. All 108 teams were signed up and prepaid. I think Jerry announced that he had the whole event sold out in 35 days, which is pretty impressive. You see over here on lane 13 one of my friends from back home, Ray Silveri Jr. I think I threw him under the bus a little bit last night. For a week ago Friday night was his birthday in league, and happy to say that his third game he bowled an 89. So, yeah, there was a little bit of alcohol involved in that. Not even sure he bowled the 10th frame, he said, but I figure that's going to take a hit on the old average, bowling 89 in his last game. So I told him I would throw him under the bus again today. So
Brett and Jacob are going to be about 90 over, or close to it anyways. With a strike here out of Jacob.
I'm not sure that Jacob doesn't throw it better than his old man.
You talked about him being a product of Robert Morris in Chicago, but the heritage is, preceded that by quite a few years.
It's not bad when you have those bloodlines.
Yeah. I'll bet you that at
Doug
some
was
point
a pretty good competitor for a lot of years.
Still love that arm swing, honestly. That the way he got the ball to feed through the front part of the lane was just tremendous.
Everybody, no matter what level that you're at bowling-wise, you always have that one person that no matter what, you could never beat. In any situation, you could never beat them. And Doug Kent was mine. I don't think in a decade I ever beat Doug Kent in any match whatsoever. And it didn't matter if it was high scoring, low scoring. Didn't matter what pattern it was on. Doug Kent was my Riddler. He was the Riddler to my Batman. I didn't want to call him a Joker.
I didn't have a lot of success at the regional level, but the few times that I did make finals, Ron Williams was mine back at the time. I think he averaged probably over 265 against me match play.
You mean the Ron Williams with the funky arm swing?
That's him.
Looked like he was running the option every time he threw a ball. Ron had a really, really good 2 or 3 year run on tour where
King of the Hill.
Yeah, the King of the Hill matches that they used to do. He was tough to beat back then.
Iggy, we'll find out for you what John shot in a few minutes. The scores have already changed down there in that pair, and I just looked up whenever I saw your question, but we'll find out. So we started at 9:30, starting game 3 across most of the pairs here with no delays so far this morning. It seems like everything's flowing just as smooth as we want it to.
Actually, our day started by finishing.
Yeah, right.
Finishing up about 1:45 this morning from last night's round. We got to have dinner around 2 a.m., 2:15. Straight to the hotel and get some sleep and back at it early this morning. So
yeah, I didn't want to wake up.
I'm just happy that Hardee's was open because I didn't want White Castle to be my only option. That could have been ugly. So if anybody from Hardee's is listening, thank you for the 24-hour drive-through service last night.
That was Kevin Williams that you just saw throw the shot on lane 15. One of two-handed lefties on the squad.
And one of 3 lefties on this pair. And they're all pretty good, so they should be able to get a read off each other.
We have Kyle Sherman and Tim Barrett here in front of us on 13-14. They're between the two camera pairs. You'll be able to kind of see them off to the side a little bit. That was Kyle on lane 13 that just left the 4-pin. So they got off to a good start. Not real sure what they had the second game yet. So we'll get those scores to you as soon as we get them.
Yeah, Rick Gooden, this is fresh oil every squad.
Oh boy, that'd be dangerous.
Wouldn't it be?
I think we could roast marshmallows in the heads if we didn't re-oil.
If Bo Burton were here right now, he'd be talking about the baby crying in the background. Tim Barrett grabbed that one a little bit.
There's still some guys playing a little bit farther right than what we saw guys stand last night going into game 3. Looks like more people are making a conscious effort to stay as far right as they possibly can. So.
Well, I was watching where Derek was lined up in game 1 on 11 and 12, and he was already pretty far in, compared to where I thought they might be at this point. But
yeah, Derek's definitely one that if he can play straight, he's going to do it. That's his A game, and when he has that look, he'll definitely stay there. So he obviously didn't see something on 11 and 12 that he liked, so he jumped in quickly.
Maybe it was just early too. Maybe
could have been
developed to something now.
I know over the years in this place, depending on what event we're bowling and things like that. The straight looks either really, really good or it's a lot tougher. So it's just all about kind of what pairs you're hitting when and things like that. So
If the right-handers play this to the right with all of the left-handers on this squad, it might hold up.
Say that again. You what?
If the right-handers play their lines further to the right than they did last night, since there's so many fewer of them on this squad, it might just hold up.
Yeah, but it also could go the opposite way. When you
Right.
get so many guys that camp out in one area and it actually cliffs the pattern too much, it becomes too wet-dry. The pattern actually gets blended nicely when it's about half and half. You've got about half the righties that stay farther right and about half that start to migrate left. Then the lane blends itself out into more of an even transition. It's just that when everybody stays out or everybody jumps in, that it gets too choppy to where it's so wet-dry that there's really nowhere to move to.
Or if everybody moves too far left too quick, and the lefties start complaining about their heads going away, that's going to get ugly for everybody.
That was Jeff's explanation. Blend is a word that people use who don't ever throw the ball right of 15. So that was your justification for what you do to a pair of lanes whenever people bowl with you.
I've been called a hatchet murderer.
What's 15?
Yes, exactly. That's the 15 is basically the middle of the gutter for me. I was actually going to petition the USBC to change the gutter to 20, just so that I could play out once in a while.
Nicer shot there by Tim. I think he just stuck a little bit like the last one on 14, and that's why it looked like he grabbed it. But
looked like it was he threw a nano, or is throwing a nano.
The few local players we haven't seen yet on the squad are all in 11 and 12. That's Chris Corbin, Jeremy Coulter, Mike Myron, Phil Watson, Joe Dolans, and John Reinheimer. Split the screen for a bit. Shea left a wrap 10 on 16 that ends his run at least 14 in a row.
It's like Jason Queen and Tommy Adcock, two of my teammates, are over there on lanes 9 and 10. They're part of my USBC group. Grew up with those guys, been bowling with them for longer than I want to admit.
that was interesting with watching Jason's reaction on that shot that he just threw. It was solid pocket, but he saw right away off of his hand a 10-pin hit.
But
there.
did you notice that his hair still did not move?
Yes, I did notice that.
With the disgust on his face, his hair did not move. It's still perfect. Uh-oh, somebody woke BV up.
Morning, Brian.
Wait, it's 10 o'clock in California, or 9 o'clock in California where he's at. Thought the only time he woke up that early in the morning was to catch a flight.
Quite a bit of striking on 13 and 14 again this game.
Looks to be a good pair so far.
It's really tough to tell because everyone who's passed through has been really, really good.
Well, that's going to be the case for a lot of the pairs today. I'm going back to practice and
practice.
The dude that we were talking about. What's his name again? Was throwing that ball with surface on the outside. I'm wondering if that had anything. Wonder if that has anything to do with what's going on out here right now.
Yeah, very well could. You never know.
Because he used it for the entire first game.
Yeah, he bowled the first game with it. Looked like it was a hypercell with a little bit of surface on it. Looks like we have some scores after game 2 to report to you.
We do Hayes and Butler. We mentioned them at plus 250. They're in first. Ashley Cole and Floyd Bush from St. Louis are in second, plus 217. Cunningham and Kent are in third at 199 over. Shea Bitt and Marsala fourth at 196. Murphy and Swanson are in fifth at 195. Wolf and Shepard are at sixth. Hale and Heath in seventh. Barrett and Sherman tied for eighth with Beckley and Carlson. Kevin Williams and Michael Hallman are in 10th at plus 170. Adam and Liz moved up to 14th.
Barrington Sherman tied with a pair of ladies from St. Louis that are on their pair. Two ladies bowling together that are in the top 10 here.
We didn't have any last night, but I think we've got
Shannon and Liz and those two,
at least four.
And then Ashley.
5,
right? That I know that I've seen so far here.
And there's one or two more this afternoon. Matt Turk joins us. Who's that guy?
Hi, Matt.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing?
We're doing good.
I am tired.
Yes, there's a little bit of that going around this morning. I didn't want to wake up, I admit.
Yeah.
10 Pins in the chat says, do I hear a crying baby? I talked about that just a minute ago. If Bo Burton was here, he would be talking about the baby crying in the background. So
It happens. Not as many spectators today as there was yesterday.
not yet, but that'll change quickly as the day goes on. I think the baby's crying because he doesn't have a very good reaction compared to what some of the other folks out here have right now. So
Just go put them on 21 and 22. That's the hot pair this weekend.
yeah. 13 and 14's playing pretty nice so far this morning here, Mr. Matt.
Yeah, there's holy cow.
Yeah,
There's a
and
lot
it's
of
been that
X's
way.
up there.
It's been that way for most of the games so far this morning. So
Iggy wants a laneside interview with the baby.
All right, I'll try. We'll see.
the sound the baby is making is not unlike some of the sounds we hear toward the end of a block.
You got that right. About Game 7, everybody sounds like that.
That's right. Dustin's asking if they look like they're hooking more than at this point than last night. I
don't think so.
We were just talking, Dustin, a few minutes ago about the fact that the right-handers seem to be playing right longer today than they were last night. So I don't know. But of course you are looking at it from the other side of the lane, and I think I did say to Lee a few minutes ago that it looked like the lefties had more hook today than they did last night. So.
All right, guys, I just wanted to jump in real quick and say hi.
Hi, Matt.
Hi.
I'll be in the booth a little bit later, giving some breaks, and have fun, guys.
Awesome.
All right. Matt Turk, the producer, engineer, broadcaster, social media coordinator. We need to give him a couple more titles.
Yes, folks, for those of you who don't know, and this is something we really didn't talk about all that much last night, we did, everybody knew that Mike Flanagan wasn't here this weekend with us. This is a first. An Inside Bowling.tv production without Mike.
Not true.
No?
The I forget what year it was. The Missouri high school tournament 2 or 3 years ago. Myself and Brad Jenkins and Tyler Schimmer. Remember that? I think you were there.
I think that was the year that I had to miss. That was the year my niece got married, and that's the first one that I've missed since they started doing them. So,
but that was I have no idea what even year that was, but they had the women's tournament at Plaza in St. Charles at the same time. So we fired up the IBTV2 via subscription only.
Was that Columbia?
Jeff said it.
That was in
Jeff.
Jeff.
Or was it Columbia? I
thought
forget.
Town and Country in Columbia, I thought.
One of those two.
Yeah.
try and stay out of Columbia as much as possible. My jacket wouldn't be welcome there.
Is that the one with the big block eye on it?
That would be correct. It's here somewhere. I hope it is anyway.
Glad you folks are joining us. We're up to 247 viewers right now. That's a good start on the day. I'll bet you we hit 400 as the day goes on then, based on that.
It'd be nice. I know that Jerry Anderson puts in a ton of work for this event. Mike Flanagan puts in a lot of work as far as promoting this event and many other events. And, many thanks to Matt Turek and Ricky Matsko for putting everything together as far as the live streaming equipment and everything that they do to get this set up. We all do this because we love the sport. We love doing stuff like this. We kind of like sitting in here and bringing you guys the action. So the best way to thank us for this is to share the fact that you're watching this on your social media pages. Help us, draw more viewers in. That helps us with the sponsors. The sponsors help put these events on, and in the long run, that's what this is all about: is just giving the bowlers more opportunities to bowl, compete for more prize money, and then giving the viewers at home that aren't able to get out and compete on certain weekends something to watch, enjoy. As somebody said, make the time go faster while you're working in the pro shop or whatever it is that you're doing. That's what it's all about, because in the long run, it's all about helping make the sport of bowling grow. So you guys can do your part by going to your Facebook pages or Twitter pages, sharing the fact that you're watching Inside Bowling TV, the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles, and see if we can't get more people in here watching and chatting with us.
If anybody's ever been to one of these tournaments live and see the setup here, there's some money sitting here on this table, under the table next to us here. This is not amateurish by any means as far as the way the production of this goes and what they've done to put this all together.
Well, like I said, Mike and Matt and Ricky and everybody has invested a lot of time, and even Brian Burkhart have invested a lot of time and money and effort into putting this together. It's something you can't put a value on, because at a certain point you basically just do it for the love of it. And it's all about doing what we love to do and bringing it to everybody out there. We hope you guys enjoy it. Hope everybody likes being able to tune in on a weekend where you may not have anything else going on. You just want to watch some bowling action. It's always fun for us to do that. And we definitely have plenty of bowling action going on this weekend. 108 teams here at Redbird Lanes in Cahokia, Illinois, just outside of St. Louis. Again, this event's been sold out for several months. Totally full field. 3 qualifying rounds. Everybody's bowling 9 games each round. We'll be cutting to the top 24 later on tonight after C-Squad bowls. Those 24 teams will be coming back tomorrow for 4 more games of qualifying. Then we'll cut to the top 12 for 12 games of round-robin match play.
Tell you what, Lee, Buckley and Carlson are a force out here right now on this pair in front of us. Like 13 and 14, they're the middle 2 bowlers. 2 ladies bowling together, and right now 1 miss between them in the second frame, a 9 spare. All the rest of them are strikes through 7 frames.
And they were in the tie for 8th.
Tied for 8th
after
with
2.
Yeah, with Tim Barrett and
Kyle Sherman.
Kyle, yeah.
Well, I think it's been proven over the last several years that the gender lines in the sport are, I don't want to say they're gone, but they're drastically disappearing. We've seen, Kelly Kulik win on the national tour. We've seen Liz make a couple shows. We saw Clara make a show. It's really nice, the fact that we're kind of starting to get to the point where it's just bowlers. Instead of it's a man versus a woman or a righty versus a lefty, it's just good quality bowlers and not worrying too much about all the other things. So it's always kind of nice to see. This weekend we've got Liz here, we've got Shannon here, we've got Jody here, and a few other ladies that are bowling, and they're bowling at a high level. So
there's 5 on this squad. We just figured out a few minutes ago, and 2 of them are bowling together, which is kind of cool. DeVere is she's a past president of the St. Louis USBC. I know that.
And Father John notes she's won this tournament before.
Yeah. Well, 21 and 22, it looks like it's hot again. Liz Johnson's down there with the front 8. She was just in front of us. Last game, she had the front 9, didn't she, guys?
Correct.
Right in front of us. So Liz is striking at will as always. Now, she may be one that can stay farther right all day and just simply throw it harder. So we'll see how things, she's able to shell down and just play straight all day. It could be a good day for her and her partner, Adam Barta.
Who is Will?
Guys, Liz actually has a spare in the first.
So Matt gave us incorrect information?
He did. What are we going to do about that? Probably not much.
Well, we can't fire
Not
him.
much, exactly.
We definitely can't fire him. That's out.
We just chalk it up, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, still lots of strikes. Should bring binoculars up here so we can see the...
I almost brought a pair. Nice shot by DeVera again.
She has plenty of strikes as well.
And you definitely need plenty of strikes in this event. This is on a house pattern. It's been well documented. It's one of those events where it's been like this for over 30 years now. Jerry's been running this event for 32 years now. If it's not broke, don't try and fix it. I think everybody enjoys the format. Everybody enjoys being able to come out once in a while and just strike a lot. It's nice to see your ball strike, quite a bit. So you know what it is going in, so there should be no complaints at that point. You're either going to come in and strike a bunch or you're not. If you don't, you're probably going to be going home early.
Yeah. Mad Mex is asking about the markers down lanes. Good observation. Those were added this past summer in some lane work that they did here at the center. They weren't here last year, and he was confused because he logged in and saw that these were wood lanes, but had rangefinders down the lane.
Those were actually resurfaced into the lane. So. We'll have to tell Mr. Barrett that everybody's chiming in on his complexion.
We'll grab him in a while.
So we've got over 250 people watching right now, so thank you everybody for tuning in and watching. If you have any questions for Lee, Dennis, or myself, feel free to throw the questions up to the booth. We'll do our best to answer the questions as we get them. We apologize if we miss a few. Trying to watch action and keep an eye on the chat as well at the same time can be a little bit difficult, but we'll do our best. And again, just as a reminder, try and keep it clean in the chat the best you can. We hate banning people, but try not to bash anybody or any groups or using abusive language, things like that, and we'll try to do our part not to. That's definitely an inside joke.
That's my buddy Casey again. Yeah, Casey, Jeff doesn't like it either. He's actually taken a ball from me before with a bevel knife and made it so that I did not use the ball again.
Well, let me say that it's not that I'm opposed to it. I'm opposed to it for you.
No, it's not a shame that we can't post memes in here, Dustin. It's not a shame at all.
Let's see, we've got a question on what is the best way to increase ball speed. The best way to increase ball speed is actually increasing your tempo. The one mistake that a lot of people make when they try and increase ball speed is throwing it harder. All that does is create more force in the swing, which creates inconsistencies from the top down and makes it harder for you to control where the ball is actually going to go. So if you just get your momentum started with steps 1 and 2 a little bit quicker, your swing speed should follow suit, and then you can actually increase your momentum overall instead of just simply trying to throw it harder.
I think Shea Bittman was over here giving Tim Barron a little bit of advice just then.
Either that or he's picking on him about how white his complexion is after his South American vacation or honeymoon.
He was there for a while, too.
SPF 9000.
Exactly.
Nice shot there. He struck all but twice this game, and so is his partner Kyle. So they've got a nice game here. But they've got to, because the people they were tied with have got all strikes but one as a doubles team right now. I have a feeling both of these teams might go up a little bit in the standings, even though they were 8 at that point. So,
and who's Ray's partner?
Matt Burdick.
Yeah, he's only missed once too.
Matt actually was my roommate, at home for several years. Matt lived with me. He actually kind of helped take care of my house when I was still on tour. So I grew up with Matt, been friends with his dad for a long time, and they try and get down here and compete as often as they possibly can. So nice to see him and Ray down here bowling.
He's going to have a good game.
Yes, he is.
Ray's going to shoot the 3, 4, 7, 10. And convert.
Make it. Nice shot.
And go back and watch himself pick that split on the archive over and over again.
Ray should be happy that he had more than 89 that game.
Let's see where they were at. They were 28, so that'll move them up a little bit.
We got a question if this event keeps past statistics. I would imagine they're somewhere. I'm not sure who or where would have them or where they would be. I'm sure that either Mr. Flanagan would have that information from the last few years, but I'm sure at some point Jerry Anderson has some past records saved somewhere. I know I've bowled this event quite a bit over the last 15 to 20 years with multiple different partners. Always enjoyed coming down here and bowling this event. This is always one of my favorite ones of the year.
Father John says he's pretty sure there has been a 600 game here. So
I do remember actually a couple guys from Springfield one year. Dave Barker and Scott Rogers had 600 in this event one year.
So Matt's going to play with our camera here just a little bit.
It looks like one of my good little buddies is in the chat. Chris Hester, I'm assuming that's him.
That's Chris. He was here last night too.
So Chris needs to get his butt up over here and buy us all slushies.
We have 2 different flavors of slushies here for you. Where are we at?
I'm just glad he's feeling better. He had me worried there for a little while. So Chris, glad that you're feeling better. Take your time, get well. That's all we really care about. As much as we want to see you, we just want to see you healthy, buddy.
So Matt's focusing on Devera Buckley here, up in the 10th frame on the front 9. Her partners, and she carries a little bit higher than she's hit the last few shots, but that was a nice result on that shot and a chance to finish the game out. Her partner is got 1 ball left for 280.
Throws a good ball.
She does. Very nice.
I wonder what she's listening to. Somebody needs to find out what she's listening to. I need to know that.
You need
Okay.
to know that?
Ricky, that's your project.
No, she's right here.
All she said was Pandora. Now, if she was listening to Van Halen radio, I could definitely understand the fact that she's striking.
You could make a Van Halen station on Pandora.
Oh, there is.
It's a nice shot here. Nice shot.
Yeah,
Awesome.
11.
Van Halen radio's on at Kingpin quite a bit during the afternoon. So if she finishes off her game, they're staring at 580 this game. So that's definitely going to.
And they were in 8th. That's the thing.
So Terry Jones is their scorekeeper here next to me. That last strike gave Devere 800.
800 for the first 3. Awesome.
She had 509.
These could be our new leaders. They were only 29 pins out, right? No. 40 pins out?
580 will help your cause.
Yeah. Come on, hit. Oh.
Still a great game. 579.
Yeah. Oh.
I'll take that every day of the week.
299, 280 for the pair of Devere Buckley.
I think Jason Queen just left his first career solid 9-pin. Looked like Tim got that one right quick, and it stood up and 4-pinned on him. So you can definitely see the friction starting to develop on the right side. Maybe not quite as pronounced as it did early last night, but it's starting to get there.
He needs Kyle to step up and get a couple here in order for them to hang in. I mean, they need this 100 over, and at least this first one in the 10th is a big shot here.
Well, we talked about it last night to where the first 3 games in an event like this are crucial, because if they start to get ugly later, you want that large cushion that you built up in the first 3 games to kind of help carry you on. So another 8-pin.
We while we were watching Devere guys on 11 and 12, Phil Watson has 3 consecutive triples.
Man, they lost a lot of pins there. They lost 30 pins. Kyle and Tim.
See Jimmy Cook over on lane 10 with a strike. So just some unbelievable talent everywhere you look in an event like this.
So comment here from Ricky
Yeah,
saying 11, 12 is a little tighter. Now Phil plays real straight. He can play in, but he's not going to loop it like some of these other guys.
Looks like the team of Sherman and Barrett still have about 480 out if Kyle strikes here. So that's definitely not going to hurt him. Once again, finishing up game 3 right now. We have new groups moving over here to our featured pairs of 11 and 12 and 15, 16 shortly. There's a shot, yeah, in game 4. There was a quick shot of the pits, and you can see how many people are here, not only bowling, but we've got a pretty nice crowd starting to develop behind us again as well. So this place was absolutely packed last night, which I'm sure it will be tonight as well.
Right. Anthony Pepe standing back behind us as I turned around and looked.
Right
Here
next to,
early today.
Right next with his partner, Mr. Gohagen.
He's probably trying to find a good Italian restaurant to go have some lunch.
We're in St. Louis. We could send them to a good Italian place for 20.
That actually sounds pretty good for lunch.
So Phil Watson's partner is on 11. That's Mike Meyer. Now I feel bad. Screw his name up.
Struggling a little bit with lane reaction, it looked like, throughout the game here. Early on and then toward the end.
But he roots for the right college team, Jeff. So
it's all that matters.
All that matters. When are we going to put a camera on a drone?
That's an awesome idea.
I think we need to just mount a camera on Matt Turek and let him just walk around.
That would work.
Except when he goes to the bathroom.
Or Grohagen. Have him just walk around.
Yeah.
And talk to people.
Because I think George pretty much runs for mayor everywhere he goes. There's nobody that George doesn't know.
Well, he doesn't just run, he wins.
Yes.
Here's Phil. And I black clouded him. He's had the front. He's had the front 26 here before in league a year or two ago.
I can't even count to 26 anymore.
Jason Queen's showing us some of that Masters carry over there.
Yeah, with the mule kick, stealing my moves over there.
That would work. Instead of Google Glass for Mr. Turk.
If Mr. Flanagan would just give us a blank check, we could have cameras all over this place. We need an unlimited budget.
Not quite. Why did Jason change strategy that time and actually hit the pocket solid?
Just trying to change it up a little bit.
Gotcha.
So Phil's going to finish with 278. Marcella's got 246 left, and Chase got 258.
Chris Hester was volunteering to be our sideline reporter, but we'd have to put him on stilts to interview most of the people. So I'm not sure that would work, Chris, but thanks for the offer. And definitely not improved over Jackie. But we still love you anyway.
You're new and not improved, Jackie Bowling.
I miss Jackie. I actually knew Jackie before she was Jackie Bowling, so she's a good person. She kind of got a bad rap for a lot of things that happened with the PBA, but one thing that I give Jackie credit for was she was enthusiastic, she loves bowling, and she tried her hardest with everything she did. So, for all the haters out there that kind of gave her a lot of grief, you guys have no idea how hard she tried.
She helped us out on our shows at least a couple of times.
At the IB Open, yeah.
She might have came to this tournament once.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I think she might have.
Iggy's talking about. I think he's talking about the turkey shootout. Is it what he calls it?
Yeah, I think it was.
That he had at St. Charles Lanes.
Yeah, I think first time I met Jackie, she had come to a tour stop in Baltimore when we were bowling the marathon event, and I met her, and we became friends, and it was probably a year before she ever got the job with the PBA, and she's about as enthusiastic of a bowling fan as there was. So I, for one, thought that she did a commendable job for as little experience as she had. She went out on a limb. She quit a good job to be able to do that, and still think she did a great job for the PBA.
So on 15 and 16, the last two games, everyone's averaging almost 250. All 12 bowlers combined. Bittenbender and Marcella at 494. Holloman and Williams 475. In the other group, we didn't talk about them. Garrett Cook and Corey Muskowski, just 506.
I think once we get to around Game 5, Game 6, we'll have a better understanding on what the scoring pace is going to be like moving forward. You know, we talked about the fact that this squad and the C squad tonight are probably a little bit stronger overall squads, top to bottom. So, you know, after A squad was done last night, 8th place, which would be a third of the final spots for tomorrow. 8th place was 519. I still think that the number's going to jump up. I may still kind of hold true with my prediction last night with it taking 580. May not get quite that high, but it may be somewhere in that 560 to 580 range. So if I'm the guys that are around 6th, 7th, and 8th off of A squad last night, I'm a little uneasy right now. Actually, those guys probably aren't even awake yet.
You know, well, we know one of them is because he's been talking to us in the chat this morning.
Yep, Father John's been with us all morning,
Yeah.
so.
When the squad is over, we'll be able to look back and have a really good idea about the scoring pace.
See I'm a Sap come into your picture there on lane 14 with a strike. Proud to say I'm the one that gave him that nickname.
We get to watch Shannon O'Keefe on 11 and 12 this next game.
That's never a bad thing. Shannon is actually a, how do I want to word it?
Correctly.
She's one of the, yeah, exactly. I don't want to make Shannon mad at me. She's one of the, I guess, models, so to speak, that I use for my girls' team. We watch a lot of video of Shannon, and there's some things that I try and instill into them that Shannon does very, very well, not only physically but mentally, and how she approaches things. She's somebody that I think an awful lot of, and it's nice to be able to have her and Brian in the collegiate bowling world now, and then I can actually bounce things off of her and how she does some certain things and take them to my girls program at Robert Morris in Springfield. And some of the girls have even got to meet her and be around her. And it's important to have women like Shannon be involved in collegiate bowling. She's a great role model. She's a great person. And McKendree is very, very lucky to have her and Brian both on board. The sport of collegiate bowling is very lucky to have them as well. Not only them, but Randy Stoughton and Del Warren down in Weber, and the program at Wichita, and the Robert Morris's, and especially at Lindenwood with Randy Lightfoot and his program, and Phil. They do a tremendous job there as well. So more and more collegiate programs are just getting stronger and stronger every year. But Shannon's just fun to watch. Fiery competitor, great athlete, and just fun to watch her bowl.
This is the start of game 4 for most of the pairs in the house right now. 1/3 of the way through the squad and about 2 hours and 15 minutes counting the practice time. So
moving right along, it is almost 12 o'clock.
Lee, what are we going to have for lunch today?
We have a menu.
The only opportunity we're going to have for lunch is the time for oiling the lanes, because the squads are going to be butted right up against each other, it looks like, time-wise.
I'm thinking that a pizza may be in order. That actually kind of sounds pretty good.
They're on the menu.
And their pizza here is really good. I'm proud to say that I've had a lot of them here over the years.
didn't hear the results of Liz and Adam's game down on 21-2 with her having the front 8 at that point, but
we may have to send Ricky on an errand to see if we can get
they're bowling on
quick
7
score
and 8.
update.
They're bowling on 7 and 8 right now. We can kind of see what's going on over there.
You know, I almost forgot to mention that today's a pretty important milestone, Dennis. Today is officially, we are 100 days away from opening day 2015 for the baseball season.
Nice.
So, gentlemen, we're having a
Special guest?
special guest.
We have USBC Open champion Matt McNeil joining us, also current bowler for the Wichita Shockers men's program.
Shocking.
I'll stay or you'll stay. Okay.
Matt, how you doing?
Come get me in like.
Doing good, Jeff. Thanks for having me up here in the booth.
No problem. Anytime. Glad to have you.
It wasn't Jeff's decision. He said not Matt McNeil.
I'm just wondering how come every guest that we've had's been left-handed so far. I think that there's something going on. It's a conspiracy.
Well, yeah, you guys had Pepe up here last night.
Yeah, we did.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like scores have toned down a little bit from last evening. A lot of big scores up there last evening, and
it was actually about this time last night that the scoring pace actually started to drop. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this squad.
Yes.
The quality's a little bit better on the squad, so we'll see if they actually hit the transition a little bit better than the group did last night. But that's what it's all about is when they start to change, can you change along with it, or are you going to get swallowed up and kind of fall into that hole?
Yeah. Yeah, it's and also here it's just I was watching last night is the spare shooting is just it's unbelievable. A lot of missed makeables out there, and I mean in such a high scoring environment, that's like giving the field a 5-bagger.
We talked about that at length.
Man, you just can't afford to do that.
It's kind of weird to say it, but even in a high scoring environment like this, spares are still the key. So no matter what, I mean, just making single pins and staying out of trouble. I think we talked about Brocklin and Brad Miller last night, and Orff and Miniman both. A couple of those teams where they didn't really have any big games, but they stayed out of trouble all night. They just made spares, stayed clean, take their 470, 480 wherever they can get them, and then just move on to the next game. So it's not all about striking well enough to have 550. It's about avoiding that 380 or 400.
Yeah, definitely. And if you can just kind of grind those games out, you get on a pair that are a little squirrely or something like that. And I mean, even if you both can snake 220 out of it, which is definitely a feasible thing, especially if you can, you figure I can get 2 doubles and a triple or something like that, and stay clean. That goes a long way because you're still gaining something and you're not going the opposite direction.
Yeah, and especially with it being a doubles format, if all of a sudden your partner gets hot, and then you can just kind of stay out of trouble and kind of go back and forth and ride the hot hand. I mean, you don't have to bowl 250 every single game.
Mm-hmm. Well, definitely. I think, what was the cut last year? It was like 360?
Yeah, it was a little bit lower. Jerry had kind of experimented with modifying the pattern just a little bit, and the scores really kind of reflected that. But the top teams last year were still 700 to 800 over last year. So no matter what, somebody's going to hit it and hit it hard, but it's just a matter of can you at least keep yourself into contention and not get into too much trouble.
Yeah, definitely. I think I saw Ramaclis smile like twice last night, which is, I think that's a new world record for him.
He should have been smiling a lot more than that.
Yeah, he averaged like 340 last night, so he should have been smiling a lot.
Yeah, he would have been about 12th place, Matt, by himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know, I didn't see his partner bowl too well. Just kind of hunt in there. And
we kind of did what Jeff was just talking about. Stay clean, shoot 220. Mike shoots 280.
I think
Move on.
I've made a living in this event by just kind of staying clean, averaging 215, 220, and riding my partner all the way for the entire event. So yeah, all that just says is I'm very, very smart at picking my partners.
There's a rhyme and reason to it.
Exactly.
That's what I'm planning on doing. I brought my saddle with me. It's in the trunk of the car, and I plan on. I got my little whip, so I'm gonna mount my partner and whip him.
So Matt, where were you traveling in from when you got here? Where were you coming from?
I was home in Minneapolis, so flew down this year instead of driving. So it worked out. Hour plane ride, much better than 9 hours in the car.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Right.
So came from Minneapolis, just got down bowling a couple of collegiate events out in Las Vegas. So.
Oh, did you guys go out to those?
Yep. Yeah, we went out to those. Got back.
That's right. I did see the results from Vegas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, there's an awful lot of teams out in Allentown, Pennsylvania this weekend. There's 2 Tier 1 events starting today, I believe.
Yes.
So good luck to all the collegiate bowlers in Allentown this weekend.
Yep. I know RMU and a few other local colleges are out there and they usually do well. So good
I
luck
saw some of the Purdue guys had posted on Facebook last night that they were driving out there. So good luck to everybody and safe travels. And it's always kind of weird seeing collegiate scores being posted in December. There's only a couple events in December, but I know my team, we take the entire month of December off. I give them a break and let them head home for the holidays and take a break from practice and come back after the first of the year, recharge the batteries, and get started to get going again for the second half.
Is the Quad Cities tournament still in December?
No.
No?
The Leatherneck?
Right.
Yeah,
No, that's in
November.
early November. Yeah, we actually had that the second weekend of November this year.
That was always a fun car ride. You know, it's supposed to take like 2 hours and 40 minutes. One year it took 6.
Yeah. That was a fun event.
Broken ice scrapers from that tournament.
Oh yeah, I'm driving up to Winnipeg in a couple weeks, so that'll be an experience, as it always is every year.
Can you get there from here?
From Minnesota, you can.
Okay.
It's about 7 hours.
Is it Minnesota or is it Minnesota?
Minnesota.
Do they have tournaments up there?
They have a few tournaments.
You know.
I almost had a chance to come out to Vegas for the event. My buddy Frank Barnhart, he's the president of St. Louis USBC right now, and that's his event. He goes out to Vegas and runs that every year. And they actually had someone on their team that couldn't make it this year, and he offered me a chance. And before I had a chance to say yes, he had actually found someone else to go do it. But I would have been out helping him run the tournament and just a nice little vacation in Vegas for a few days, and that would have been fun. So
The weather was really nice. I wish I had my golf clubs with me so I could have played a few rounds.
Could have gone to the little Callaway par 3 course and just rented a set.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right.
I've done that a few times. I know my buddy David Bartlett and I have done that a couple times where we've been out there either for Bowl Expo or whatever and just go over there, and it's open late at night, so here it is midnight and we're under the lights playing a little golf. So
yeah, it's a great way to unwind and relax, just kind of get your mind off of bowling. And
I'm assuming you'll be heading back out to Vegas for the team trials?
actually, I'm not going to bowl that. I'm heading out to Carolier to bowl that big New Year's Day tournament.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, since Pepe's kicked out now by winning a PBA title, I figured
Some lefties got to take advantage of that.
That's right.
Yep, exactly.
Somebody's got to do it.
I didn't realize that was one of them he was talking about yesterday. He was mentioning a few of the tournaments around his area that he can't bowl anymore now. So
Yeah.
So how's the college experience going for you, Matt?
I tell you, it's very interesting. Really highlights your weaknesses as a team bowler. I thought I was pretty decent going into it, and I realized I'm lacking in a lot of areas, and still am. Of course, you try to get better every tournament, but it's hard. It's so difficult after bowling singles competition for a lot of years, and even bowling nationals with the Linz Lakers and the guys I bowl with. I mean, it's team oriented, but not to the it's team bowling, but
Right.
multiplied by 15.
Okay, real quick, we've got some score updates after Game 3. Lee, what do you got?
All right, our ladies that were in front of us, Devere Buckley and Vanina Carlton, they're at plus 355.
The new leaders, right?
They only shot 479 or 579 last game. Not bad.
That's not going to make it through any brackets, I doubt.
No. Our 2012 champions, Hayes and Butler, they fell to second at 319. Wolf and Shepard are at third at 313. Shea Bittenbender and John Marcella fourth plus 290. Derek Kindig and Adam Johnson are at 283. Barta and Liz Johnson have moved up from 24th to 6th in 2 games.
Nice.
Not bad. Tim Barrett, Kyle Sherman are in 7th. Ashley Cole and Floyd Bush in 8th. They're at 252. We have a tie for 9th. Got a lot of ties today. Kevin Williams and Michael Hallman are tied with their Springfield, Missouri neighbors, Casey Murphy and Sean Swanson, at plus 245.
So give Barrington Sherman the 35 pins they lost in the 10th frame of that last game, and what did that do for them?
That would move them from...
Yeah, they'd move them up a couple of spots.
Yeah.
So, Matt, getting back to what we were talking about, you and I talked a little bit near the end of the year last year that you kind of, were telling me a little bit about some of the things you were struggling with. When you talk about the difference of going from being a singles competitor to getting into a collegiate environment where now you're bowling as part of a team, kind of highlight what you were talking about as far as what some of your weaknesses are and what have you done to try and better yourself in that area to kind of help your team out a little bit more.
Well, it's just you just got to be conscious of what 7 other guys are doing, or the 4 other guys or 5 guys in the lineup. If you're sitting, you're watching every single shot, like it was your own, and you're really focused foul line and out, and then you got to be a supporter, you got to be a friend, a teammate, you got to wear a lot of different hats, and then you're standing the whole time, and that gets very tedious. And then the time between shots is very long. So you have for me, I like a fast tempo because that way I can, really keep my head off.
More rhythmic.
Yeah, I'm kind of a rhythm fellow, and it's very hard to create rhythm in collegiate bowling. And so, it's very easy to throw a good shot, then you get up and throw not so much of a good shot. But for the struggles that I have, it's hard to not, you're really just used to thinking about yourself. And so, if something bad happens to you and you give some bad body language, nothing derogatory, you're not, flipping anybody the bird or anything, but it's really, really hard to feed your teammates with positive energy the whole entire time.
There were a lot of events that, we were in the same building at the same time, and even though I'd be coaching on the women's side, I always took a little bit of time to kind of walk down the men's side, check to see how McKendree was doing, or check to see how you guys were doing, or the RMU Chicago team, and it just seemed like every time it came down to the Wichita State team, you weren't in the lineup, and I'll be the first one to admit I was really, excuse my pun, I was shocked. Mm-hmm. And I also kind of step back and look at the way things were always on tour, and Lee and I talked about this a little bit. When the left doesn't have it, the left simply doesn't have it. So I guess I can kind of understand that there's very few left-handers in collegiate bowling. I'm almost surprised how few there really are. But just to walk down and see a player of your caliber not being in the lineup every single shot, I mean, it was really surprising. But it's interesting to hear you kind of say what you went through in your first year, because I would have assumed that right off the bat you would be dominating and doing some of the types of things that you've been known for by winning Eagles nonstop over the last few years and always being in contention. But I mean, was it a little bit surprising for you, last year to see where you were at, and then is it better this year for you? Yeah,
I mean, most of the centers we get to, a lot of the patterns they're interesting to say the least. I mean, just last weekend we bowled on a 2007 Junior Olympic gold pattern with a 3-board shift in it, and it's 38 feet. So you take away any hold I might have had, and you shift it over to the right, and I'm bowling in a phone booth with not a whole lot, pretty much the whole day, and the right side turns into something pretty nice. And I want to win more than anything. So most of the times I sit myself out. Coach V will ask me, how's your look? And I'll tell him, sit me because the right side has a better look. And 70% of the time I'm saying that because I want to win, and we got to get the right-handers in there who can open up the lane a little more, have a little more room, and put up some bigger numbers. So that's.
I mean, it's interesting that you say that because in team competition, that's what it's really all about is winning. And you kind of, at some point, you kind of set your ego to the side and say, you know what, if I'm not helping the team, we got to get somebody in there that will. And I've tried to instill that in my girls is, I've got a couple of players that have, won some MVPs this year, and I even tell them, I say, girls, if you simply don't have it, don't be afraid to come to me and say, pull me, because I kind of have a hard time pulling the girls out of the lineup. I want them to succeed. I want them to have every opportunity to learn and get better. But if they don't have it, and you actually are the type of person that will pull yourself out of the lineup, that says a lot about you and what kind of a teammate you are. So, I mean, that right there tells me that you can bowl on my team any day of the week.
Well, thank you, Jeff. Very flattering. And like we said, it's all it comes down to is winning. How you get there is really irrelevant. You just gotta make the best decisions for the team, and that's it. And if that means you're throwing shots, great. If it means you're not throwing shots and you're being a cheerleader and you're being a teammate and a friend, then that's what that means. Either way, it's a collective effort, and you guys all win and lose together.
And it's kind of the same mentality in an event like this, with it being doubles. Is we touched on it a little bit last night. Was this isn't an I format? This is a we format. The only number that truly matters is what that team does. So whether you bowl 2-0 and your partner bowls 280, or it's 240, 240, it's the exact same thing. So you can't get wrapped up into what your score is. It's still about what is our score, and what am I doing to help my partner get us into Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. It's the way you got to look at it, and it's a team effort, and whatever you can do to help your partner is something that you do to help yourself. So really, staying out of your head, watching your partner's shots, helps you because you stay out of your head, and then you're free and you can just make good shots.
That's something that I've always tried to do in either doubles or team competition, is spend more time focused on rooting my partner on than I am really on kind of focusing on what my score is doing or whatever. I'm basically just trying to execute, do the best that I can, not worry about score-wise, but try and keep the rest of the team pumped up. I've been pretty fortunate over the years to be hooked up with guys like Tommy Adcock and Jason Queen and Mike Peters and Scott Rains and Chris Johnson, guys like that, to where we get along well, we blend well together, we work well together, and everybody kind of roots for each other, and it just makes everybody's job easier.
Yeah, it definitely does, and those are, the guys you've gotten to bowl with are pretty good in their own right, so that just makes it that much better. The harmony between the two players, it just really makes it better, and what else can you say about it, really?
Exactly.
You've got a pretty good horse yourself this weekend in Craig Nidifer. We've seen him on many of our shows. How did you guys hook up for this tournament?
Well,
tournament.
We bowled a lot of singles stuff together, and we've ended up just being good friends, and we'll text a little bit here and there, and so it kind of came down to I wasn't really planning on bowling this, and Harvey Johnson, I bowl in his stable, and he goes, "Do you want to bowl?" And I said, if we can find a good partner, that'd be cool, maybe. And he goes, "Well, how about you bowl with Nidifer?" And I'm like, "Well, that'll work," and there you have it.
As we like to say, that doesn't suck.
Yes.
No, he can strike pretty well with the best of them.
First time I ever saw Craig was a few years ago at the IB Open, and really, really opened my eyes, and ever since then, see him everywhere. it's just kind of amazing that I really didn't know much about him before then, and now I see him just crushing everything. So tremendous talent from the Detroit area.
Yeah, and he has a different style. It's not exactly a textbook style. He has a interesting ball roll, interesting setup, interesting physical game. But you ask any of the guys in Detroit, in his area, and he pretty much kills everybody and takes their money all the time. So
we talked about that earlier with Sean Swanson. It may not look pretty, but he gets it done no matter what he's doing. He's effective, and in the end game, that's really what it's all about anyway, is just knocking 10 pins down.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I think a lot of people, and even myself, I really got caught up in the whole thing of looking pretty because, when you get into, the political side, okay, I want to get on Team USA or I want to do well out on tour or something like that, you kind of get into this, well, there's this ideal physical game you want to have. You want to look a certain way. And when you go away from that and try to be something or somebody that you aren't, then it really hurts you, because then you're not being yourself. And when you're not being yourself, you're not going to score and you're not going to win any tournaments. So, you just got to go with what got you there and just get it done. And, I learned that firsthand when I tried to change my physical game around. And it's the worst decision I ever made in my career. Easy.
Yeah, I remember we talked a little bit about that last year.
Was that the
some of the
RB
changes,
Open, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was right around the start of the college season. Some things that you were going through, some transitions that just didn't work out for you. And, it's tough to do. I'm constantly tinkering with little things here and there. And, at some point you just have to realize I am who I am. I just need to make myself better at what I do.
Yeah, definitely. And you got to play to your strengths. You gotta make your A game the best you can, because generally the only time you're winning tournaments is when you can play your A game. You need a B, C, D, E, and what have you. You got to be able to have a lot of other skill sets and things to be able to keep you in cashing, keep you in making cuts. But generally, 95% of the time I win tournaments, it's when I can play my A game. I haven't won a whole lot of maybe a handful here and there of tournaments where I'm not playing my A game. So it's just kind of one of those things. Don't worry about if something doesn't look exactly pretty, so to speak. You just got to focus on free arm swing and confidence and having good tempo out there and just getting it done.
That's one unique thing about this sport is there is no textbook way of doing things. Everybody can have success at their own level by doing what they do and do well. So you take somebody like a Walter Ray or Ryan Schaefer, for example, their styles may not be what you would normally teach, but they're certainly effective, in their own right. So.
Well, and that's one of the great things about our game. Even if you look at golf, you look at Jim Furyk's swing.
Love watching Jim Furyk.
Oh man,
love watching him. He's such a good competitor.
Yeah.
Unorthodox, but he's such a good competitor.
Yeah. Who would ever teach that swing? Nobody. Nobody would ever teach that swing. But it works for Jim. You look at.
I think Charles Barkley tried to emulate that and didn't really work too well for him.
And it not only works for him, but it's recognized by the people that make decisions for, important competition teams like Ryder Cup and like President's Cup and stuff like that. So he gets invited to those things and plays on those teams, even though he doesn't have the textbook whatever that we're all talking about here. So
I like this guy here on 12 with the Radical shirt, the maroon Radical shirt.
Oh yeah. Matt Farber. Yeah,
he throws it really nice. Really, I love how he gets through the ball. That nice hand. It's very soft and very effortless.
Yeah, we've talked about the quality of player that just continually gets better and better. It's a lot of the younger crowd that's coming out of the collegiate programs. You've got some good, strong youth. You've got good collegiate coaching now, and you've got kids that are actually coming out of college, coming into these events with much more experience. People talk about how easy lane conditions are and things like that. At some point, we need to sit back as a sport and realize that our athletes are getting better. They're getting smarter. They're getting better. They know how to bowl. They know how to do more things. Yes, lane conditions are still soft. Bowling balls are getting better every year, but so are the bowlers. It's just like every other sport. Me being a huge baseball fan, I know that the athletes of today, just by looking at them, are so much better. They stay in shape 12 months out of the year instead of the way things used to be when I was a kid, where if you're a baseball player during the winter months, you took the winter off. You didn't do anything. Now these guys, the day after the season ends, they're in training for next season already. So with bowlers, there's so much more information available. There's so many more resources that you have at your disposal. And, I'm happy to say that even though scores are high because lane conditions are softer, bowlers are just simply getting better.
Yeah, it's definitely true. Back in the day, you definitely didn't see a whole lot of people focusing on physical conditioning and nutrition. And now that's huge. I mean, I look at Amleto as one of the real pioneers or trailblazers in that area. I mean, this is a guy who runs 3 to 5 miles before he bowls every day.
Right. Yep.
And
he actually, I think he runs to Starbucks every day is what he does.
to get his coffee.
Yep.
And then and then he goes at it. But guys who are in very, very, very good physical shape. I know Pepe has.
He talked about it last night. Yeah.
He has a very good workout regimen. It's just one of those things, and you start paying attention to it. You start paying attention to your diet, and stuff like that. Well, hey, if I lose 10 pounds, that's like 3/4 of a bowling ball, that I'm not carrying around with me all day. That adds up. It makes a difference.
It's just so nice that in certain aspects of the direction of the sport on where we're heading. I mean, it does give us a lot of hope for the future. And then we just need to put our trust in the people that can take us in the right spots. As far as, our USBC leaders, our PBA leaders, the other large tournament groups that are out there, the people that are doing, things with Team USA, things like that. It's just, we have to put our trust in them and believe in them and stand behind them and support them, instead of, as bowlers, continually tearing the sport down at every turn, which seems to be one of our biggest downfalls. So, the sport needs support a lot more than we need complaining and moaning and whining about what's going on. So.
Oh yeah, it's definitely true. It seems like we live in a world of lack of abundance. It's always. It's never congratulations, good bowling. It's, he won because of this, he won because of this, he won because of this, and all the nonsense of, I'm sure he had access to the pattern and practice on it and this, that, and the other thing, or it's, he always wins at this house. And, when will that ever turn into, I just need to practice more, get in shape a little more, work at my game a little harder, maybe work with a coach. I think when that turns around, our whole sport is going to turn around.
It's about accountability and identity recognition. Everybody really needs to take a look at themselves and say, how good am I? And if I want to get better, what do I need to do to get better? And that's some of the things that, we touched on a little bit with, one thing that I've always been a big proponent of is a tiered membership program. Whether it ever happens or not, who knows? But I think that it would be really, really nice if we could come up with a way to understand who is the best. Because right now, things are skewed. When you have people at home bowling league that are averaging 230 to 240, and everybody around them constantly says, well, you should be bowling on tour because those guys on TV only bowl 200, 210. We're kind of going about it the wrong way, because I don't think there's anybody that sits at home watching the PGA Tour that says, Matt, you should be on the PGA Tour because you're better than Adam Scott. I mean, you may dress better than him, but I don't think anybody's going to compare you to Bubba Watson, on the golf course. And I think that's where our identity crisis really hits hard in the sport of bowling, is just because we really don't have, those lines are too blurred.
Yeah. Well, I think the minute the guardians of the game failed to protect the integrity of the sport, and this is going back 30 years ago, I think when when they failed to do it, they were fat, dumb, and happy, and they just let things get out of control. That's when we started creating generations of excuse the term, but literally we created a bunch of drug addicts. And how you define a drug addict is if you take away their addiction, they complain, they go into whack, and then eventually they just leave the game, and they're going to go get their fix somewhere else.
Well, the good news is with the next generation coming, I'm hoping that they start to demand change.
Yes.
Especially, the high school and collegiate level bowlers now, they start to demand change. They want stricter lane conditions. They want tighter rules and regulations on play and things like that. And that helps to really turn the sport around. That's what my hope is. And I think that we have people in place in some of the organizations that can help institute that change. But again, like I said, they need support. They need the entire bowling population to step back and say, guys, we need you guys to do this for us. We're behind you. Do what we got to do. Instead of worrying so much about the fact that awards got taken away or things that aren't the same, well, let's focus on where are we heading. I know that's hard to do sometimes, because it's kind of a me generation. But at some point, we need to step back and say, what is better for the sport more so than what's better for me?
The key part of what you said a few minutes ago was the 30 years. There is a generation of people that are on these lanes right now that have never seen the game any different than it is right now. And then you got guys like me who do have that experience and do remember. But society has always been, those are the old guys and they don't know everything. It's all different today. You know what I mean? You don't listen to me because I am older and not because I do know what the game used to be. It's just because that's society now, and we got entitled people who, in all aspects of life now, think they deserve things that they don't deserve because they never worked for them. So.
Yeah, it's who knows, but I think Jeff was right. We are going in a good direction, especially by the amount of sport competition that we're seeing, especially with the youth growing up on harder patterns. I think it's great, and we should continue to emphasize honest patterns that focus on shot making and spare shooting. If we can do that, I think then we'll be okay. But like Jeff said too, it's going to take everybody getting behind everybody, and really getting the rally jerseys on and just supporting the sport, supporting everything we can within the sport. But
in a perfect world, we would have the USBC, the BPAA, the PBA, Team USA, the youth associations. We would have everybody working together to reshape the sport. Not that everybody doesn't have the best intentions in mind, but if it's separate agendas, kind of all trying to go in that direction, it may not be helping overall. But if everybody could kind of develop one ideal or one way of thinking, and then everybody dig in and work towards it, I know that's an awful lot to ask, and it may be a pipe dream, but it would definitely help to change the sport. But really, we need a good direction first, then everybody dig in and work for it.
Yeah, definitely agree. And gentlemen, I'm going to step out. I'm going to grab a little lunch before the block. Thank you so much for having me in, and it was great chatting with you guys. And we'll see you in the trenches here in a little bit.
Thanks for stepping in, Matt. Appreciate it. Have a good lunch. Bowl well tonight.
Something that's kind of cool with what you were talking about, dude, with this, with the kids, the high school kids, the fact that it's kind of, in a lot of places, it's kind of abnormal now for them not to bowl on sports or at least tougher conditions. You're also teaching their parents who never ever compete on those conditions. They may not know how to bowl on them, but they know that it's normal for the kids to bowl on them, and they are accepting of them at that point and realize that somebody else is going to have to teach their kids. So,
Hey guys, since Matt jumped out, we've got a new special guest.
Another celebrity in the house.
It's no stranger to Inside Bowling here. It's hashtag Respect My Grind. RG3, not RG3, GG3.
RG3.
George Gohagen III.
George, are you faster than RG3? You couldn't beat him in a race?
No.
I don't know. The way his knee's been jacked up the last couple of years, you might be able to take him down.
Yeah, now. I try now. Maybe not so much when he got drafted, but right now I can try him.
George, what's happening? How are you doing?
I'm good, man. How about you?
Hanging in there. Did you have a good Christmas?
Yeah, it was good.
Good deal.
Real good. I didn't leave the house.
I don't blame you, bud. So you and Anthony are bowling tonight.
Yep, looking forward to it.
What are you seeing out there from the left side?
They look playable. Definitely look a little softer than last year. A little more friction, which I like. Looks like you got to have a lot of strikes, but could be pair to pair. Score's been up and down.
Yeah, that's what we've noticed, especially in the middle bay. The scores would be really good for 3-4 games, and they've dropped for a while. And kind of waiting another game or so to get the standings before we kind of figure out what the scoring pace is going to end up like after this squad. So
right.
We'll have a better understanding of what the proposed cut will be when this squad's done before you guys take the floor tonight at 4 o'clock.
We knew that the middle played pretty tough last night, but this morning, I mean, the squad is a little stronger than last night's squad, and scores in front of us right now are a little higher than they were last night.
Yeah.
Have been for most of the morning in the middle here, but
it all depends on what pair you catch too. Especially bowling on wood and who you're following and all that. Everything has just falls into place. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are keys to, regardless if you're on a house pattern or not. Those are always the keys: is who you're following, when you hit the transitions, how you hit each pair, when you hit each pair.
Right.
Because I'm sure you've been here enough to where every pair in the building's got a different characteristic. If you know that, like for me, 21 and 22 is a really tough pair for me, especially if I hit it late.
Right.
So, if you kind of have those things in mind, and that kind of helps you, maybe it saves you a hit or two each game, and that could be the difference of making it and not making it.
Yeah, I mean, for the last 2 years, 11 and 12 has not been my friend.
I was wondering, I was going to ask it whether there was any specific pairs in here that were tough for you.
11 and 12 really stands out. Me and Pepe struggled on that pair last year, and we ended up
I think I
on the
remember
final
that,
match.
yeah.
Does it matter if it's early or late for you, George?
No, just a tough pair. They just didn't play like any other pair in the building. And it's been like that since I bowled this tournament. And then that really sticks out to me. So knowing that going into this year, I just got to have a different game plan and stay on top of things be a little bit more focused on that pair.
What was the arsenal that you brought with you this weekend?
A couple of nanos, IQ Tour nanos. I drilled an Optimus just in case. Wrecker. IQ Tour, of course, that always is in the bag. High Road is always in the bag. Sinister, Crux. I'm liking the new stuff. They roll really, really good.
You seem to match up a little bit better with the asymmetrical stuff, more so than the symmetrical.
Absolutely.
I mean, your ball rolls forward enough to where it actually kind of blends that spot out a little bit more for you and kind of gives you a more consistent motion down lane.
Right.
Than for me, the asymmetrical stuff is just, it torques too hard down lane, and I have to trick it too much, so I'm better off just staying with symmetrical stuff and give me 5 or 6 IQ tours and a spare ball, and I'll be happy.
Yeah, that's my favorite ball. I really like the IQ Tour Nano. I'm really, really impressed with that ball.
Haven't got to throw it too much yet, but I really, really like what I've seen so far. So.
But the Sinister and the Crux have been really, really rolling good for me. So.
Good, glad to hear it.
Those are definitely going to be the first out the bag.
George, you shine one up like Anthony did for the show yet, or?
No, I haven't had to do that. My ball speed is just a bit faster than his. So I don't really care for too many polished balls. They're just a little too clean for me. I normally hit everything with at least 3,000.
So we've got Adam Barta and Liz Johnson on the featured pair, and I was watching. They finished on 7 and 8 a few minutes ago. Somebody was asking in the chat about what they shot, and it was plus 93 if my memory serves me. So they had moved from 24th to 6th in 2 games, and that's going to hold them in the top 10 there.
Liz has been bowling really good today, huh?
Yeah, Liz is definitely striking a lot today. Adam's been a little bit up and down, but Liz had the front 9 game, front 8 the next game.
Wow.
So
And then
she's been
in one game on 21 and 2, I think she had a spare in the next 8 after
Yeah.
that. So I mean, she's
I
lots
think she
of
finished
strikes
with
in a
290
row.
that game.
Yeah,
Yep.
lots of strikes in a row. So
she's throwing an IQ Tour Nano and doesn't look like she's moved very much off that spot, which in her particular case, when she can just kind of stay farther right and throw it harder, she may not move all day.
Yeah. And she's going to be hard to beat, too.
She always is.
Yeah, if you allow her to do that, regardless.
I mentioned it earlier, she's a lot of fun to watch whenever she's got her A game working. She's a bulldog. She's a competitor.
I agree.
She doesn't care who she's bowling against. She's going to get in there and try and take you down.
And she's one of the best at doing it.
So this is the start of Game 5 here for the folks on 15 and 16. You just saw Sean Swanson throw his 3rd frame on lane 16. Little over halfway through the block.
Looks like the pace is a little bit quicker than last night. Last night it seemed like we had a few breakdowns here and there that kind of slowed things down in the middle. Plus, with it being a little bit later at night, I think guys got tired a little bit quicker,
guarantee
and that
happened.
slowed
Yeah.
the pace down quite a bit. So, yeah, it's definitely flowing a little bit better today.
So did we get tired last night, too.
It was a little late when we got out of here this morning, but or early, I should say, getting out of here this morning. I noticed you guys were here walking around watching. How late did you guys get out of here, George?
I left about 10:30. They still had a lot of bowling left. I knew I couldn't stay that late, so yeah, I left about 10:30. What time did they end up getting finished?
I think about 1:45.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they had a breakdown on 5 and 6 that slowed some things up a little bit, but yeah, it's and we still had 100 to 150 people watching last night at 2 o'clock in the morning when we shut it all down. So nice to have that kind of support in the chat and guys watching. So
265 right now. It was 267 a minute ago, and that's about as high as I've seen it all weekend so far.
Yep.
For viewers.
Everybody tunes in to bowl. To watch this.
Yep.
Definitely a good event.
Jacob Kent getting the live wood out of the channel there on lane 12. Adam Barta looks like he was looking like a bobblehead there for a minute after he left the 4-pin.
So George, what's next for you after this event?
That's a good question. I got some local events. I'm definitely going to start practicing a little more. I'm going to bowl the Masters this year.
Good for you.
Pepe is a lot of motivation and inspiration. What he did was phenomenal, and makes me want to go out there and try my hand at it. So
Good luck to you.
thank you.
I know it's hopefully you guys have good weather up there for the Masters. That's a
Not
tough
the-
place to go in the middle of February.
Not the place I wanted to be there, but we don't have a lot to bowl nowadays, so you got
We
to
were-
go where they go.
We were talking a little bit about that last night. It's a pretty awesome area. I've bowled in that center. I've done some work in there. Great people, great area. You guys will enjoy it. It's a good host for the Masters. Hopefully the weather cooperates and you guys don't have any problems. If you're a football fan at all, make sure you go down and check out Lambeau. It's right down the street.
Oh, okay.
Not very far from where the bowling center is. I'll actually probably be out there in, I think, May for the Queens.
Oh, okay.
Probably go out there and work the Queens in the same center. Looking forward to that. Going up there and seeing some people I haven't seen in a few years. But it's kind of nice to see the location change for events like the Masters, the Queens, things like that. And as much as I enjoy Vegas and places like that, every once in a while it's good to get more centrally located. I know there's a lot of quality players from the Midwest that we've been kind of hollering for years. Hey, bring something to the Midwest, so
Yeah.
we don't have to travel as far. It's easy. I'm sure it's easier for you to hop in the car and drive up to Green
Yeah,
Bay than it
it's
is
not
to
far.
fly to Vegas.
Oh, absolutely. It's not far because I used to bowl the Masters when it was in Milwaukee.
Mhm.
And Green Bay is what, a couple hours from there?
Yeah, it's about an
not
hour and a
far.
half, 2 hours north of there.
Yeah,
Right.
so it's not bad. It's a 7-hour, 8-hour drive.
there is a stretch of tournaments that the USBC put together for that Green Bay area in the warmer part of the year, and I believe the Masters was originally part of that.
Yeah, they
stretch.
rescheduled it. Yeah.
And then when the PBA wanted to move it to fit in with their schedule, now it's in the snow belt. So that's one of the reasons why it's as challenging for everybody in February.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it doesn't snow, it shouldn't be an issue. Wisconsin always gets a good turnout for majors. You know, when the Masters was there in Milwaukee, it always filled up. So I don't think it'll be a problem.
So when you say you're going to start practicing for an event like the Masters, what do you do differently than you normally would do?
I try to work on things specific. Like I hadn't been bowling a lot. Been busy running a pro shop in Detroit, Michigan, and like the last 3 weeks, I just started to drill some more balls, get some games in, practice on some patterns, and just try to get everything tight. I mean, you can never prepare for an event like that. You just gotta make sure you're sharp, and when it's time to go, it's time to go.
Yeah, I've always found that when you spend too much time practicing on a specific pattern, you kind of get that preconceived notion in your head on how things should be, and then you're surprised when it doesn't end up that way. So, for me, if I was going to do something like that to practice for the Masters, I might practice on the U.S. Open pattern.
Yeah.
I might practice on something totally different.
Yeah.
Just simply to make my mind sharp and make my body sharp. And then when you go up there, then you determine how you're going to play the pattern, what bowling balls are going to work, things like that.
Yeah.
And then rely on your help. With you being on the Storm staff, you're going to have Dell and Schlim and whoever else there to kind of help you out and kind of be another pair of eyes.
Absolutely.
And that helps a tremendous amount. But, it's always good to kind of go into it with a totally fresh and open mind and not think that, okay, well, I'm locked in on the Masters pattern. I'm going to go tear this up. And then you get there and it plays 5 tighter or hooks 5 more. And now all of a sudden your game plan's thrown out the window and you panic.
Absolutely. I never practice on, like if I'm going to the Masters, I never practice on that pattern. Like you said, I just put out a bunch of different patterns and just try to get sharp. I'll worry about the Masters pattern when I get there.
Good plan.
Plus, you never know what anybody's going to do to those kind of patterns when you do get there. You can't recreate what happened here on one of these by bowling on his house pattern for a long time too. So
it's never the same.
You can never duplicate the lane machine, the oil, the lane surface,
the atmosphere.
The atmosphere. The fact that you've got 4 or 5 guys on a pair that are breaking them down differently. You've got spare balls going down the lane. The weather. There's so many variables that come into play that you cannot duplicate that it really doesn't do you any good to try.
No. They're normally different from the practice session to the tournament.
Exactly. Right.
So I've never seen them the same from that to that. So, I just go into it with the open mind, and whatever happens, happens.
I always said that, after being out there for 12 years, is the only thing that stays the same is the fact that they're never the same.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
you have to just accept the fact that tomorrow's a different day. They're going to play different. Expect it, and then you'll never be surprised.
Yeah.
I think that hurt me for several years is I spent so much time worrying about the fact that they didn't play the same from day to day that it took me a while to get past that mentally to where once I understood it and I expected it, then things started to turn around.
Right.
So, folks, we are at the beginning of Game 5 and all the lanes in front of us in the middle bay here. We didn't decide what the name of this bay was, but we're calling it the middle. We should have scores for Game 4 here shortly. Looks like everybody's finished with Game 4 across the house, so it won't take very long for those to come out here.
Looks like we're still holding steady with 5 300 games so far for the weekend. Unusually, 4 of the 5 300 games have all come from 21 and 22. The only one that didn't was Shea Bittenbender on 7 and 8. All the other ones have been on 22, right. And those came from Rob Rao, Mike Romaculus, Justin Crumley, and Tim Barrett this morning with a 300 out of the gate. So scores have been up and down. After last night's qualifying round, 8th place, which is a third of the finalists, was at plus 519. Probably another game or so, we'll kind of start taking a look at where this squad's at as far as the top 8 and start to kind of give you a little bit better projection of what we think the cut's going to be. I still think it's going to go up. I still think it's going to get to that 560 range.
You think so?
Yeah, I just have a feeling that the quality of the two squads today is going to push the numbers up a little bit, as well as the fact that there's a lot of guys that are used to playing farther in. And generally when this play starts to get good late, the guys that's in their wheelhouse, they hit it hard. And that could actually make the scores go up instead of down the last couple of games. So we'll see how things transition. And again, like what we talked about with Anthony last night, there's a lot more left-handers today than there was last night.
Yeah.
The left side, with more traffic, it could either make your side better or it can make it worse.
You never know.
And we really don't know that, because it's still kind of an unknown.
Absolutely.
On a house pattern, if you can camp out and never really have to move pair to pair because there's very little traffic, it may work to your advantage. It may actually hurt you.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to see what happens because, we're starting to see more teams with lefties that are paired up, similar to what, you and Anthony are going to be. If you guys are on a pair that is either with other left-handers or you're following them, it could change drastically for you.
You just never know.
It may be harder to keep up, but we'll see what happens once you guys take the floor tonight at 4 o'clock.
I just black clouded Floyd Bush with a thought. I never even said it.
We're pretty good at that.
Yes.
I think I black cloud Mike Wolf when he walks in the door every time, so I have that effect on him.
You haven't done anything to him this game. On 15 and 16, besides Adam and Liz, is Floyd Bush and Jr. and Ashley Cole, and also Casey Murphy and Sean Swanson.
Adam Barter's carry is not the best on that pair.
Like I said, he's been a little bit up and down all day long, so it's good to have a partner that you can rely on when you're struggling. You never know. You sneak into the top 24, and then all of a sudden tomorrow Adam Barter just goes absolutely nuts. And
he's still out of Barter.
Exactly. So, that's why, Matt and I discussed at length about team play, whether it's doubles, a 5-man team, whatever it is. It's very, very important to have that mentality where it's both of us working together for one score, so where if you look up, you're not necessarily saying, I'm not striking, but my partner is. It's still, we're still grinding out 480 to 500 every game, even if we're not bowling great. So,
right.
It's important to kind of have that mindset.
Wolf and Shepard over here on 9 and 10. Both haven't missed through 4 frames.
I did go tell Shep earlier that we black clouded him, or actually Ricky black clouded him. So a lot of strikes being thrown on 9 and 10 right now, and even on 11 and 12, we saw that pair be really, really difficult last night.
Yes, it was.
It's definitely scoring a little bit higher so far today. So
I wouldn't be mad if I didn't have to bowl on that pair today.
Well, the good thing is you just never know. All of a sudden you get down that pair and you throw an opening double and confidence swells a little bit and off you go. So I guess you never know, George.
No, I'm going into it with the open mindset. Whatever happens, happens. We'll make good shots and we'll see what happens. We knock them down, we knock them down. If not, we'll spare them and go to the next pair.
So you don't bowl till 4 o'clock. You're already here. It's a little afternoon.
Yep.
Are you going to stay and watch for a while, or are you going to leave and relax? Or?
Yeah, I'm going to leave, get some food. I came to watch my best friend Ashley Cole throw some balls.
It's been bowling great.
Yeah, came to talk in the booth for a little while, hang out. But I'm definitely going to relax, go listen to some music, get some food.
What's going to be on the playlist today?
A little Jay-Z, definitely. That's what gets me fired up. Definitely some Jay-Z.
Before, during, after, doesn't matter?
Nah, it doesn't matter. I got a little playlist that it's called the Strike playlist on my phone. So
sounds good.
Yep.
Mike Flanagan.
Some people, getting some inspiration.
Mike Flanagan joins us today, just now.
Waking up at the crack of noon.
Yep.
Yeah, miss you, buddy. Doesn't seem the same without you.
Adam Barta carries one on lane 15 that time. Ashley and Floyd are bowling good again this game.
It's really not surprising. You know, if you can get off to a good start and get some momentum going, a little bit of confidence, that can go a long way. You know, when a pattern is a little bit easier, being house pattern, and you don't have to be 100% sharp, all you got to do is just feel good, swing loosens up, and next thing you know, you're just striking all day long.
Absolutely, especially if you're lined up with the right ball, right time. All it takes is a couple of games to, shoot 550 or something, and everything's good again.
Good mention there from our boss in Utah about newly inducted to the USBC Hall of Fame, Liz Johnson. So congratulations to her. That's a tremendous honor to not only a great bowler, but just a great person in general. So
she definitely deserves it.
Not many bowlers out there work harder than Liz.
I'm kind of excited. Like I told you yesterday, this is going to be my first USBC National Convention ever. And part of that week is the Hall of Fame inductions. It'll be the first time I get a chance to see any of that. So that's
nice.
going to be fun. It's going to be fun to go out there for that.
Looks like Swanee and Casey are struggling a little bit this game. Ball reaction starting to go away a little bit for them, but as good as those guys are, it may just take a small adjustment to get them back going. Starting to see some of the straighter players flat 10 a little bit more now, and that just tells me that the heads are starting to go away, and you have to just make some angle changes.
That's why I was, watching Ashley a little earlier. That's why I was kind of surprised a little bit on her reaction right now. Still, as good as it is.
Hey, Mike Flanagan, I can definitely do that for you. I will go give Liz the biggest hug and tell her it's from you.
So we were just handed scores for Game 4. We'll run down through the top 10 real quick for you. In first place, the team of Buckley and Carlton at plus 430. Second, Wolf and Shepherd, 411. Third place, Spit and Bender and Marsala, 403. Fourth place, the defending champions, Hayes and Butler, 376. Fifth place, Williams and Holloman at 369. Sixth place, Barton and Johnson, 363. Seventh, Kendig and Johnson, 353. Eighth, Murphy and Swanson, 335. Ninth, Hale and Heath at 326. And 10th place is Tim Barrett and Kyle Sherman at plus 323. Just kind of looking around. Sapp and Wojnar have made a little bit of a move. They've moved up some. Farber and O'Keefe are struggling down in 25th. Adcock and Queen are still trying to get some momentum put together. Same thing down. Shannon O'Keefe and Joe Grunfeld are down in 34th, trying to find something and maybe bail out these last 5 games. So
the difference between now and last night, from what I'm seeing out here, is lots more strings.
Right now the scoring pace is still much higher than it was last night. So we'll just see how things develop over the next couple games. This is about the time, I think, last night when we saw things start to really drop. They went from the 700s down to the mid 600s, and then before we knew it, they were down into the low 500s by the time we got done. So.
It's a lot of games to be bowled. A lot of things can happen.
Long format, a lot of games. Again, moving from bay to bay each game can really kind of wreak havoc on your game plan, because what may work on the low bay definitely won't work on the high bay. So when you're moving from one to the next, it could really kind of make some major changes in what you're trying to do. So
this pair in front of us on 11 and 12 is no slouch either, Jeff. I mean, looking at the players that are bowling together here, it's a good group of people, it looks like.
Well, we definitely have a quality field all the way around, so almost every pair you look at, there's somebody with a name that you know, or somebody that's in contention to win an event like this. It's no shock to look around and see 5-baggers all over the place, from from not only the local players but some of the top amateur and professional talent from around the entire country. So
I'm still shocked when I see 5-baggers.
Then there's some pairs that nobody's striking on.
we saw quite a bit of that last night. There was
Right.
9, 10, 11, and 12 struggled for most of the evening. So be interesting to see how things develop here within the next couple of games.
It's kind of important for those who couldn't hit those pairs last night, and what these people are getting off of those pairs today is a big difference in the overall score.
Yeah, it's a
honestly.
bonus. George, what we saw last night was the two end bays scored much better than the middle bay.
Oh, okay.
So as we were sitting here watching low scores in front of us and the number wasn't dropping, we're figuring that all the scores were coming from the outsides.
Right.
But then once everything dropped, I think it kind of finally equaled out to
Evened
where
out.
everything kind of started to deteriorate, especially the fronts and the mid lane. When it started to go away, they kind of got ugly there for a while.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you're forced to make really big moves when you move pair to pair, and you're not knowing it and you're not ready for it. It takes you a couple frames to get in. Me and Pepe ran into that a couple times last year. I was playing around 4 or 5, and I ended up having to slow hook it and move in. I didn't expect that at all, but you got to do what you got to do.
And that's a good point. That's very, very important. Is you can't be stubborn and think that I'm just going to try and play my A game no matter what. You have to be willing to do whatever it takes to keep up with the scoring pace. If that means you've got to make a drastic adjustment, a drastic move, whatever it takes to get the job done is what you have to do.
Brett Shepard doing exactly what he's been doing all day over here on 9 and 10.
That's what he always does.
I know. That was kind of sucky.
That can't make Michael happy very much.
Yeah, that's not a good break.
Another missed single pin here in front of us. After a 5-bagger.
Liz is doing plenty of striking again this game.
Right.
We had Mike Remaculus last night average just over 250, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 254 last night for the night. He had 300, 280, 289, 279, 274. He had a bunch of big games thrown in there last night. And Liz is going to make a run for catching him for the overall singles lead, if there was such a thing.
Jake Gens up on lane 11 right now. I black clouded him.
Looked like he got that one right quick. He kind of stood up. I think he knew it off his hand, and
right.
Wasn't the greatest angle going through the pins, and of course resulted in a ring 10. I hate that whenever right off your hand, you didn't throw it very good, but then all of a sudden it makes a move to the pocket, and you're thinking, please strike, and then it rings.
Yeah.
So you're thinking, I threw it bad, so I'm glad that I only rang a 10, but at least I got it close enough to where it could have struck.
Right.
It's like, oh no, oh yes, oh no.
I guess that's when you know you're in the right region.
Yep.
If your bad shots are getting 9, that's where you want to be.
I seem to spend an awful lot of time when I was bowling a lot where my good shots got 9. So
yeah, it happens.
Yeah, that didn't bode well. I guess that's why I'm in the booth and not bowling.
We believe that is true, Mike. Those are Liz's individual scores. We know of those. Adam Barta sends messengers to get him drinks from the snack bar.
Yeah. Another missed signal pin in front of us. You know, I think we've talked about that at length, about how important spare shooting is, even in an event like this, where you can't afford giving pins away.
No. Not when scores are this high.
Mike, we have standings for Game 4, but they're not posted down below yet.
Liz is up on lane 15 now. She's making that IQ Nano look real good.
Yes, she is. The best part about Liz's game is she's able to use surface to her advantage so well, because she can kind of stay in that one area,
right,
and shell up, shell down, stay with the same ball, which is different surfaces, different traction textures, and make that work for her to where she doesn't really have to get out of her zone and change her physical game too much. So that's definitely an advantage for her, and she's so good at what she does that she doesn't really have to kind of get outside her comfort area too often.
Right.
It's rare when you get to see that.
So with one more strike, Liz is in the 270s again over here, and Adam gives her 216 to go along with it, so it's not going to hurt.
Got Brett Shepard with the double ham bone over here on lane 10. Rob Stone would be happy that I said that. I still chat with him every once in a while on Twitter. Yeah, good dude.
And
got a bad rap. He was another one of those guys I really, really liked out there
agree.
that not
totally
many
agree.
people did, but I really liked Rob. Still do.
You know what really sucks in situations like that, and it happens quite a bit in our industry, is that all of a sudden it just takes a roll. Somebody starts something, people get on it and don't get off of it, and pretty soon a guy who's really trying, and like Rob did, there's no winning anymore. Once the swell gets big enough, there's nothing that you can recover from.
For those Liz with a solid 9. For those out there that weren't fans of Rob Stone and his sayings and his quirks and things like that, I will say this about him and actually Dave Ryan as well. Those guys were so well prepared. They worked very, very hard behind the scenes to learn the backstories and know as much as they could. They may not have been great as far as bowling knowledge, but they got to know the players very well, and that's what their job really was. Let Randy call the action, let him be the technical guy in the booth as far as talking about bowling, and those guys need to kind of do the personal side of it.
Yeah, they added a lot of fun to the commentating,
Yeah. And, Rob still, if you follow him on Twitter, he still talks about bowling, now and then. I know he does a lot of soccer, but Rob's a great guy. If you've ever listened to him call a soccer game, he has an enthusiasm about him that makes it fun. I'm not a soccer fan at all.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, that's one of the few sports that I just simply don't like at all. But Rob actually kind of makes it fun to watch soccer.
He's got a lot of charisma. He's always excited.
He brought something to the telecast that we were lacking at that time, and the old school fans, or the purists, so to speak, that didn't want that, brought a lot of negativity to it. And I don't necessarily think that had anything to do with him not coming back. I think that was more Rob's choice. He saw an opportunity to go to soccer, which is what he always wanted to do.
Right.
I know he was a big soccer fan, and he kind of had always dreamed of going that direction. So I don't think it was an ESPN choice that he didn't come back. I think it was more of his choice. But, I really appreciated him. I thought he did a great job.
Floyd and Ashley are another 90 over this game here as they finish up on lanes 15 and 16. That was another great game for them.
Those are good games to have. Wow.
So again, like we mentioned after Game 4, the scoring pace on this squad definitely has not dropped off like it did last night. And we still see, we're looking over here, Brett Shepard with the front 9. My boy down there, Ray Silveri Jr. is going at a 290 clip. We've got 4 or 5 six-baggers all over the place. Liz just bowled 278.
There's another guy with the front 8 on the same pair as Brett.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. So, we're seeing more strings later in the round today than what we did last night. So, I think some of the numbers from A squad might be squeezing a little bit. I think that my guess of what did I say, Dennis, 580, somewhere in there.
Yeah,
I think
that
bumped your guess up a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Brett is on lanes 9 and 10.
Yeah, Skywalker. Thanks for interacting here.
That's my sis right there, Skywalker.
Oh, cool.
My sister. Shout out to her.
Boyd and Ashley shot plus 90 that game,
which will definitely keep them going. They've already gotten themselves into decent position. I think they're sitting around 14th after 4. So keep bowling games like that, and they can move up a little bit here and there. Just a little bit at a time is all it's going to take.
Well, not that it shouldn't matter, and we know that it probably doesn't matter all that much anymore, but just kind of take a look a little bit here. We've got 2 ladies that are leading the squad bowling together, and you got Floyd and Ashley bowling together over here, and they're up in the standings. You've got Liz and Adam bowling up in the standings, so there's 4 out of the 5 women are in the top 10 in the standings on the squad.
Oh, solid 9.
I think that's GG3's first black cloud of the day right there.
Good job.
That one's all on you, buddy. Welcome to the booth officially now. Part of the family.
Little break in the action over there on 15 and 16 right now. So, let's see if I can, George, let's see if I can talk you through this over here. On the right side of your screen, there are 2 little windows up there that have action in them.
Mm-hmm.
Click on the left one.
Right here?
Yeah, just click on that. And that'll bring us to just 11 and 12 here on our live stream since we don't have action on 15 and 16. Good job.
Awesome.
We have a new producer in the booth.
That just doubled your salary.
I try my best. Always good to be up here.
Brett just missed a 10-pin there on lane 11. That's going to leave a mark.
Yeah, I know, especially, Brett's about as purist as they come whenever it comes to that kind of stuff. That's going to really bother a little bit.
Looking over here on 9 and 10, looks like Mike Wolf's got 247 outs. And currently going in the 10th, Brett Shepard has no score.
Another IQ Nano going down the lane.
So after 10 attempts, Brett Shepard still has no score.
That one looked pretty shiny too, George.
Yeah, he's got a lot of shine on that one.
Do you know, I've got the flash drive, and she can't figure out how to get it running.
Well, I think that if they don't have Adobe on there, yeah, I don't think so, because when you pull up the print option,
Mike Booth, Mike Wolf with the second strike in the 10th frame now, I believe. So that puts him in the 240s.
I don't know any other way, because that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, Mike, my mom and my dad made it this year, and they're pretty upset that you're not here, so you're going to have to deal with Mama.
Uh-oh. I don't know where it goes, even on mine at home.
You can see out of the corner there as
Brett Shepard, front 11.
Brett's ball goes down the lane on lane 10. You can kind of see it here on the right side. Shiny IQ Nano from the left corner. So we didn't black cloud him.
Not yet, anyway.
Well,
still got one more.
I understand for the OCD people and having to have that score look that way, but as far as I'm concerned,
it wasn't an instant black cloud.
As far as I'm concerned, the front 11 does just fine.
Shep was actually just motioning to me to shut up, so I won't mention that he still has no score.
Okay. That one went wider, and he still carries. So nice
300
job
game.
for Brett Shepard. 300 on lanes 9
Attaboy.
and 10. And a 547 score, I believe.
Yeah, so he gets him a Christmas present.
547 for the two of them on 9 and 10.
So that is our 5th 300 game. Sixth, I'm sorry. It's that new math. So he gets to...
We're going to interview Mr. Shepard real quick. I'm going to get by him.
He gets a Christmas present from underneath the tree. Hopefully it's not a year-old ham.
Make sure my mic's on. Alright. Ready?
So we got Brett Shepard coming up in the booth here.
All right, Brett.
buddy.
Very nice.
Throwing your IQ Tornado, just shot 300. Tell the world what you won.
A new car.
Set of miniature bowling pins. Santa bowling.
A Santa bowling set. Congratulations, Brett.
Attaboy.
All right, nice game, bud.
Very nice. J-Med, it wouldn't be a bad thing if we lost our touch. I would love to be able to talk about these folks and not worry about Black Cloud whenever they've got strings and strikes out here.
Well,
I don't know, Jay. I take some pride in that.
Well, I hope you guys don't see me have a string of strikes today.
So
that was a beautiful shot by Jacob Kent just now.
Just so you know, George, if you got the front 9, just come give me $20.
Okay.
And I'll shut up.
All right, well, I want my 20 back if I don't finish the game.
Oh, it's non-refundable. You know how action works, bud.
Yep.
Brett Shepard now up on the right lane. Trying to save the game a little bit for him and
You mean Brett
Jacob.
Cunningham?
Brett Cunningham. Shepard. Sorry about that. That was right on half of it.
Jim, I will definitely say hi to Linda. I think I saw her walking around. She was actually sitting right next to the booth here a few minutes ago. I don't see her, but when I do see her, I will say hello to her. As a matter of fact, that's on me. I haven't said hello to her at all today yet. I did say hi to Steven, though.
Someone has fans.
We have 7 ceiling fans going on right now, dude.
It's a little warm in here.
It is a little warm in here.
When we started yesterday, I mentioned that it was appropriately chilly, and I guess some of them said last night that it got pretty warm down there. The guys in the pajama pants thought that it felt just fine. They said, though.
I still think that was a smart move because by the time we got done last night, they could just simply lay down and go to sleep. They were already dressed for bed.
Yep.
Or Walmart, one of the two.
Walmart.
There's a lot of that at Walmart.
It is not quite as appropriate as it should be in the booth all the time, George.
Hey.
You probably already know that.
Oh
so.
yeah, I've been in the booth a few times. We've had some moments.
And if there happens to be any Walmart executives out there listening to the chat,
this is an opportunity for sponsorship.
This would
because
be
we
a
talk
great
about you a
opportunity
lot.
for sponsorship. So,
Jason Schaefer after what was it, a 9-pin?
6-pin, I think.
Stop the a 7?
Yeah, 9-pin.
Oh, was it a 9-pin?
I thought it was a 9-pin that stopped the
Stone
string.
9.
Yeah.
9, 6, they're all the same.
I felt bad about it for a minute, maybe a hot second.
We're finishing up Game 5 right now. Starting of Game 6 when we get new people on to 15 and 16.
Well, I think I'm gonna go get me some lunch.
What's for lunch today, George?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's around this place.
There's not a lot right around here. You may have to head into closer to Fairview Heights and Collinsville, place like that for some of the places. But Yeah, go get some rest. You got a lot of work to do tonight. You and Anthony are gonna have to strike quite a bit. It looks like. So good luck to you guys tonight.
Thanks
for joining us in the booth. We appreciate you
thanks for
stopping
having
in and
me.
chatting with us for a while. So always good to have you.
Thank you. I'll see you guys around.
All right, buddy. Bowl up a storm tonight.
All right, thank you.
Social media being what it is, and smartphones and whatnot, I'm getting messages from all over the place, and my buddy David Aldridge says that I'm too quiet. Have you ever heard that before, dude?
No, I haven't.
See, Jeff's not
No,
even
I
paying
haven't.
attention. You've never heard that before. I didn't think you had.
I've never heard you not have an opinion on something.
Well, you don't know. I could have had opinions about a lot of things today and just couldn't get a word in edgewise, too.
Well,
for
true.
that matter. So my opinions are stuck in my head right now.
And they're all going to come out at once.
Well, it's possible. Jake Enns and Derek Matson got a chance to pull out a plus 100 here with another strikeout of Jake.
I just noticed that I'm a Sap sent me a text a little while ago while he was bowling in front of us that for those of you that are fans of the movie Major League, I just got to call the stewardess, Vaughn. I need one of those bags texts.
Nice job by Jake, and so they will end up plus 100 for this game, Jake and Derek.
So I was watching Kevin Williams and Michael Holloman on 1 and 2. Kevin had the front 11 and left a washout. I think you should owe a gift if you go front 11 and flag the head pin.
Yeah, we should get to go to his car and pick out whatever item we want out of there and then put it underneath the tree.
But more importantly, they had 535 that game, give or take a couple pins, which will move them out of their tie for 9th
That's not bad. That'll get it done.
on an end pair.
Definitely on an end pair. But again, that kind of gets into play with 1 and 2 not affecting the lefties later in a round like it would the righties. I don't necessarily want to say it's an advantage, but that takes that pair and kind of changes the dynamic for those guys more so than it would if you've got two righties that are playing in. So that kind of helps them out a little bit.
So this is a question that comes up quite often all day as we get people in and out of the chat that haven't necessarily been here during the other part of the tournament, or just folks sitting down and logging in for the first time today about the pattern that we're bowling on. This is a house pattern. It is one of 4 fairly similar house patterns, I guess, that Jerry Anderson has in his machine for the different events that he runs here. We've had, the debate you'd expect that we would have on house versus sport patterns and whatnot for the tournament, and this is 32 years running now on whatever the Redbird lanes or Cahokia lanes or what it used to be called. Nittick's Bowl, I remember this was Nittick's Bowl for a long time.
Remember
over
Tony
here.
and Ann very well.
Right, so it's what they have always put out, and it's for 32 years it's been the same thing, and there's no reason to change something that ain't broke, I guess is what folks say. So that's everybody knows before they come here. $108 teams bowling in this tournament, 3 squads of 36. It's been full for 2 months, totally paid for 2 months. It's really hard to argue with that, and pretty much any tournament coordinator around the country would tell you the very same thing.
Always happy when an event fills. Regardless what it is, what the entry fee is, what the quality of the field is, what the prize fund is, it doesn't really matter. Any tournament director, coordinator, promoter, your main goal is to fill an event no matter what.
So Brett Cunningham and Jacob Kent stumble a little bit on 11 and 12 that game, only plus 16, I think, for the two of them.
Your Common Core math skills are spot on again, Dennis. Tony Arboros had a nice finish there on 13-14 in front of us.
He flat tinned, I think 1 or 2 times during that game, but other than that, he struck quite a bit.
Yeah, John, we know. Game 4 is still not posted below there.
Matt just put it on there.
Matt did. So, okay, good.
Yep. So we're all covered. Thanks for the heads up there, John.
We're trying to work out a system here where those can be posted without actually taking a picture of them and generating the PDF from the standings. Not everybody has the same software on their computers, and that caused us a little bit of a glitch, but
Dubuque Area Bowling says Liz with 13:49 after 5. That's a bunch.
I mean, that's okay.
Our tournament leaders are on 15 and 16 now. Although Brett Shepard shooting 300 may have put them in the lead. Maybe.
Mike Flanagan recognizing the problem that we're having right here and says he's installed the program that they need on that computer every single year. So.
Yeah, I went back there last night, Mike, to see if we couldn't print the standings to a PDF and then save it as a JPEG to actually install the actual image of the screen, and we couldn't get the print option to come up as a PDF, so that's what we were kind of fighting with last night.
T-shirt. I need $1.
Matt Turk needs everything. He needs computers, he needs microphones, he needs $1.
He's asking me for money.
Right.
But we did just sell a Bullstrong T-shirt, so that'd be more than happy
Very
to
nice.
make change.
Very nice.
We have all 3 colors here, so kind of nice to have some support for the Bullstrong Cancer Research Charity this weekend. I want to thank Jerry for allowing us to set up the booth and sell some T-shirts, so very nice of him to do.
It was Kyle Sherman that just threw the shot on lane 16, member of Junior Team USA and
the Lindenwood Bowling Program.
Yeah, Lindenwood.
He's got a national title to his credit, if I'm not mistaken.
Bowled with his dad a little bit when I was younger down here in the St. Louis area, bowling Grand Prix and stuff. Talk about a pretty awesome guy. I always thought the world of his dad. And he's here watching, and Kyle definitely has some good shoes to follow in his footsteps.
Danny's here. I didn't see him so far today.
Get a little, hey, Jimmy Cook.
This is Game 6, the start of Game 6 across all 4 pairs here in front of us.
And stepping up on 11 and 12, we've got the team of Tom Adcock and Jason Queen, who may have the best hair of any team in the building currently. Although Tom did just cut the mullet off that he's been growing for the last couple years. So,
did Jason take credit for Tom's hair today?
No, he actually declined credit.
Oh, he declined credit for Tom's hair.
So I asked Tommy if he's now traveling with a stylist.
Matt Burdick up on lane 14 or lane 15 right now on the left.
It's kind of nice to see Jason and Tommy wearing our team T-shirts. Very happy that Turbo has stepped up and created some sponsorship opportunities for our tournament team, and we fly the Turbo Tech logo for Lori and the group at Turbo. So thank you very much for what they've been able to do for our team, and they do a lot of things for Land Lincoln tournaments. So thank you.
Kevin Williams did not like our proposal to charge a present for a flagged head pin on the front 11.
Well, that's just bull.
So,
well,
I think we should override him on that.
I think it says something about his propensity to maybe do that. Every once in a while, have the front 11 and flag the head pin on the 12th shot. So.
Well, he said the primary reason is here because he never gets any Christmas presents from anybody. He wanted one. I'm like, put that on your survey.
Wow, there's some pressure right there. If you're bowling strictly for a Christmas present, boy, that's a tough shot to throw.
Yep.
You see on lane 11, Jimmy Cook from the Indianapolis area, and Jimmy's got to have one of the cleanest, most pure releases of of any of the amateurs around the country. He's a lot of fun to watch. I've bowled with Jimmy some over the years, and a lot of fun to watch it when he gets it going. So we have next up on 11 and 12, we've got the team of Justin Steffens and Rick Kidd. Justin's another bowler from my area, just about 15, 20 minutes north of Springfield. So I've known Justin for a lot of years. And then Rick Kidd from up in El Paso, Illinois. He actually comes down and bowls a lot of our events in Central Illinois. So Midwest Regional PBA player and another good guy.
Got a kick out of his Facebook post. Just talking about sitting for weeks and waiting for this tournament to finally get there. How much fun they have when they come down and bowl, and just the experience of being here. He was here last night watching the whole squad too.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, this is definitely an event that people look forward to every year. I mean, I know that whenever I'm setting up my calendar for work and things like that, I always set this weekend, aside so that I don't book anything on this weekend just to be able to come down and bowl. And like I said earlier, I was really, really looking forward to bowling this event tonight with Mike Peters, and unfortunately injuries creep up, and foot injury I've been dealing with since 2010 got really bad over the last week and kind of took me out of competition. Hated to make that phone call to tell Mike that I wasn't going to be able to bowl, but even though I don't bowl very much, I still love looking forward to this event.
Locally, people don't stop talking about this tournament all year.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. It's funny how you get something rolling like this. When Mike had Jerry talk about his vision from 3 or 4 years ago and saying, I can't get the tournament to fill anymore, and all of a sudden they start just promoting it for one year and grabbing onto an established reputation, let's say. All of a sudden, if you don't get your entry fee in time, you're on the outside looking in with your little eyes, hands cupped around your eyes, looking in the window. So,
I think the year I bowled it, there were 40-something teams. It was 2009.
Yeah, I remember back in the late 1990s and early 2000s when it was filled mostly with local bowlers and other bowlers from Central Illinois. And over the years, I've bowled with Gene Vincent and Tommy Adcock, and I've bowled with Tom Hess, a year or two, and a few other local guys, and been down here a lot of years with a lot of different partners. And no matter what, it's just a fun tournament to be part of. It's something that you look forward to every year. I remember one year, might have been around 2001 or so. I know that a few of us stopped down here. We were actually heading to the West Coast for the start of the second half of the tour season. And we actually came here first to bowl this event and then left directly from here to keep going west because we didn't want to miss this event. So I think we left here and drove to Seattle or wherever we were going that year, and just because we didn't want to miss it.
You can see Kyle Sherman setting up on lane 16. Is that an Asylum?
That is. It looks like him and Tim both went to
That's
an
what
Asylum.
I thought.
Both
That's
of
what I
them
thought,
did.
yeah.
They're actually crossing with my buddies from home, Matt Burdick and Ray Silveri Jr., and I know they had a pretty solid game that last game, and they both have the front third right now, so nice to see them striking and keeping up with the pace. See if maybe they can make a run at the cut here.
If Ray were to quit now, he would have 90.
If I remember correctly, his last game might have been 289, so he beat his third game in league last week by 200 pins. course, it was his birthday, so he had a good excuse.
Thanks to the 281 people that are out there watching 282 now. Engage us in the chat if you have questions about anything or what's going on here, and let us know. We try to say things as often as we can, but we get in conversations and we lose track. And I know you want to know things like what game they're in and who's doing what. And we can we have some folks that walk around. We can kind of find out anything that you want us to know about.
I say things all the time, dude.
I know you do. Remember, I still have all those opinions in my head
Yes,
from
you
earlier.
do.
That
As long as it doesn't drift back to the revs per toss conversation, we'll be fine. Because remember, Flanagan's in the chat now.
I don't think you get to control.
I can somehow, audio conference with him, and he could sing live by however we do it. I can just get him to sing share tunes for us.
There's nothing to click on to ban me right now.
I can turn your mic down. I've got control of the board.
You can do that. I guess you do have control of the sound.
If we're going to have somebody sing share tunes, we need Eugene.
Yep.
I've been around Eugene on karaoke night, and between singing 99 Red Balloons and share tunes, you'd be surprised. Eugene can sing.
A question in the chat: when the weekend between Christmas and New Year's doesn't have Christmas Eve or Christmas Day on it, the tournament is between, and when it does, it's the weekend before.
Yeah, Jerry announced earlier that next year this event will be the weekend before Christmas.
So that makes a very nice Christmas. Not that it wouldn't this weekend anyways, but it would make a very nice Christmas for someone who wins next year.
And also, if you bowl 300, then you get Christmas early because you get your presents before Christmas Eve, which is just wrong on some levels.
It is wrong, yes. Someone's going to have to do something about that.
Well, at the rate we're going, we're probably going to still have presents left over again.
Very good point.
Well, hopefully the ham sandwich gets picked.
It's
already a year old.
The cloud got Ray Silveri there.
Well, I did that one on purpose.
All right.
At some point, he owes me, and he's got to start paying me back, so that was for that. Let's see if Matt can keep his string going, and he does. Front 6.
Is that a shiny crux?
No, that is actually a Marvel Pearl.
Oh, nice.
Actually drilled him a fresh one of those not that long ago. He's still using it and loves that ball. So
in the tougher shot league that I'm bowling down at West Park this year, part of the deal is a new Storm or Roto ball of our choice. What should I get?
Around one.
Thank you, Lee.
When do you get done with the league?
Well, we get to choose next week, I think. Ooh. So we don't have to choose next week.
I would wait as long as you can.
Okay.
Let's just see what else is coming down the pike.
That sounded like a little inside knowledge there.
Nope, I have absolutely no inside information whatsoever.
Okay, we can do that.
I might be lying, but...
Are we looking at aiming more towards El Paso?
Yeah, I would say that before we head to El Paso for USBCs, we'll definitely make that decision.
Because remember that just because I'm getting one there doesn't mean I wouldn't get another one anyways.
Oh, I understand.
Okay.
I know what ball you're not going to get.
Tell me.
A T-Road Pearl.
T-Road Pearl. I was never allowed to have a T-Road Pearl.
I liked mine once upon a time. It was a good ball.
Well, a lot of people like that ball, and I think that's the reason that him and Alan won't let me have one.
I don't have any more left. I used to have a pretty nice little stash of T-Road Pearls left, and I think I ended up drilling some of them and I think Matt Gasson talked me out of a bunch of the rest of the ones that I had and traded some other relics. So
Steeler, as far as who chooses who gets live streamed at Nationals, if I understand right, I know they try to pick out defending champions for sure in most of the events that go on out there, and so they'll put together a plan like that. They look at how the timeline lays out, and then if I remember right, last year Matt Cannizzaro put out like a ballot where people could vote on, of these choices on these times during the year, which ones would you like to see? And so that'll all happen either on Facebook or on bull.com, one of the two.
Hey, somebody tell Flanagan to keep it PG in here.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Matt, how are you?
I'm doing good.
How's things going out there in La La Land?
It's going good.
All right, we just got Game 5 standings, so I'll run through the top 10 for you guys real quick. Moving into first place after that last game is the team of Wolf and Shepard at 558. Williams and Holloman second, 501. Bittenbender and Marsala third at 472. Barta and Johnson up to fourth with 457. Klein and Keeler at fifth, 446. Sixth place, Probst and Stiegman at 411. Seventh, Hayes and Butler, 406. Eighth place, Buckley and Carlton, 399. Ninth place, Kendig and Johnson, 395. And in 10th place, the team of Hale and Heath at 375.
Matt and Ray are in 14th right now, as you were talking about them a few minutes ago after their last game.
And after 5 games, the scoring pace has dropped off a little bit. It's down to around 718 on this squad. Definitely hasn't fallen off as much as it was last night, so the pattern is definitely holding up a little bit better today than it did last night. I think a lot of that is due to the fact that more players started farther right, have stayed farther right, and it also could be a case where there's a few more lefties on this squad. The style of bowlers is a little bit different on the squad, so we're definitely not seeing scores fall off as much as last night.
What I have seen though so far, and I forgot to say this, I thought of it earlier, and the straighter players that don't have the speed are starting to fall a little bit. Our two ladies that were leading the squad earlier fell down 8 spots in that last game.
Well, the key for the ladies at this point is when the front part of the lane starts to go away, if they can generate a little bit of ball speed. Of course, Liz doesn't have any trouble with that, but just trying to get a little bit more momentum so the ball will actually store energy to be able to still go through the pins, the right way down lane. That's going to be the key. If they can't get that done, then they may actually struggle with kicking flat tins out and things like that. So we'll see what happens to them as the day goes on.
They're bowling DeVer and not sure how to pronounce Miss Carlton's first name, but they're bowling on 15 and 16 right now in the middle, so you can watch they're the middle pair. Although that doesn't mean a whole lot to you guys because you can't see the scoreboard, but you can see them bowling together on 15 and 16 as one of our featured pairs.
Yeah, it's been kind of hard for me to actually watch bowling. I've been running around like crazy. I heard you guys talking about the scoring pace. We had a couple 300s today, just like yesterday, which was a little bit better than yesterday. They all came at the beginning of the squad. Have they hit transition yet?
Well, there has been a transition. We have seen it, but they're handling it better today, and I think it's part of what Jeff was talking about earlier, that the right-hander stayed right longer today than they did last night, and so
they stayed righter.
They were righter. Oh, that's right, because
last night
lefter.
We were talking about lefter, so they stayed righter tonight.
Kyle Sherman up on the left lane now on 15 and 16, and
That ball looked like it checked just a little bit.
It did.
That ball is a really rolly ball. I love it whenever you need the ball to scoot through some stuff.
This bowler here on 16 has got the first 7.
That's Matt.
That's Matt
Burdick.
Okay.
Good friend of mine from home.
This is for 8.
A little bit of a flat 10. He's actually dealt with a lot of wrist problems over the last year and a half. He just went away from a massive tape job that he used to have to do just to be able to bowl. So it's getting better, but he still has a hard time repeating exactly what he's trying to do at the bottom of the swing. That gets him every once in a while.
Looks like Shea Bittbender on 10 has got 5 in a row again.
Which doesn't surprise anybody.
No, not at all.
Looks like he's still throwing the same sinister that he was earlier, which, there we have it. Matt gets in the booth and he black clouds somebody as soon as he sits down. So.
Yep. Didn't take long at all.
Yep.
Ray let one run a little bit on him there, and lucky just a 10-pin left.
Well, even though that the guys are still able to stay a little bit farther right, the trick is to stay right and keep it on line. Because if you're playing farther right and you actually leak it right, it's going to hit that friction immediately, and the ball's just going to stand up as soon as it hits the lane. So the key, regardless if you're playing in, playing out, whatever, it's still the angle through the front is still the biggest key, whether it's on a house pattern or if you're bowling on cheetah or shark or a WTBA pattern, whatever. It's still the angle off of your hand going through the front part of the lane is really what creates ball motion on almost anything that you bowl. So you have an idea where you want your secondary target to be. It's a matter of how you get it to that secondary target that's the biggest key.
Yeah.
So you're saying good shots are still required?
Even on a house pattern, you still want to execute at a high level, especially when it starts to transition.
But I thought we waited until the result to judge whether Thumpton was a good shot or not.
Exactly. You wait until the pins have fallen before you make the true determination. That's kind of like when I release a ball, I wait to see where it goes before I determine what my target was.
What your target was?
Because I look.
That's what makes it your target.
Because I look at what I hit.
I've always loved that terminology when people are talking about hitting their mark, and I've asked the question a couple of times recently and gotten some pretty weird looks back at what makes that yours.
Have you guys brought up the topic of revs per toss?
Shut up, Matt. Shut up.
Thank you, Matt.
I had to kill his mic earlier on that.
No. All right.
As the viewership plummets, we just went from 285 to 3 people.
Yeah, and the 3 are all of us.
And we're just white noise to them.
See what Tim Barrett's reaction looks like. Kyle Sherman threw the nose for a big 4 on lane 16.
Looks like Timmy's barely moved. Maybe
he's changed colors a few times today.
Okay.
Change color, change smells.
Yeah.
That's what. Don't make a ball change, you make a smell change.
I like that.
Go from cinnamon to maple syrup, whatever I can't say it, can't stand it, can't spell it.
Don't like it.
My college girls actually have a list made of things that I can't do and say Seminins on there.
What is it?
Seminin. But of course, fly helicopters on the list too. So it's
nice recovery there from Matt. Back on strikes again.
I can't sew either.
They're going to have a very nice game.
They are. The key is just staying clean, staying out of trouble.
Stay here now.
Finish the game up.
One shot per frame would be preferable, and that's nice right there. Would we say they were 12?
14th, I think. Yes, Tim and Kyle are both throwing asylums. I think we mentioned that a little bit ago. So,
that ball gave me a look that I didn't have. I couldn't. I'm very pleased with it at West Park, especially early, until the front goes away. That ball is awesome.
I think that ball was kind of underrated. I know we sold a lot of them. We had a lot of people using it, but just nationally, I just sometimes bowling balls kind of get misunderstood as to what the perceived look of them is compared to what they actually do. I think the same thing happened with the zero gravity. That ball was so controllable and so good to blend patterns out, and I think people always look at an asymmetrical core ball and think it's got to be a hook monster, where it's not necessarily always the case. I think that whenever we design bowling balls, we have a specific shape in mind, and if people don't understand that and you expect one thing, you get another, you get a little bit of a confusion going on. But the zero gravity was so good, especially on things like at the USBCs last year. I know a lot of people had success with that ball, but then you'd hear people talk about, well, it just didn't hook. Yeah. Well, it really wasn't designed to be the biggest hooking ball in your bag. It was designed to be very rolly, archy, and even continuous reaction. And as long as you know that going in, great piece. We had some things years ago that bowling balls were designed, even with some particle bowling balls back in the day, designed to do a certain thing that if people expected them to do something different, they didn't sell very well because of kind of a misread by a lot of the public.
Well, that league that I was telling you about on Monday night, it's got Jeremy bowls in it, Jeremy Hunt, Johnny Brown bowls in it. Obviously Jeremy had one of these quite a while ago, because Jeremy he likes his new balls, you know what I mean? So you don't see him bring that one out as much as you see, but Johnny Brown has that ball out quite a bit too, and I think we're the only two other ones that I've seen bring it. I know that there's been a couple of nights when I've thrown it, and like Daryl James will be bowling against me on the same pair, and he'll note you hit the pocket with that ball and all 10 are going down. It's whenever you lose your shape or whatever that you got to change to something else. But when that ball's run through the pocket, for me, I carry everything.
I'm kind of the other way around. Once I find a ball that I really like, it takes a long time to get it out of my hands, and kind of takes a while for me to kind of trust other things. But the IQ Tour, the High Road, even the Crossroad, I still use the Crossroad quite a bit. Certain cores that I match up with, I tend to stay with a lot longer than others. Not that I don't always take a look at everything else, but to really find a place in my bag and me to trust them, I'm looking for a specific shape. And once I find it, I don't go away from it very often. I would rather drill other variations of that,
right,
and different surface preps on them, and stay with that mentality.
Ian the Big Easy, you're asking about when you're being sold on the tournament. I love the idea. When do entries open for 2015? Well, this year Jerry opened up entries for the tournament on October 1st, and within 35 days it was sold out. So watch Facebook, watch Inside Bowling page on Facebook, watch Holiday Doubles. Will probably have another event page on Facebook next year starting around October 1st, and get your entry in. Only fully paid entries are accepted now because it fills so quickly, and then he'll start a waiting list. So.
Well, you're watching continuing coverage here of the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles presented by InsideBowling.com. Jeff Carter, Dennis Hacker, myself, Matt Jarek in the booth, bringing you the action. This is game number 6, and they're just finishing up. You're watching lanes 11 and 12 here.
Actually, a few more strikes today helps a little bit on the pace. I mean, we're not going to beat last night by a lot, but it could have been a lot slower if they didn't strike.
Yeah,
Jay wants us to come to the D.C. metro area. If I'm coming out there, I'm going to Camden Yards and Timbuktu's for crab cakes. Without hesitation. Tommy with another good shot there on lane 12. He's the senior of our team.
But I'm the elder state.
You are, right? But you're on the other team.
I'm on the other team. Yeah. Rachel Berry crosses over, but it was the fill ball, so that's okay. And plus 1-0 for those guys.
One team, 117 looks like.
Awesome. Oh, I didn't see it was 250. I thought it was 240. Okay.
So that will help them out. The scoring pace is still pretty high, so they may need a couple more of those to be able to be in contention to get to Sunday.
Yeah, when you do that kind of work, what we were just discussing, and they're going to move up now into the probably.
They're going to be in the 460s, 470 range right now. They're still going to need quite a bit to be able to get in.
110 pins over their last 3 games?
At least.
Just to be in the bottom of it. Obviously,
right.
That's not where you want to be, but the key last night at the end was holding position and not dropping instead of actually making up pins.
Exactly.
It could be different today with all the strikes that we're seeing around still. I haven't been to Nats Park yet, J-Med. I've been to Camden, but not the new one in Washington, D.C. I actually was in Washington, D.C. a month ago for work.
Nats Park is nice. I like it. It's kind of odd from the outside. Some areas you can't really even tell it's a ballpark. But once you get in, very, very well laid out. Nice place. I got to go see Jason Worth, who plays for the Nationals, is from my hometown. So I got to go see Jason play there a couple of years ago now. They played against the Marlins, the game that I got to go to. So kind of nice to get to see Camden Yards and Nats Park in one trip.
Yep. One of the times, and man, I don't know if Billy Ray's listening today. I haven't seen him in the chat. But one of the times that I went to Camden Yards, it was because there was a Brunswick World Team Challenge in the lower part of Pennsylvania, and we were close, so we drove down for a ball game on the very same weekend. And we missed the exit on the interstate, and I remember Mark Johnson being in the car with us and Billy Ray, and Billy's driving, and he's pulled off on the side of the road and actually backed up on the interstate so we could catch the exit.
That's
and actually get off. I know.
I've actually been to Camden a few times now, and I mean, for it being the oldest of the new style of architecture in ballparks, it still is as nice of a place as you can go. I mean, it's the whole area down there where the ballpark's at's great. Great place to watch a ball game. Out in right field where Boog's Barbecue is, pretty awesome. The little monument area is really cool, so definitely a place that I love to go to.
One of the facilities that we do, I do market research for my main job, and one of the facilities that we do is downtown in Baltimore, and until they built that new Hilton Hotel right next to Camden Yards, you could actually look out the windows from the place that we were working and see through an opening into the stadium, and you could see the center fielder, the second baseman, the shortstop, the pitcher, and the catcher through that line right there. You could see all of them when they were having a day game, and it was kind of cool to be able to watch that as well.
All this talk about baseball really makes me wish it was
Isn't
large.
it crazy?
Hey, I just mentioned earlier we're 100 days away from opening day.
Yep.
Today's the
Good
100-day
news.
anniversary, so.
eBay Jake, the cut for this tournament right now is going to be the top 24 teams aggregate from the entire standings all put together. We're only basing our estimate right now on where they are finishing on the squads, like anybody would do, maybe 8 from each squad, but we also know what last night ended up being. Top 24 makes Sunday morning 4 more games of just total score bowling until you end up with 12, and then it'll be 12 games of round robin match play for the championship. So. Tom and Jason having a good finish here in this game.
Not to be confused with Tom and Jerry.
Not to be confused with Tom and Jerry.
Although Jason's not much bigger than Jerry.
Jerry.
As I regress.
Starting to get a few more people back behind watching.
Still not going to get the crowd that we had last night when the local guy Pete, what was his last name, Weber?
Yeah, something like that.
When Pete Weber was here,
He's
bowling.
good.
Yeah, he is. He's not bad. He's above average. Whenever Pete's in the building, any building, there's usually a large crowd watching.
Friends of mine from the East Coast, Eric Stengel watching, asking about the entry fee in the first place payout. Entry fee this year was $320, I believe, for the doubles team. First place pays $7,000. And the money moves down pretty well into the standings here. 27 teams get paid out of the 108 entries that we have, and 24 make it to bowl more on Sunday morning. Glad to see you guys watching.
Have you guys looked at the individuals or gone over them from A squad? We got
just a little bit. I think we spent more time talking about Remaculous than anybody else. Just because what he did last night was so impressive as far as game after game after game. I think he had I think what I said earlier is he had a coupon for a six-bagger every game when he walked in the door last night. and Liz is going to run away and hide from him as of right now.
It was a coupon, dude.
Coupons. So we got a PDF here. We're going to put under a tab at the bottom in just a second. It's going to be A squad individual games for the 9 games of yesterday. So you guys can check that out at your leisure down below in the tabs.
Will it allow you to save that as an image?
John Marsala
Pull up that PDF
helping Shea here a little bit. One more strike puts him in the 250s, and Shea can be in the 240s with another strike right now. So they're going to be another 100 over. I black clouded him, but that 100 over at this point of the tournament, we didn't see that yesterday. That wasn't happening last night on the squad in game.
Can you right click on it? What's it let you do?
Nice 260 game in front of us on 11 and 12. 260 even.
I've only got the app reader. I don't have
Matt, I have it. I can install it. You do?
I get the Adobe Reader, the actual program.
No, I'm Acrobat. I've got the full version. Yes. I've got it on my hard drive. It's here. I can install it in between squads if you want me to. I figured we might take that.
All right, so I'm gonna get this try and get this PDF up on there for you guys.
That'll answer the question that Ian the Big Easy has put into the chat right now about how Pete finished last night. Those guys had a pretty rough last game. It was on 13 and 14 right here in front of us, and you could tell toward the end that they weren't gonna make it. Probably go on any further than last night, and so toward the end the fire was just a little bit out of them. Both of them opened in the 10th frame, him and Eddie Bird. But
if I remember correctly, they finished around 14th or so on the squad last night. Pete averaged 227 for his 9 games last night.
Okay, guys, it's up there now. It's a little long. It's like 5 pages, but you guys can check that out and see everybody's individual games through A Squad, all 9 games. We'll probably do that again here with B Squad once we get a little bit later into the day when they get C Squad underway. But it's kind of interesting to see what they shot at the beginning of the squad versus what they shot at the end of the squad. As Game 6 is ending here, we're going to show you a nice cut of the bowlers area as bowlers are transitioning to their next pair.
Action has stalled in front of us as we wait for the next pairs to come down here to 11 and 12 and 15 and 16, our 2 featured pairs of lanes that we're using for the day.
So they're finishing up Game 6 right now, getting ready to start in with Game 7. Once again, for the 270 viewers that we've got on right now, welcome to the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles, presented by InsideBowling.com. We're at Redbird Lanes in Cahokia, Illinois, just outside St. Louis for, I believe what Jerry said was the 32nd running of this event. So thanks for everybody for tuning in, joining us. We appreciate it.
Dean Richards in the chat. Hi, Dean. That was an interesting move there for Ray and Matt, only having to move one pair of lanes over.
Yeah, because they went from the far right end
section to the first one in the each bay.
Yep.
So that means they should finish on 9 and 10.
Yes, correct.
Cool.
So after 5, the top 8 pace on this squad is around 7:18. So definitely higher than last night's pace that ended up being at 5:19. We do still have 4 games where the score is left to put in. So we'll see what happens as far as the pace goes by the time we're done. So anything could happen.
You know, part of our conversation with Jerry is kind of coming into play here. The fact that last night's squad had so many locals on it, with maybe an idea of how they might want to play Redbird Lanes, versus this squad having so many people from out of town and coming in and treating this place like any other place that they might go that they've never bowled at before or they don't bowl. I mean, the breakdown, you can just tell they're not having trouble with the lanes that the guys had last night at this point of the squad.
Yeah, that's a good point, where if you kind of have a preconceived notion of what to expect, that can sometimes kind of come back to bite you a little bit.
You remember the old Brunswick World Team Challenges pretty well. We've discussed this a couple of times. Remember when they...
Are you calling me old, dude?
Yeah, I do. I am. Seasoned.
Yes,
not
I
old.
prefer seasoned.
Okay.
I'm a veteran.
Remember when they'd have A squad come out in the morning and bowl 3 games, and then B squad would come in and bowl on the burn, and their arm swings would all be inside-out arm swings by the time they got finished. So when they did break, strip, and oil the lanes, B squad always started inside of where A squad did in the morning, and then A squad would come back at night for their second 3 games, and we'd be so far left. I guess lefter. Is that right?
Lefter. That's my term.
We'd be lefter.
You owe me a quarter.
Okay. Then where we're supposed to be, just because of the way they broke the lanes down in the second block. So
Well, things also happened that way when the PBA started kind of adopting some formats like that, to where you would alternate squads, and you always saw the next squad come in and start farther left than what the first squad did, just because of they knew where they finished, they knew where they were going to get to, so they figured we might as well just start there. So that happens quite a bit, and it's just something that's part of it, and you deal with it, and that's why, if you get things like the U.S. Open when it was 3 squads, boy, you always tried to make sure that you hit the C squad on the last day is something you wanted to avoid. You didn't want to bowl on the very last squad, because everybody was going to start way too far left, and they'd get just absolutely torched. So you always wanted to finish on A squad the last day. So
Derek tripped to 5-7 just then.
another wry smile.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm really getting excited for C Squad.
I don't know about you, Matt, but I'm getting hungry.
Yeah.
And excited for C Squad.
Well, they got good food here.
They do.
Their pizzas are good. We had one last night.
Already been talked about.
Oh, yeah? Yep. What are you guys going to get? You guys know yet?
No, I think we're definitely going to get a pizza.
Yeah?
Yep.
They got a meat lovers. That's pretty decent.
Go sit in the bar and have a pizza during the break and relax for a little bit.
Check out those games that they got along the wall.
Relax while the lane maintenance crew comes out and does its job.
Yeah, guys at home, make sure you share us on Facebook. Give us a like, talk about us, get the viewers up. We want to push 500 tonight for C Squad. I think we could do it.
That'd be nice.
eBay, Jake, we're not even close to being done for B Squad. We got 3 more games to go here yet.
Yep.
Just starting game 7 here.
Yeah, action is just heating up.
Yeah, I think, Ricky, we're all going to take an opportunity during the break to go slip into some comfortable pajama pants.
Yeah, Ricky. Yeah, Ricky is wearing it. We were going to do an ugly sweater contest today. What do you guys think of that?
I think he's got us beat.
I think that would be really cool. I don't think the bowlers would do it, but the spectators, if we could have promoted that on Facebook, an ugly sweater contest. So you can get up in the booth and get on camera with your ugly sweater. I think that would have been a good time. Yeah, for those of you at home, Ricky is Inside Bowling, is the chat, is Inside Bowling. He's been doing a good job all weekend so far. He had a long day yesterday. He drove in from Chicago at 4 a.m. Central and was here till 2:30. Back again here at 7:30 in the morning with me.
And, kudos to the entire staff here. The girls back there running scores and the brackets and working the grill and in the bar, and the porters and everybody they're going to spend 40 hours here this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
It takes an awful lot to put together an event like this, and Jerry's staff is top notch, and they do a great job. So not only thanks to Jerry for having us, but thanks for the staff for all the hard work that they put in. And, their names don't get mentioned nearly enough, but they're just as important as anybody when you put together an event like this.
Yeah, let's hear it for the lane man.
Absolutely.
Guy in the back who makes sure these lanes run at top notch.
Other than the one little hiccup that we had last night on 5 and 6,
they've been running great.
We have had absolutely zero problems. And I mentioned it to Jerry last year. Of all the years coming down and bowling this event, I can't remember any major problems that we've ever had at this event, whatsoever. So
this is a good center.
It is.
Their machines must be very well maintained.
Is the lane man like the elephant man?
It could be.
I'm afraid to ask.
What about Rain Man?
Rain Man.
I'm really afraid to ask where that conversation's going.
There's 24 lanes in the center, Mad Max. And I saw DT in the chat. They're collecting scores for game 6 now, so we'll have them shortly.
Yep. But the rest of them, in case you didn't know, you can find under the event information tab that's below the window. It's blue. It's got a drop down, and you've got a choice of a lot of different things you can look at besides just watching the live presentation here. Shannon O'Keefe on lane 14 just now, a fairly solid 10-pin, but it was still a pretty nice shot, and she was playing more direct there. So.
Talk for a minute, I'll ask you.
Yeah, so
Lee and Don Griffin sit in, talk for a while.
still 3 games left.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
But as you can see, they're starting to get a little toasty out on them lanes. We'll see how they attack it here. We're watching 11 and 12 right now.
Is Lance wearing capris?
No, I think those are actually shorts, dude.
Those are shorts.
They're a little tight.
I tell you what, I mentioned it last night. I just absolutely love bowling in shorts, and with the way the weather is right now, I would definitely be in shorts right now.
Yeah, no kidding.
It takes
Especially
me
after
until about
yesterday.
late October before I finally break out the jeans, but I would definitely be bowling in shorts right now.
James Probst on lane 11 on throwing and leaving a 4-pin on his first shot of this game. His dad's been talking to me on Facebook this morning and told me to wish him good luck whenever he got over here, and now he's got a chance to watch him for one full game here on the featured pair.
So I think we're going to have a couple more guys jump into the booth for a little bit and chat with you guys. Dennis and I are going to go grab some lunch, and we'll be back in a little bit to finish up B squad, and we'll definitely be with you for C squad tonight. So,
but I got to warn you, it's a couple of lefties that are coming in here to take our spots.
Yeah. Well, one lefty is not really a lefty right now. He's bowling right-handed.
He's amphibious.
Yeah, and he's actually here now, so we're going to get him in here real soon, and we'll try and get Lee back.
Okay. So, guys, we're going to step away from just a little bit. We will be back. So,
just
enjoy the action, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. Give me 1 second while I get this squared away and enjoy the silence for once. Okay, guys. I hope you enjoyed that silence. Here, joining me in the booth is the lefty turn righty, or the righty turn lefty. He might be turning back here soon. Don Griffin and Ricky Matsko.
It's an all-righty crew right here. This is
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, this is an all-righty crew.
It's weirder for me than you guys. Yeah.
So Don, you were here last night. What do you think about the action and the score so far and the way this is playing?
It looks like they're holding up a little bit longer. You know, I was in a chat last night after I got home, and it looked like the track was blowing up a little bit quicker last night. It was a little warmer out, and a lot more people in the building, so the building was a lot hotter. And,
you got that right.
I think that today they look like they're holding up just a little bit longer. Scores are staying higher than I thought they would.
Yeah, that's what they were pointing out too. Jeff and Dennis, they were pointing out that scores are kind of holding up fairly well on this on B Squad here at the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles presented by Inside Bowling.
I have had a lot more bowlers tell me today that it's a lot hotter in here than it was last night. But we had a ton of people in here last night. Like, we got a lot of people in here, don't get me wrong, but compared to last night, it is
It's like there's like nobody here compared to last
there was
night.
like 3 or 4 deep.
Yeah.
So, and someone mentioned the humidity. I mean, if you look at the doors down by 1 and 2, they are
covered in fog.
Raining pretty much.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of drizzling outside as well.
Yep.
So that really adds to the humidity factor. And how do you think that plays into bowling?
Well, here for this center, I bowled it here, and through the course of the season, as it gets colder, it seems like they get tighter. It holds up a little bit longer throughout the course of the night, and guys aren't moving as much on both sides of the lane. But as it warms up, or when we get a couple of warm days, I don't know if the ground temp warms up, and the lanes tend to hook more.
Yeah.
Well, thank goodness for the wood approaches here, though. I know if it was synthetic, it would be a lot more of an issue.
Tacky, you mean?
Oh yeah. You find a lot of centers in St. Louis where, well, I guess not only St. Louis, but just very weather dependent on just whatever it is outside is going to reflect what the type of slide you're going to have for the day. So
I think the other thing that might be contributing to scores a little bit too is there's quite a few more lefties on this shift.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
That may be part of it. Not a lot, but you take 5 games off a pair, and that could be the difference. I see guys that are still pretty far right compared to where they were last night. By this point, a couple guys were already loft in the gutter, and guys still throwing pretty aggressive equipment, and not even right a 25.
Yeah. I was really surprised how many people made a major deep move to the left where they were playing around 6th arrow at the arrows, and then they would get it out to maybe 13 at the break point, keeping it really tight. So there's kind of a different transition that you usually don't see on a house pattern, but with the caliber of bowlers out here and the different equipment choices and things like that, that's going to probably be your normal move on the day, is to get real deep like that.
So we got scores here for game number 6. Don, you want to go over them?
Sure, yeah. Mike Wolf and Brett Shepard in the lead on this squad after 6 with 610. Shea Bittenbender and Johnny Marsala at 563. Adam Barta and Liz Johnson at 548. Kevin Williams and Michael Holloman at 544. And Andy Klein and Steve McKeeler round out the top 5 at 521. Looks like all the way down at 10th is 440 over. Last night, I think 4th was 550, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we got it. We can look it up.
Hopefully, as we progress through this squad, we'll be able to get a combined result just to kind of get you an idea of where everybody's at on the squad.
Yeah, right around 5th, 6th was 550. And
550.
I did check. I was talking to you last night. I think it was 536. Made top 24 last year.
Oh,
if I'm not mistaken.
Wow. They're striking a little bit more.
So, Don, something I couldn't get over, and I still can't get over right now, is we've mentioned it on the air a few times. Mike Romopoulos by himself off of the last night's squad would be in 12th place. How do you feel about that?
Well, Mike is he's pretty exceptional. I mean, he doesn't get called Mike the Strike around town for nothing. The guy can strike at will when he gets close. And last night he matched up so well. I don't think I saw a stretch last night where he had any 3 frames, and I mean between games, after games, during games, where he wasn't on a string. And that is just amazing.
Jeff had coined the term that he had a coupon for a 6-bagger each game. Every game he had a coupon. Yep. He was locked. He shot. Do you think he shot? We got individuals. I think he shot 800 for the first 3 and games 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, because I know the 7th game, I think he had 205, and the last game he had like 215. But considering what we were seeing, the scoring page, just very different from the middle to the very end. So to keep a plus rate off of those games is pretty incredible.
Yeah, he averaged 254 last night for 9 games. And it looks like he shot 800 the games 2, 3, and 4. I don't think he had it games 1, 2, and 3. I think he had 39, 37, 300 the first 3. So he's just shy of it, but he had it the second set there.
And another great thing about our leaders right now, Hammond and Ramakwas, was that not only individually were they scoring well, but after a majority of the shots, they would come back and they would kind of group together and really get feedback off of each other. And when you're in a tournament like this, you have to do that.
Yeah, I think that's very important.
And both of them were playing a real similar part of the lane all night long. So, they were able to read off their reactions and if they get a ball that would pinch a little bit, they were able to make that move together and communicate well.
Yeah, I asked Robert today, I was like, how was it to bowl with Mike last night when he was so locked? And he's like, man, I was just along for the ride. That's, I guess, what it's like when you got Mike just going crazy like that.
We have a question in the chat. We have Heath and Hale at 10th place right now, 441, rounding out our top 10. And then let's see, how did Hammond do last night? Let's go ahead and take a look at that, because we got our individual stats up now in the event information. And Robert Hammond, 226 average. That's something to shake your head at either. I mean, that's always a good tournament when you average almost 230 and you're the low man by far on your team. I mean, you got to love that. And it looks like only 2 games on the block total out of 18 that were under 200.
Right.
So that's pretty good.
So Don, you itching to bowl?
I'm not a big fan of for me, watching bowling. I mean, I love watching the PBA, but watching local tournaments is always kind of hard for me, unless it's I have a vested interest by bowling. Then I'll go and I'll sit in the bleachers and I'll watch every frame, trying to find somebody that I can match up close to. But this one, because this tournament is something that I always look forward to, and this is the first real big tournament since my injury that I haven't been able to yet. It's really tough. It's tougher than I thought.
Let's talk about your injury. What exactly happened?
I had torn cartilage in my left wrist, the fibrocartilage complex. I had a 1-inch tear that they had to actually drill through the head of my ulna and suture that cartilage and pull it back through the hole in my bone.
How about in layman's terms?
I was going to say.
Hey, you're like a doctor.
Easy there, doctor.
Yeah, no, well, I was just paying attention. They're messing with my
I would pay attention too.
My hand. I wanted to know what the heck was going on, but it was pretty amazing. They literally just tried to fix the cartilage. I had torn cartilage, and the doc said it had been about 14 months since it was torn, and I had 3 cortisone injections. The first one I went in and he just did an X-ray because he didn't think anything was broken, and with me being 54 years old, he thought it was just a little arthritis, and he said, let's give it a shot and see if we can make it work for a while, and that lasted for about 4 months, and 3 months later I went back in and got another shot, and then I went to go back in October this year, and he says, you know what? He says, it's probably not just arthritis. Let's go take an MRI, and we did. And he says, you've got a really big tear in there, and I want to see if we can fix it. So I've been down actually left-handed since October 1, and hope to be back bowling by February 1.
You had a couple good sets right-handed.
Yeah, I'm averaging close to 200 in three leagues. I didn't drop any of my leagues. I asked my teams, and fortunately they're all really supportive, and I just wanted to still be a part of the group and part of the team, and I'm actually averaging 208 in one of my houses, and hit my first 700 right before Christmas. So
awesome. The only other person I know that could be ambidextrous like that and be successful was Joe Nolan.
Joey throws it pretty well. There's several guys. In the old Masters League, we used to do a skills competition after we got done bowling.
I remember that.
And there were probably several guys, at least 5 maybe guys that could bowl if they had to. Billy Rariker is another one who throws it really good left-handed. But there's quite a few guys.
I know the Spink brothers. I mean, they.
I haven't seen any of them bowl opposite.
Yeah.
Are they good at it? Who are you talking about? Danny and Ray.
Danny and Ray, pretty smooth. I mean, they both got a pretty classic style right-handed, and kind of translates over to left-handed, and it's crazy. You'll see Ray during his couple of practice times. I've seen him throw left-handed and take a ball off the rack, and he'll just strike at will. It's kind of crazy to think that. I mean, I know I had a torn ligament in my thumb. It took me out for about a year and a half overall, and I tried the whole left-handed thing, and it was frustrating. It really was. And so just to hear all these stories about you coming back and going right-handed and over 600. I mean, just crazy.
Yeah, in the chat they said they mentioned Matt Buxton. You know, Matt is another guy from Jeff City that now is bowling right-handed primarily, but did have 300, 800 first left-handed.
So what would you say to somebody out there who's got pain in their wrist or pain in their knee?
Always get it checked out. Make sure that it's not something that that can't be fixed. You know, if I'd have gone in 14 months ago, I don't know if it would have made a difference, but if it would have made the surgery a little less invasive. But you always got to get it checked out. Make sure that you're not doing something extra that's going to further an injury or even more so create bad habits that really make it difficult to find out when you're injured. You may just think you've got something that hurts a little bit and you start tweaking it and change the way you approach the game and how you throw the ball, and it really makes a big difference.
And so from hearing it, it just sounds crazy, but 1 inch is pretty significant. A 1 inch tear, that's gotta be
in a ligament.
Yeah, a ligament.
Oh my gosh.
Well, the cartilage is only like 3 inches.
Yeah.
It was like 30% torn, and it was pulled away from the bone. So it was.
I'm just thinking that's not a tear, that's a rip.
Yeah.
That's got to be really painful when you're bowling.
It was. It got to the point where I could get through 3 games of league, but anything in a tournament. I actually this last summer I had to back out of a tournament for the first time after 7 games, and I've never done that in my life.
That's got to be hard.
I'm getting older. It's getting scary.
Yeah.
One of these days it's going to be not able to compete on the same level. And that's hard enough just having to absorb that thought, much less doing it not on my terms.
But at least you're getting to that point. I'm sure that you're saying getting older and things like that, but at least you have the patience, the discipline to stop, because you'll hear about these young kids they'll do something significant, have a tear like that, and then they keep going, and then they don't make it to 50, they don't make it to 40 because they didn't stop the injury and they didn't stop through the pain, and they ignored it beyond belief.
Like most guys do, and just ignore the oh, I don't need to go to the doctor. Oh, I got 103 fever. I don't need to go to the doctor.
Right.
I know Lemish, who's in C Squad bowling with Dole, had an injury this summer, or I guess it was this summer, on his finger, and he actually had to stop bowling nationals. And telling me how tough that was, and you could just tell that he didn't want to, but to have the patience to do that, and here he is now, already back, and says that it's doing well and seeing good things. I see him every other week, 300, 800, 300. Well, not every other week, every other day pretty much now. So yeah, it's good to hear, and so I'm sure that this is going to work out well for you, and now you're going to have right-handed and left-handed in your. So now you can just throw in practice and be that guy that says, "Hey, I guess I'll throw left-handed this one."
No, I definitely am really looking forward to getting back to left-handed. I do miss bowling left-handed bad, but I know if it comes to the point where the left side doesn't maintain, and I'm not going to continue to bowl in pain. It's not much fun when you worry about just getting through the bottom of a shot and not hurting. At least, it may lengthen the amount of time that I'll be able to enjoy the game.
And so, being on both sides, has there been something that really sticks out to like a major a myth that has been broken, or a confirmation of like, boy, I do have to move more, I have to move less, or anything like that? Or
well, yeah, you definitely have to move more on the right. There's a lot more traffic, and you've got to watch it. It does make a difference that when you're making 3 and 5 board moves, and I've been trying to learn it, and watching right-handers for so many years, it's not as difficult for my brain to grasp it, but making the hand and the eyes see it and actually make it happen is a lot harder. Granted, I've only been doing it for 2 months, but it definitely is harder on the right.
How deep can you get on a right as a right-handed?
I was playing fourth arrow here last Friday.
Yeah.
I'd
love to see that.
I only shot 540, but I was playing fourth arrow.
At least you were doing it.
Well, it'll come to that point where you'll be on the same mark on right-handed that you are left-handed.
I strive. Like somebody was saying in the chat, I noticed. I think it was somebody was saying that I do miss the second arrow. And, they put those triangles out there for a reason, and if you can hit them and strike, okay. Throw something else and still try to hit the right triangle. If it's easy to see and it's easy for your eyes to hit that second one, then so be it. They didn't put it out there for us just to look at it.
I like Dean's suggestion on the Team Extreme to bowl as 2 bowlers, the righty and the lefty.
I had a question, when the week after I shot 700, it was kind of funny. Somebody asked me, he said, "Are you thinking about bowling a doubles league with yourself?" And I don't know if that's legal, but.
Hey, I mean, it is 2 different cards. You are, I guess, 2 separate identities, 2 separate averages and everything. I don't see why it would be a problem.
I did get my 700 keychain from St. Louis USBC, so I've got one from each hand this year. That's kind of fun.
So now you carry that around with you all the time on your keys. Whenever you start your car, you got the 700 keychain hanging from it, right?
No. Oh. I can't say that I do.
They'll be sending you a patch soon that you can add to the array on your bowling shirt.
Sleeve.
Yeah.
I think my replacement that Jay has, bowling Jason Schaefer, was actually right-handed and had a pretty severe injury to his right hand and switched over and is a left-hander. I don't know how well he did earlier in his career when he was right-handed, but he does pretty good left-handed.
Yeah. I remember reading that right after your surgery and posted about that, and I mean, I was just flabbergasted by that because he throws it pretty darn good for just 3s and 8s. Really doing well in tournaments now. You see him bowling a lot more than you have in years past, and coming out, I know at the IB Open even, he had a huge run to start off the day and just was leading it there for a while. So
no need to black cloud anybody yet. Anybody got them all, Matt?
I did a real good job at that earlier. Within 5 minutes of me sitting down in the booth, I black clouded 2 people.
It's funny.
I don't see anything.
It's funny because sitting down there, down where I've been all day, it's really easy to kind of look out, see black clouds and everything like that because it's the screen and then everywhere else. But man, I'm trying to keep an eye on this chat. I'm trying to keep an eye on.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Up
got
there.
A lot more going on up here in this high. So
I want to say there's somebody on none other than 21 and 22 that has a string.
Oh, they got a string down there. That's pretty good.
I think they do. I think it's 7, and I cannot tell who it is.
Well, let's see.
However, it's Tom Adcock. Is he down there?
Tom Adcock and Jason Queen,
and they were just on a live pair earlier.
So Tim Mack saying that Derek Zepp doesn't really have much smiles in him, ever. And it's funny because I've heard this a lot this weekend, with Tim shooting his 300 coming up and getting his gift, and you're like, wow, look at him, he's actually smiling.
Yeah, you don't see Tim smile in a bowling alley too often.
Yeah. Just really funny to hear people.
He just got married, by the way.
Yeah, that was a great gift you guys got him. The
the Jenga,
the kind of Jenga.
Yeah, the kind of Jenga. Yeah, we told him it was our Inside Bowling's wedding present to him. He enjoyed it. I think he's down there playing with it right now, or his wife's playing with it because she's bored. I don't know.
That's pretty funny.
He and Kyle are right now in 18th
Yeah.
at 360 over
They've
for
kinda-
their first 6.
They've kind of dropped off the whole day. They started off on top or second. They were one pin out of second after the first game. Timmy shot 300, and they just kind of faded off a little bit.
I know when they hit our live stream pair, 15 and 16, that was a pretty rough game for them.
Was it?
Yeah, I want to say it was like 360 maybe between the two of them. I see some strings coming around here on 11 and 12, but boy, on 15 and 16, it seems like that's a pretty rough pair over there.
That's like 11 and 12 was on A Squad last night. 11 and 12 was a rough pair, although Pete Weber and Eddie Bird made it look easy.
Well, and then the funny part about that right there is that 21-22, we had 3 300s on. They went down there and shot 320 on it.
Oh, yeah.
So
that's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Really is.
Granted, they hit 21 and 22 a lot later than when the 300. All the 300s have been within the first 3 games, and that's what everybody's been saying to me. You got to attack it early and attack it hard, and then try and hang with it as the day goes on. Yeah, for those of you coming in for C Squad and listening, that's the key to success. and also starting on 21 and 22.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt. They're asking in the chat if they're done with Game 7 yet. I'm looking across, and I think the 7th frame is the lowest team, so everybody else is in 8th, 9th. But we've got one pair that's in the 7th frame, so they're moving along pretty quickly this game. Still got several guys with 250s going, so
Is that Kevin Parkey? No, Parkey Jr. There's not a combined sheet yet. I don't know if they're going to get one yet. I imagine
Probably
they will.
after
Once it gets
squad
closer.
completes.
Yeah, once it gets closer to 9, I'll see if I can get one for you. We'll try and get that for you.
All right, so it looks like the bowler on none other than 21 and 22 is on front 9 now. And is it me, or is that the only 300 going in the building?
Yeah.
Right now.
I'm going to go check that out, guys. I'll be right back.
no problem.
And it's funny because you hear all these people saying, oh, it's a house shot tournament, it's a house shot tournament. But considering that the average league is, let's say, 5 bowlers a team, 3 games, so that's 30 games on the pair. You're hitting that, and then you've got an additional 4 games after that. I mean, it's...
Yeah, it's like 54. I did the math. Jerry was asking me something a couple days ago in one of the emails he sent me. It's like you got 54 games of play on each pair.
Yep.
I mean, even in a normal league session, it's only 30. So, I mean, you've got almost twice the volume by the end of the day that you would have in a normal league session. So no matter how much volume you put out there or what the normal house characteristics are, they're going to be pretty crispy by the end of the day.
And not only that, but then you've got all these bowlers coming in that are going to be breaking down the lane pretty significantly compared to the variety of bowlers that you have in typical league play where not as much of a section gets used. But I mean, these guys, they're using the whole lane, so it's going to make things even harder going pair to pair.
So we got a guest coming in, guys. It's none other than the world famous Zeke Bate. There he is.
How's it going? What's up?
How you doing, Zeke?
Doing great. Excited to be here. Hopefully to throw every 8-bagger I can.
At least for the first 3 games, right?
Right.
Bring your coupons for 8-baggers. We were talking about how Ramonklis last night brought his coupons for 6-baggers, so got to have those every game.
Scores definitely look higher this squad than the previous.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So you've been here all day and watching, or are you just getting in?
I got in probably an hour ago, watching some friends, watching some people I don't know, but just, kind of looking around, seeing what angle is striking the most. That's the biggest thing. Is going to be what angle can you use to throw those 8-baggers. It's looking like the kind of tighter angles. Like I see more and more people who loop it getting in more trouble pair to pair. So it's interesting.
You seen anything characteristically bay to bay, or?
Yeah, I mean, couple things from previous years that I learned is that this kind of side gets really tight down lane really quickly.
Through the middle?
Yeah, the middle gets tight down lane faster. That side's always easier, it seems like, the right side. And then that side's kind of your whatever pair you hit.
Yeah.
That's what it's always seemed like. I imagine this year's going to be similar to that.
my soda here?
Yeah.
Pretty accurate. That's from what they were saying last night, that it seemed like the low bay was causing more hook than anywhere else.
Yeah, the low bay hooks earlier.
You guys also, sorry, Zeke. We got Rob Gotchel in the booth, guys. Rob Gotchel, Team USA member.
How's it going, guys?
Rob Gotchel.
And real quick, AJ Rice is up on 21-2, and it looks like he's got a 10 in a row.
Yeah, he threw the first one,
I believe. So we're going to try and get him up here to open a present.
How you doing, Rob?
Good, yourself?
Pretty fair, pretty fair.
A lot of striking going on.
Whole lot of striking. I'm missing it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. How's your arm doing?
Getting close. We were just talking about that a little bit back, but yeah, get the cast off in 8 days and start some therapy, and hopefully by February 1 I'll be back to bowling. So
that'll be good. Get you ready for tournament season.
Yep. Were you down watching Adam and Liz, or
a little
bit?
They
were doing?
They struggled early, but they had quite a few quite a few strikes going.
They were down on 1 and 2, weren't they?
Yeah, Liz started spare open and then had like 6 or 7 in a row. I don't know how they finished in the 10th, but Liz is bowling really, really well today.
I think this is AJ Rice's 300 shot here.
He throws it okay.
He strikes
on
a couple times.
On the 300 pair, this will be number 5 if he gets it on that pair.
Is it? Oh yeah, that's right. Let's see. Oh.
A little light.
It's like 298.
No dice.
And I'm thinking it looks like Adam Barta and Liz and Casey and Sean Swanson might be coming in close to the live streak. They might be on 9 and 10. Or
yeah, I think they come to 9 and 10. The Butler Hayes guys come to 13 and 14.
Quick update. AJ Rice down there finished off with 298. And he was two-handing, left-handing the heck out of that ball. And he probably could have struck from the parking lot.
Huh.
He does. I hear he does have 2 hands.
He does, and he uses them too.
Couple reps.
Very well.
So, Rob, what are you seeing out there?
Well, a lot of what I'm seeing is the guys that are struggling now from pair to pair, the lanes have just gotten really wet dry. And the guys that are trying to be real steep with their angles, and I just think they're flinging it to the right a little too quick, and they're still striking, but they see 5-6 counts. At this point, especially on the right side, you just can't give the pocket away, in my opinion. It's really about the bowling ball right now, and we don't say that a lot on when they're easier and higher scoring, because the ball a lot of the times tends to shape the same, but in this building, it's really crucial to get your ball to go through the pins the right way.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That's pretty much the same thing that Zeke was saying when he jumped up. Jeff was talking about last night. A couple of people in the chat were asking about when they start to get pretty crispy, why aren't guys just shelling down or going to urethane or going to plastic? And it's a matter of creating that down lane angle to get it still to go through the pins. Or you don't want to be pinging 10s all night long and going 9 spare.
And the one trick that some guys are doing is actually doing the opposite of that. They're actually shelling up to not necessarily a bigger cover, but a bigger core, so essentially a bigger ball, and that way you can take that asymmetrical type ball and kind of whack on it all you want, but you don't have to fling it at the dry. You can fling it to about 10, and the ball kind of burns up its energy, but it definitely controls the pocket. Then it's just about if you can get in this place, if you can get that 6 to chop out the 10. If you can get the 6 to chop out the 10 in this place, your swing will get loose really quick.
Super loose.
I think keeping them low. A lot of guys that score better if they're able to get the ball to go through the pins and keep them down. The guys that really smash the hole hard usually are leaving 8s. And we saw on the live stream pairs last night, I bet in a 3-game span, I bet we saw a half a dozen stone 8s and 9s.
What's funny is I don't know if the new pins have a little to do that, because I have seen a lot more stone 8s and stone 9s, compared to the last couple of years here.
And that's, I bowl here on Friday nights, and that's been one of the more characteristic leaves. You don't see a lot of half 10s here even on league nights. It's guys that are really wrapping dimes or boning 8s or running over 9s for the right-handers. It's just been more characteristic this year, and I don't know if it could be the new pins, but it's hard to tell. The more aggressive equipment that guys are able to throw now that the balls are making those steeper angles going through the pins is definitely have to have an impact too.
Oh, I agree with that.
Looks like everybody's wrapping up Game 7 here. We should be getting an update pretty soon. I think the way the skip is set up right now is slowing traffic from pair to pair a little bit. That's changing from bay to bay for each game. It's slowing it down just a little bit. But
I don't even remember what was the cross like last year. I don't even remember what it was. It does seem like the cross is much bigger and a little more confusing. Not necessarily confusing, but just it seems to have slowed it down quite a bit, especially with this much striking going on.
Right. I agree. You'd think that with everybody, that we've only got right now on this shift after Game 6 one team that's under.
Yeah.
So the guys are striking enough, and gals too are. They're throwing a bunch of strikes. So you'd think that the pace of play would be pretty quick, but from the early estimates, we might be running, half an hour behind for the next squad.
What is it? Skip 3 and then after halfway point skip 2?
It was skip 3 and then like some skip. I don't know what the exact process is because it's just on everybody's sheet.
Yeah, they've got it set up on the sheet. The skips are pre-programmed for everybody. They're very similar for wherever you're starting. You're making the same moves. But what they try to do, Redbird, for those that are out there in internet land, there's 3 8-lane bays, and the way they have the skip set up is you bowl a game in each bay.
Yeah.
So it's like you go bay 1, bay 2, bay 3, and then you go back to bay 1.
Okay.
So
because that's what I noticed. Some people are crossing. They bowl on 23 and 24, and then the next game they'll bowl on 1 and 2.
They're definitely getting spread out. So they're hitting 3 of the 4 bays, and some guys are making that look pretty easy right now. Still seeing some pretty good scores, a lot of 250s. I think last night, we were saying earlier that 4th and 5th was like the 450 mark. And even right now, that on this squad right now, that's 10, and they still have 3 games to play.
Yeah, I was thinking, I thought after last night, 500 was going to probably be safe. It's probably going to be pushing it, but and you really want to try to be as close to 12th as you can get.
Right.
In years past, in this tournament is when we get to the cut score, those last like 6-7 spots are usually all within 30 pins of each other. It just log jams.
I had a bet that it was going to be like 535 was cut, somewhere around there.
I think last year was 536 to cash. I tried looking it up last year, and that sounds about right. And I was even saying earlier that I thought it was going to be in the 550 to 560 range. But the way these guys are bowling right now, if the cut number keeps going up by 60, even from right now, 12th place would be 580.
These
just
are the
on
games
this
they start
squad.
slowing down.
Yeah, that's just on this squad.
C squad, if they match that number, then the cut number is probably going to be really, really close to 600, which would be pretty amazing.
Yeah, now the trend in this tournament has been B squad has always got the most in. C squad
Is second.
Yeah, C is usually second, and Friday usually got the least. Just and I don't know if it's not the lanes. I think some of it's just between the talent and then you get a watch. You know, I mean, B squad comes in, you come in the morning. It's just some of it's different mentality. You get some guys bowling that it's kind of like league night. They're here to bowl, but it's a little more casual. But traditionally, this B squad has got the most, and it's a pretty strong squad as well. I mean, a lot of good bowlers bowling, a lot of good bowlers in the whole tournament. Period.
Right.
Looks like we're going to have tournament leaders Shepard and Wolf right here in front of us on 11 and 12.
Brett's been bowling almost as well as Mike Ramaklis did last night.
Yeah.
He put on a heck of a show.
Yeah, Brett. I was talking to Brett earlier, and he kind of made a joke that he whacked him pretty good last year too, and he swept Mike all 9 games, and I caught him after game 3 today, and he's like, yeah, it looks like the sweep's on again. And then Mike finally snapped him off, like 260 to 250. So Mike's pulling a little more of his weight this year, I guess. But yeah, Brett's ball roll matches up to this place very well. He's the one guy that can kind of get steep with it to the dry, but his ball doesn't overreact off of it, and that's a big thing.
He doesn't ping 10 a lot either.
No. It's kind of that new age heavy roll with a little. He's got the little spin in with that heavy roll. It's just when you give him the friction to the right, he strikes a lot. He's actually playing a lot tighter now.
A couple of guys in the chat are asking if they're bowling on wood. Yes, this is wood, and the finals will be live streamed tomorrow morning. We've got one more squad that comes in today to bowl 9. And then tomorrow, the top 24 will come back for 4 games, and they will cut to the top 12 for match play. And all of that will be streamed. We should be getting a scoring update here for Game 8 shortly, or for Game 7, as everybody has started Game 8. Looks across the board here. AJ Rice in Game 7 had a good pop at 3 and ended up with 298. So. You can barely see Adam in there. Adam Barta on 9 and 10. You can see his ball shape going through the pins, and that's about all you can see for him right now. But
yeah, that's the tricky thing on the right side. Right now is you want that ball to just basically quit off the drive, but yet you still need it to make its way through the pins properly. And Adam looks like he's just a little firmer than he was a couple games ago, and now I think when he gets a little firmer and catches that oil, the ball just doesn't quite get up the hill. And they're pretty clipped. I mean, the volume in the middle is up there.
Liz had the same shape there on 9. Looks like her ball just didn't read quite as much, and I don't know if that's the like you were talking about with the angles that they're trying to play, and just trying to keep the tilt a little bit higher to get the ball to read down lane.
You gotta get it to get started. Like if the ball never starts, it's just gonna
hydroplane.
It's either gonna puff or it's gonna bucket.
Yep.
Well, and even some of these light hits, that you're seeing, some of it, the ball hooked too soon. I mean, the ball spent it immediately, and it's hard to notice that because you could move in the next shot and your ball could hook less because they're trying to play the oil line, so fine.
think's going to make some big moves on C squad? I mean, where are some of the guys besides the guys in the booth here? I mean, you guys are both going to throw some telephone numbers out there. Who else do you think we're going to be watching for? I mean, Derek Roseberry and Tony Lambert, last year's winners, are bowling on C, and
they should strike.
They strike a lot here.
Yeah, one team that is kind of a quiet team. Not a lot of people may know is Anthony Lavey Spar and Ted Pritz.
Yeah, Texas. Yeah, they both super good out of nationals.
Ted Pritz has been around for a long time, and Ted Pritz can throw some strikes. I mean they're one you definitely kind of want to watch out for.
You have the California team of Dupree, Dickey, and Anthony Thompson. They can strike.
Yeah, Anthony Thompson, left-handed. He knows how to throw some strikes.
I think Anthony, Pepe, and GG3 are bowling.
Yeah, me and Oaf get a bowl with Pepe and Gohagen, all night. So that should be fun and entertaining.
Danny Lemish and Mike Doles, another good doubles group.
Yeah, Matt Ogle, Tony Preston. I mean, there's a lot of good teams on the.
Matt McNeil and Craig Nitterberg.
Yeah.
That's another
pretty good team. So there's a lot of scores that could come off a C.
John Heath and Marvin Hale on the live stream left side pair.
Someone in the chat, Larry, asked where they can find the scores. If you're looking at the live stream, just below the picture there's a blue tab that says Event Information. Click on that, and you'll be able to pull that drop down and look at the scores game by game as well as last squad. So hope that helps.
Let's see what Lizzie does after the light hit. Oh, she slowed her speed down a little bit.
One picked up and one went through
flush.
hard.
Marvin Hale here on lane 12. Oh, lane 12 looks pretty sparky. Brett Shepard went through the face there too.
Guys moving from that other bay coming into this middle bay here, getting some really perplexed looks on their faces when they get that reaction on the second shot when they make that move. So
interesting hook spots.
Well, and the big thing, you really have to trust yourself too. When you see your ball do something, you have to trust that you. A lot of people sit there and second guess themselves, and then they'll get stuck in that 6-frame rut. But something like that, you got to just trust it. Make the move that you think is proper, and go from there. Because otherwise, you're going to give more frames away, and you can't do that in this tournament. Because that can be the difference between 200 and 230 real quick.
Any surprises on the leaderboard? I know we haven't gotten Game 7 update yet, but we do have Game 6 up here, and there's a couple of local guys that are still hanging in there. Shea Bittenbender and Johnny Marsala. They're not,
they're not the big name guys,
but they're really, really good bowlers locally. I mean, Shea's a Lindenwood University product, and Johnny Marsala is a lefty from St. Charles area that's been one of the best lefties in St. Louis for a lot of years, and so it's no surprise to see them real close to the leaderboard, the top of the leaderboard. And Andy Klein and Stephen Keeler. Stephen Keeler from Kansas, and Andy's another up and comer, bowling well. And
Aaron Hayes and Jeff Butler are 6th. They actually won the tournament 2 years ago.
Just got Game 7's update here. It looks like Wolf and Shepard are still in the lead at 6:58. Adam Barta and Liz Johnson made a big move all the way up to 2nd at 6:48. Kevin Williams and Michael Holloman in 3rd with 6:29. Hayes and Butler at 6:10. Bittenbender and Marsala at 5:87, rounding out the top 5. And looks like all the way down to 10th place is at 4:85 over after 7. So the numbers are still going really, really good.
Yeah, it seemed to level off just a little because it was 440, after the last game, 441. It only went up 40 pins instead of that customary 60 or 70. I mean, the transition's just getting tough,
These are the games that normally happen.
Well, it's a lot easier to bowl a 190, 2-0, 2-teen out there right now. And, we're early on when they're fresh, one of the guys gets a 7-8 bagger going. 500's easy to bowl when one guy's got 260 or 270.
That's exactly right. They were talking about even though we're seeing a lot of strikes that are getting thrown, you were talking about the difference between 230 and 2-teen, even making that difference of having that plus 40 game versus the plus 80 game. That you're looking at a couple of spares. Guys start getting a little bit of fatigue. They get a little bit tired after grinding out. Throwing a lot of strikes can be mentally more demanding than bowling on something that's more challenging. Where you've got your mindset ready to bowl on something challenging, and the grind of having to throw 8 strikes a game, doesn't sound like it is, but it really does wear on you.
Oh, it does, and especially when you have that. Everybody out here is going to have that game where they may start out spare, but to bear down and just trust your game, trust yourself, trust what you're doing, to be able to go off the sheet and still get the same score whether you had the first 6 or not. It can be frustrating, but you just have to channel it and just move forward each shot. And there's another mentality too, because you do have a partner. You don't want to let your partner down, or if your partner's stringing them and you're not getting all the hits, it changes the mentality.
A lot of dynamics.
Especially when you're looking around and you're seeing nothing but 5 baggers and 6 baggers.
Yeah. It's really tough to. There's a lot of good singles bowlers here, but there's a whole other element to team bowling.
Right.
And this is just doubles, but I mean, it's just the two people need to click the right way. Some of these guys don't even talk to each other very much when they bowl. They bowl their own game and treat it like a singles tournament. I mean, myself and Rick Miller, we did that for the many years we bowled together. He's a lefty, I'm a righty. Rick, both of us kind of are of the keep it simple mentality. We kind of dumb it down, and you're there for more moral support than necessarily lane play and everything. So we give each other 5 and motivate each other, but we kind of stayed out of each other's way. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, Dennis was talking about that last night. The cross guys that you get too, it really does impact. You may have a couple of guys that just want to stay by themselves and they don't want to communicate at all, or you get guys that you don't know, and you really throw all of that into the basket. You look at the numbers that are getting put up here, and it's pretty amazing. Guys are able to pull it off and make it go for 9 games.
Yep.
Anybody see any strings of more than 4 or 5? I don't see any from the start. I'm trying to look around. Which maybe down on 5 and 6. Somebody's got
both guys have like
half a dozen. So
5, yeah.
What about, can you see down there on 21 and 2 peeking around the pole?
No one's got a string on 21, 22.
That's been the pair of choice. I know we've had 4 300s on there, a 299, and then AJ's 298. So that pair seems to be the pair that the big numbers are coming off of. But everybody's getting their 240s and 250s everywhere else.
That's the really good thing about this tournament is it's so many games. Like house shot tournaments like 3 games. It's really hard to kind of compete with some of the other guys. Like especially if they get started hot, it's really hard to compete with that. But 9 games, you got to make a lot of moves in the 9-game succession, especially even just on this. And it never stays super easy for that long.
Right.
It's easy, but at the same time, you get into these kind of games and pair-to-pair starts getting really interesting, and your angles start getting really interesting, carry starts getting really, everything just starts changing.
Yeah, they had a little bit more transition earlier last night. I think that definitely played into the scoring pace that they ended up with. It looked like the middle of Game 5 and early part of Game 6 is about the same spot we're at now. At the start of Game 8.
What I saw last night, I saw a lot of people
Way
really
left.
far left. Early.
Really
I saw two guys in front of the ball return in Game 3. I mean, nine games. That's just tough. I think having a little more. I don't want to necessarily use the word talent, but to me a lot more competitive traveler, big traveler bowlers on this squad. I just think you got more of the people playing the lanes similar. They were playing them straighter to start. They didn't quite cliff as early, and I don't think they're hooking as early as they were last night. I just think so many people got in so fast that it actually burned up the front, where the fronts are actually holding up here, and it's really just the down lane that is just really, really burnt right now.
I noticed a lot of people last night using some surface too, especially when they moved. So that definitely caused some interesting reads.
Well, and from what I hear, a lot of locals bowled last night. Friday's kind of the St. Louis area. Quite a few of them, and you get that mentality where you bowl around here. This is what you do on the house shot, and you forget that it's 9 games and not 3, like you said. They're which is fine, but they're looking for that 750 to 800 right out of the gate. But you got 6 more games after that, and it can just affect the rest of the day and the rest of the field.
Yeah, we were Ricky and I were talking. We did some math, and a normal league session is 30 games on a pair of lanes. When you've got 6 guys bowling 9 games, that's 54. It's almost a double league session without oiling. Jeff Carter would know about that. And, from back when he averaged 261. He was bowling half that league was bowled on the second session.
Yep.
So that was pretty similar to what we see here by the end of the day.
And a lot of guys bowling this squad were here last night watching. I think that's one place where the game has really evolved over the years. Is people are trying to become more educated. Sometimes you can become overeducated with. A lot of people make the balls a little more complicated than they really are. Right. And you just, but they're coming in, watching guys similar to them, watching their shape, watching, just how they're playing the lane, and, you come in with a better game plan the next day, and that can be big, especially this, where 10 pins a game is a big, big deal.
Not a lot of guys were in real super deep, especially right here in front of the live stream. I mean, Brett was in about a little bit left the 5th arrow, just that last shot that he just threw, but the ball held off in the middle part of the lane. Ball speed's a key, and making sure that you're, like you said earlier, trusting what you do, and knowing when you're making the good shots and making the right move off that. Got the string going down on 5 and 6. Don't want to put a black cloud out, but
one of them missed. One of the teammates
missed. He didn't like it, but it struck.
Nothing wrong with it.
Like Justin Steffens in Springfield.
Barta seemed to make a good move on that pair. He's got a 5-iron going. Lizzie can punch 38 as well. So they made the move. I've been kind of watching 11 and 12 a little bit, and I'm really interested to see what some of the moves are going to be on lane 12. I'm really interested to see who's going to get in the front of that ball return, because lane 12 seems to be hooking really, really early, especially compared to lane 11. So, I don't know. I'm watching that pair. That's the leader, too. So, Wolf last time up there almost big forward.
Yeah.
But he's fine on the left lane.
Looks like Liz and Adam are starting to pour it on a little bit.
Yeah. They're making it work. There's Wolf there. That's straight. No problem.
It looks like Mike just kind of went with, he didn't move too much further left. It just looks like I think he got the thumb down a little bit and just kind of spun it through the front.
Yeah.
You know, a little. Don't want to break his
Yeah, his hands are already dead.
Don got a little tied up in the headphones. Got a broken arm already. We don't need to break a leg.
Thanks.
All right, Zeke, it looks like Matt McNeil's going to join us here. I kind of feel a little left out in this group. You know, you a couple young punks with the trophy that I want real bad.
All right. Whoa, that's loud. If you keep bowling with that crew you're bowling with, I don't think it's going to be too much longer.
I sure hope so.
I don't know, folks at home, this is Matt McNeil. Matt McNeil is pretty good. He's struck a couple times in certain places. Yeah. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Zeke. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you, too.
Yeah. Watching all the striking going on here.
Ready to get your piece of it?
I think Adam Barter and Liz Johnson have totally drained the well. I don't know if there's going to be any strikes left.
Right.
After watching those two. They continue to strike a lot. They've got we got
5-0 if they're out.
Yeah, and they had 5-0 last game and 5-0 the game before that. And
5-0 is a good score right now. I mean, the field seems to be leveling off 460. That 460, 450 is becoming a little more par now. I mean, the cut score only went up 40 pins last game. Or the 10th place score only went up 40 pins last game.
I think the team brackets that they're in, which would be all, I think they're going to do all right. Although I heard Pete Barta might be hurting for money, so.
Yeah.
Is it really?
No.
He can't be. He bought a new T-shirt.
Yeah, I was just saying. The new white tee.
No, gray.
Or gray tee. New gray tee. He had the white tee on last night.
Knowing Pete, he is wearing an Indians. He is wearing an Indian shirt, so it is possible he got it for free.
Right. Oh, wrap 10 from Barta. That stops the 260. But he's got 240.
Liz has got 230 off the sheet.
Yeah, she's got 2 team pace. So either way, it'll be a decent game for Brett Shepard.
He's really being clean with it right now.
Nice. He's nice at the bottom too.
He's petting that kitty really nice. Kitty is meowing.
Lizzie dead flush.
IQ Tour Nano mop all day.
All day.
All day.
All day mop.
All day mop has not changed.
Marvin Hale. He made a move, ball change here, looks to a lights out.
Oh, turn out the lights.
Marvin Hay.
Turn out the lights.
Yeah. John Heath strike here. I'm going to say John Heath strikes.
Johnny Heath.
From the shy.
He is from the shy.
Not if that ain't home.
No.
Oh. Crap time.
Somebody in the Skinny Jimmy in the chat asked where Keeler and his partner are. They are currently 9th on the squad after 7 games at plus 487.
Looks like 240 for Barta, 227 for Liz.
Yeah, there you go, 74 over.
That's low game. That is their low game of the tournament.
Is it really?
It is. That is low game of the tournament for them. But hopefully they shake off that bad break and get it turned around.
Yeah.
You know.
Tough pair there. Bad rack.
It's tough break when 470 is your low game.
Must be nice.
That new silver vibe is looking good on this high scoring surface out here. I've seen a couple guys throwing it. It looks pretty good.
The silver vibe?
Yeah, it's
The viral?
the viral. That's it.
Yeah.
Is that a vibe, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
It's virtually a vibe.
Yeah. I was going to ask Mr. EBI over here. I was trying to tee one up for him.
Yeah, you did well. Zeke kind of took care of it, but yeah, it's the vibe core.
Okay.
Just new name.
Okay. Got Mike Wolf.
You're very right on the thumb down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Getting it to clear stop.
And they're doing the right thing. They're once they saw their ball kind of hook and jerk, they brought their eyes in, kind of gave it the little thumb down, and just especially at where they're at in the standings at this point, don't give the pocket away. And,
Right.
Wolf just messengered out the 10, and you get those hits and you don't. So
Come on, Johnny. Hey.
A little mix and match for Johnny.
Little mixer. Yeah. Little John Heath mix.
Shake and bake out there.
Hey.
Ball's really stopping on the back ends, like Marvin's.
yeah, I think the dry is so much drier on this squad.
Yeah.
Because not everybody started way less. I mean, I think it's better, but it's just literally when the ball hits the dry, it is spending so much energy. It basically exhausts the ball.
It's already made its move by the time it's
I mean,
done.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The shell wants to go, and the core's like, what are we supposed to do?
Mm-hmm.
And it's something you don't see a lot anymore because a lot of tournaments aren't bowled on wood. A lot of the people here in the St. Louis area, they see it because, St. Louis, per capita probably has the most wood lanes left in the country.
Yeah.
And, so they do see it a little more, but as we continually bowl on more and more and more synthetics, you kind of forget about what the transitions and stuff used to be like on the wood.
Yeah, it's just that high friction surface, and that's what it pronounces the dry a little more, and that's why, especially here, you just got to get that right combination of hook skid roll.
Yeah, we were talking before you got in the booth with Don. Don was in here with us, Matt. That typically, when the lanes are easier on a house shot type thing, you don't see as much of the ball mattering because a lot of them make the same shape. But here, the ball matters a lot. It shapes differently on the wood. It's not like a synthetic house shot where everything can roll the same and you're sitting there beating your head against the wall.
Right.
This, you have to understand how your ball is entering and going through the pins.
And if you can read it, it'll actually let you know. It'll let you know what to throw just by seeing it. That's why the wood's great for that kind of reading ball reaction. Better than synthetics at points.
It'd be interesting to talk to some of the tour guys that were around when a lot of the houses started going to synthetics. Like, even in the 80s, late 80s, when you saw more and more tournaments start to be held on synthetic lanes. And it'd just be interesting to talk to some of the pros who were touring back then, what changes they made, especially with the urethane that they're using, what changes they had to make to be competitive on the synthetic surface. Obviously, it plays, you're looking at just even at a friction rating between a synthetic surface and a wood surface, not even close.
Well, especially before the resin balls came out, it shoved everybody to the right. Those guys could get in and fade it, hook it, on the wood and stuff, but when they went to synthetics, all of a sudden everybody's angles had to get a little straighter.
Right. What's your guys' favorite lane surface 2-ball line that you've seen in your career?
Well, it's very stereotypical, but regular amble lane for me.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. How about you, Rob?
I don't know if I have a favorite. I pay attention to it, obviously, but I don't get excited when there's a certain surface. Synthetics, I kind of like bowling on the AMF stuff because it seems that they transition a lot faster, the higher friction. It's just, I don't know. I think the lane machine and the lane oil almost matters more than the surface, because you kind of know what every surface is going to do nowadays, And we travel enough, we bowl enough to the same bowling centers that when one's tighter, when one hooks more, but I think now with the oils and the machines, we all know the major difference when you use a Brunswick machine compared to a Kegel machine, that they can get really, really weird.
Yeah, big difference. And then you go to topography too. Topography trumps everything. Like Texas Station when we used to bowl tournaments there. You want to talk about
Texas Station is one of the worst bowling centers to cross. And I was actually talking to somebody, talking to Brian Himmler earlier. He asked where team trials was next week, and I told him the Orleans, and he goes, "Yeah, that's probably a good center for it." He goes, they're a little different. I go, Texas Station, and he had never bowled there. But I remember going to Texas Station where you could go 250, 250, and you went to the next pair, and your ball never hooked.
Yes.
Or it was the opposite.
Yeah.
Your ball hooked like it was in the parking lot.
Oh my God, yeah. That was very fun. I remember bowling a couple of minis there, and that was crazy. I did 2 centuries there. I remember I went 250, 150, 250. It's just so easy to do there. Those pairs are pretty goofy.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough. I got to win my mini eliminator there, and it was. I kind of hold that one close to my heart because that's kind of one I feel like I earned a little.
Yes, sir. That's very honest. That's an honest win.
And what's funny is I've always matched up really well at Samstown, and I haven't won the big one there. I've never won the big one.
Hey guys, I'm going to test something real quick.
All right.
For those of you guys watching in the chat, we might go down just for a second, but we'll be right back, so you guys can just keep on talking. Just want to let everybody know.
Yay. Yay. So, Shepherd and Wolf, no signs of slowing down. They have 5:15. Is am I right? Yep, 5:15. That game. Their grand total is escaping me. I don't have the sheet.
With 5:15, they're going to move up to 770-ish.
It's not a terrible number.
No, that's a good spot to be. Very good spot to be. Always good to be leading.
You know.
There are people who will lead and complain about it, but nevertheless, good spot to be. That's a tough game for Marvin Hale on 11 and 12 right in front of us. Strike, 9 spare, strike, 9 spare, 9 spare, double, 9 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare. That's tough. Those games are out here though. I mean, you know.
Especially now.
Yeah, if you can't get the ball to set up right, I mean it is. You'll be asking for a gun and one bullet.
It's a good analogy.
I'd like to just take this time and give a quick shout out to Mike Flanagan, who started the dream of inside bowling. Unfortunately, he's not here. I consider him a very close friend, and I hope Mike's doing well back in Utah, and give him a shout out because he made this all possible. So
absolutely,
thank you to Mike Flanagan and for keeping your dream alive, so we could have cool stuff like this.
I couldn't agree more, Matt. I actually talked to Mike last week on the phone, and I was actually a little disappointed that he wasn't going to be here. You know, it's just kind of not the same without Mike here, and this being kind of his home area, the greater St. Louis area. And I know he's a little sad that he's not here as well. So.
Well, I was really happy for him when he got that job with Storm. I mean, that's a kind of a realization of all the years of hard work. You know, all the times he was traveling with his IB crew, not making a penny for anything. You know, it was costing him money out of his own pocket to do this stuff. So that's a realization of many years of hard work and dedication.
Oh, in his love for bowling.
Yeah.
You know.
All right. Have you thrown out any predictions for top 24 numbers?
We kind of messed around with it a little bit earlier, and we were both kind of around the 500. I think Zeke said 535. I was a little on the 500, right around 500.
I think that's pretty close. Definitely up a lot from last year.
Yeah. Don was saying that he thought the cut was 530 last year.
No, I thought it was 4.
But I couldn't,
something.
I couldn't remember.
Yeah, I thought it was 4 something.
Didn't you guys? You guys went like 1,000 over last year, Gacho.
I don't remember.
It was close to that.
I don't remember. I somehow had something that not many right-handers had.
Now, is the lefty duo that won last year, are they bowling again?
Yes, they are on our squad.
Okay, well, that's good to know. We definitely picked the right squad.
Our squad is lefty heavy.
Is it?
All right. Well, I mean, you're bowling, Pepe's bowling, Gohagen's bowling, Roseberry, Lambert,
Thompson,
Anthony Thompson.
And then, just going back to that whole IB group, can't forget Double B, Brian Burkhart, and of course Matty Turek. I mean, these guys, once again, Matty's kind of I saw him running around last night, sweating bullets.
Yeah.
He lost 8 pounds actually last night in sweat.
It was very hot in here last night.
He is, and he's currently standing behind us. It looks like somebody just did the ice bucket challenge.
Wow.
So these guys working so hard. So kudos to them and
They do great things.
Yeah, big
They do
thank you.
great things.
Big thank you.
Yeah, I told Mike, for many years that doing this is for the bowler, for their, as it's gotten expensive to travel, and we got a lot of people traveling a lot of miles to essentially bowl for $3,500. $3,500 is a good chunk of change, but at the same time, it's not a life-changing thing, and to keep the cost down, families can stay home now and be able to watch their loved ones and friends, and it also allows people to get, to kind of get to know some of the non-PBA guys. I mean, this is kind of our little tour here, There's 60 of us that bowl a lot of events together, and everyone's like a little reunion, but, Inside Bowling and, some of the other live streams have really helped bring it together and also bring awareness to great players throughout the country that, might have might have normal day-to-day jobs and, aren't chasing the dream on the tour, but there's lots of talent around the country that's just not on the PBA tour as well.
Well, they do it the right way. So everything's super set up great. An Inside Bowling event is an event that you feel like you can't miss.
Well, and Jerry Anderson does a great job here.
Jerry Anderson is great.
Jerry is a great guy.
Jerry has 6 employees here.
Yes.
6.
6.
6?
6 to run the whole center.
Yeah. 6.
That's nasty.
Now, 1,000 people come through this building this weekend, and 6 people are taking care of everything.
That's awesome.
Open to close.
And they do a great job. That's crazy.
I will say the one benefit to not having Mike Flanagan here is the conversation is a lot less awkward.
Yikes. Mike Flanagan. There's none of that either.
No.
I mean, he did have me reading his palm one time in Iowa.
Yes.
I remember that.
Yeah.
That did get awkward.
Yeah, and then he was talking about his, what do you call it, Flanny Land or something?
Yeah, Flanny Land is like his theme park, right?
Yeah, his fantasy theme park.
And his hand hugs.
Yeah.
We should probably get Annenbar just for old time's sake.
Yeah.
That'll creep everybody out.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
The hand hug phenomenon.
As long as he doesn't invite children there, we're quite all right. It's a Flanny Land. Yeah, but going back to what you're talking about, all the tournaments, like this is kind of our tour. It's like the little traveling circus.
Yeah, it is.
It really is a traveling circus. When the cameras get turned off and and everything, and that's where all the fun happens. All the stories, all the friendships, all the
memories.
Yeah, all the memories. I mean, really, that's it. It really makes everything worthwhile. Because money always comes, money always goes, but just getting to spend time with the people you really enjoy spending time with, and people understand your passion for the game. That's priceless. Because you don't meet other people like you on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, and people ask me all the time, it's really cool to be able to travel and do what you love to do, and I tell them, I go, the best part of it all is all the people I've got to meet along the way and just get to know. I mean, I have people I consider my best friend that live miles and miles away from me, and it's just, bowling is a great game, and it's a fraternity that we have that's it doesn't get matched in any other sport.
Yeah, definitely agree with that.
And when you were talking about the traveling circus, were you talking about Harvey's group or just bowling, the kind of amateur bowling circuit in general?
No comment.
Because you have a lot of there's a lot of characters in the Harvey group.
Yes, the Team Harvey has many characters.
I'm like part of Team Harvey, but I'm not part of Team Harvey. So
like a part-timer.
Yeah. I'm just associated with Team Harvey.
Well, the perks are nice. We're staying at very nice facilities, accommodations.
They have a waterfall shower head at the hotel.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
The Westin, downtown St. Louis.
That shower was beautiful.
Very beautiful shower. I actually took a picture of it.
Did you?
I do have
Hopefully
a picture.
not while you were in it.
No.
Okay.
My roommate Craig Nidifer was not in it either.
So much for the conversations not being awkward.
I know, right?
It's only 4:30, guys.
Hey,
at least wait till 10 tonight.
We got some good teams in front of us. We got Adcock and Queen. We got Jimmy Cook and AJ Rice.
Jimmy Cook. He was just recently in a car accident.
Yes.
Car crash. Thank God he's great. He's doing well.
Yes, and he's bowling again, which is good.
He was bowling like a week after.
It was a pretty serious car accident too.
Very.
Yeah.
He's tough as nails. This kid.
This gentleman, this two-handed lefty on the left on lane 11, he was at the IB Open too, wasn't he?
He finished up there in this tournament last year as well.
Yes. And AJ Rice is going to be on 14, right-hand part of the screen. He won the Proprietors Cup over the summer, took home a good amount of change. To say the least. 20-some $1,000.
AJ fried rice.
AJ
White
fried rice.
AJ white rice. White rice.
So how is is there an EBI update, Rob? Anything you guys are coming out with, or how's work, or anything like that?
Well, work's going good. You know, I'm about 3 months into my new position as basically I'm the coordinator of marketing promotions for the company. I deal with a lot of our amateur staff, kind of starting to help oversee that part of the program. I'm getting really involved with the TNBA side of our sponsorship agreement through the Hammer brand and stuff, and it's going real good. Every week my role kind of gets defined more and more, but I'm based in our marketing department, and still a little not really involved with the R&D side of things, but I have my input and things I see in the field, and I still throw all the balls, so it's good. I've been there 9 months, and I'm enjoying it. It was a little scary at first, kind of leaving my entire life behind to go on a new adventure, but I'm really glad I did it. I'm in a good place, and I'm preparing for my future after I'm done competing, and that's ultimately what it was all about in the end.
Well, that's the big thing, is you gotta realize that the train tracks stop at some point in time.
Yeah, I mean we're always going to be able to compete. We're always going to want to compete, and there's I just turned 37 years old, so I'm going to get to some of the. I'll be a hot commodity on the over 40, under 40 circuit here pretty soon, but it's just you have to. You can't just. I can't throw with two hands. My rev rate is not 500. Some of these kids are good, and it's doing the right thing, Someday maybe I'll get married too,
Oh boy. No, I'll take an over/under on that one.
Think I can make it to death before that happens?
I've seen a good deal of IQ Tour Nanos out there. That ball looks pretty good. It looks like it's striking a good amount. That and I've seen a lot of the New Brunswick Melee jabs as well. I've seen a fair amount of the local Brunswick fellows rocking that one. Ball is actually really, really good. A lot of good stuff
Jimmy
out there.
Cook. I see you, Jimmy Cook, with a little shim fade. I see you. Look at you.
We should be getting standings update here shortly for.
This is game 9, correct?
Yeah, we should be getting the standings after 8 here shortly. I like this Kyle Sherman kid's game a lot.
Where's he at? In the blue over
He's
here?
right here in the blue Adidas
Yeah,
shirt
he
over on
bowls.
9 and 10.
He bowls for Lindenwood.
Yeah.
Yeah, he throws it really good.
Yeah, he made junior team this year, I believe, out of junior gold. Real solid player.
Yeah, Jimmy Cook is Harvey's adopted son, I believe.
Is he?
I think so.
Yeah?
I think Harvey has adopted Jimmy. Jason Queen's been killing it today. Every time I've looked over at Jason Queen, he's always got a string rolling. Oh, I put the black cloud on him. Just clouded him.
Jeez.
I wish we had like a cloud
Animation
we could just put over somebody with like a lightning bolt and some raindrops.
With your face in it.
The Matt McNeil black cloud.
Yeah.
Is the Proprietor's Cup in the chat room? Is that Billy?
I'm 99.8% sure that's Billy.
It is. How about a big hand to Billy? All the hard work he
Yeah,
does.
he puts in a ton of work,
Oh
too.
man, getting all the sponsors and all the hard work he does.
There's a lot of really good people behind bowling.
Yes.
A lot of good people.
You know, and just like this event, Billy's event gets bigger and bigger every year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, from the team event on Friday, which is
insane.
There's a little bit of money involved, but it's so much fun to bowl that event.
Yeah.
That's a good weekend.
Yeah, they raise some money for charity, and it's a great way to start off a great weekend.
It's a lot of fun. I mean, it's really just bragging rights too, because you look at all the teams there, and you know, just to win it. And to say, I mean, all the power-loaded teams, you know, with all the touring professionals and all those guys, that's nuts. This is Jimmy Cook on 13.
Jimmy Cook.
Jimmy Cook.
Jimmy Cook.
James Cook. I don't think anybody ever calls him James, though.
I'll call him James. James. We have. I'm gonna make a really bad joke.
All right.
So just prepare yourself for this. We have Jimmy Cook and AJ Rice. So it's cooked rice. Cooked rice.
Cooked rice. It's
Get
the
it?
team of cooked rice.
Cooked white rice.
Yes. When I was bowling the member non-member the other month with Patrick Allen, I pulled a few of the Matt McNeil stick at the line and hop it out to the left.
Oh yeah.
And so
old thing?
Yep. So somebody quipped it was the mop and hop team.
That's pretty good.
That's really good.
So we were team mop and hop, or hop and mop, one of the two, whichever you want to call it. Either way, it made for some good entertainment.
Normally when you do that, you strike though.
I do. Yeah. That and the double dribble.
Yeah,
The double
you're really
dribble
good.
is 99.9% career lifetime.
But you post those. Your
Yes, sir.
swing still stays loose for that.
All right, standing
Somehow.
sheets. Standing sheets. You got it, Zeke?
Wolf Shepard 773, still leading. Williams and Holloman 724, right ahead of Barta and Johnson at 722. Hayes and Butler fourth with 648. That's a drop off. And Bittenbender and Marsala at 602 is rounds out the top 5. So we see the top 3 kind of separating themselves in that last game there.
What's the 10th?
10th place is Adcock and Queen, 526. Jinx.
You owe me a cap.
I'm the one who said Jinx. How do I owe you a drink?
I turned it around and you didn't say anything else.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see where that 24th place number shapes up.
Somebody in the chat asked if Wolcott will be hitting the camera pair. Wolcott is not bowling.
No, Jimmy Wolcott. No, Jimmy Wolcott. And I think we have that might be up by next. One of the great IB staff members is working on a very fun animation. I think they might get to use next block, and I have a feeling it will be used on me while I'm bowling.
What lane you start on, Matt?
What lane do I start on, Rob?
13.
Lucky 13. See?
I just saw.
The guys in the booth, C Squad, are going to have a great time. Please tune in because we got one of the IB folks working on a great, phenomenal animation.
Jimmy Cook just missed a spare.
After the front 4 too.
Did he? Oh, he went and got
it. Somebody just quipped about Jerry Anderson and his huge dome. That is a
Yikes.
very big dome.
Yikes.
Adam Barta just missed a 10-pin too.
You're just getting to the point now to where, I mean, it's been a long day.
Yes, sir.
I mean, they started 6 hours ago, and you're coming down to the final few frames here of a very, a lot of striking, but a very mentally exhausting day.
It's very taxing, no doubt. Very, very taxing. People downplay and say, "Oh, it's so easy to bowl on house shots," and I'm like, you know how hard it is to strike 9 times a game, even when they're easy.
It's a lot easier to do for 3 games, but to do it over 9 games over 6 hours,
That's hard.
moving pairs.
Yeah, there's a lot to it. I mean, it's you look at the top of the list, and it's not like it's people you've never heard of.
Yeah.
I mean, the cream is always going to rise to the top. And what's weird is I love it when I hear a very good player say, I hate when they're easy. And, I mean, to an extent, I get it because there's no, the emphasis on shot making, or shot accuracy, I should say, not shot making, shot accuracy goes down, and the emphasis on spare making goes down a little bit. But still, you still have to make a ton of good shots and carry. But now the playing field is leveled, so you got to make even more really great quality shots, and you really can't afford to even miss one spare.
Yep.
Because the playing field's level now. So now it's like super hard. So now instead of only beating 20% of the field, now you got to beat like 100% of the field, and so it's just so I don't really understand when good players say, "Oh, I hate when they're easy." It's like, well, I guess you hate when everybody has a chance to beat you, and you just got to bowl that much better.
Yeah.
That's all it's saying. The scoring pace is always relative. if you got to average 250, that's what you got to average. If you got to average 2.0, that's what you got to average.
Just got to find a way to get it done.
Yeah. All right. Carter just took my soapbox away, so I'm going to get off of it.
Gotcha.
That's not good.
No, boy, no. Where are they?
Cook and Rice, 7th place at 560. They need some pins this game just to be safe.
I think they need 60 something over this game.
I mean, if they go plus this game, they're definitely in the top 24. But AJ's on 190 pace, and Jimmy Cook is now on 190 pace.
Make it.
So
2-0, 205, 197.
if you want to be safe,
Does Jeff have a microphone?
Now he does.
now Jeff is armed with a microphone.
Jeff, what's your prediction on the cut score? What's the safe number?
Last night we were talking around 580, but it may be higher than that.
Yeah, it's definitely that's 600. 600 is probably solid.
Yeah.
I think the key was the middle part of the round. Games 4, 5, and 6 today didn't break down nearly as fast as it did last night. Guys were actually able to stay farther right longer, and that was huge.
Oh yeah, and there's still guys only sliding 25. They just get the right ball in their hand. They're keeping their angles in front of them.
I haven't started that far right since junior leagues.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I've seen you play out there a couple times.
It was probably really early in the morning.
Possibly.
There's one of Jerry Anderson's 6 staff members running down 11-12 to get a deadwood.
They hustle.
They do.
I like it.
That.
They do
I like
right.
it too. Yeah. Yeah, it's not just mope on down there, take 2 minutes to get the deadwood. They're hustling. I like that.
She's got her Bowl Strong shirt on.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's repping.
Adcock Queen are in. They're 5:26 over, and they got
Decent work in here.
They've got some work in front of them, but Adcock's working on a 4-bagger.
260 if they punch.
Yeah,
Out.
they could do some good damage here. Oh yeah,
He knows
Tommy.
it. He knows it.
You guys seriously need to quit black cloud my teammates here.
Yeah, those are your national teammates, right?
They sure are. Still trying to figure out who did Tommy's hair this morning.
I just looked at it. Like,
well, he cut the mullet, so we got rid of that. So we're heading in the right direction. Now we got to work on the actual style.
Yeah, he did lose the Ned Flanders mustache as well.
Maybe that's why he looks so much different. The mustache is gone.
Yeah, the Ned Flanders mustache is gone. Somebody was asking me to do a PDW crotch chop, and I don't think that's going to happen. That's Pete's move. It's not my move. That is his move.
What happened?
I have my own moves, and the crotch chop is not one of them.
We're winding down. Looks like we're starting to see a lot of tired faces.
Yes.
Not nearly as bad as it was at 2 o'clock this morning.
Oh, I can imagine. I know. I left a little after midnight last night, and I think there's still 2 games left. I was like, man,
Yeah, by the time we got done this morning, there were some guys that were just begging to just get done and out of here.
Well, and some of the guys on that squad last night were throwing back some beers. There were some guys throwing down some beers.
Yeah,
I still think that's the only reason why Jerry actually likes the Friday night squad is 'cause the bar does so well.
Yeah, it's like the league night.
Oh, it's the bar sales last night definitely were not bad.
Not at all.
No.
I contributed.
Well, yeah, I think Team Harvey contributed.
Oh, we definitely
We
contributed.
contribute everywhere we go.
We also contributed to the evil gambling machines that they have in there.
Yeah.
That I
those
think
things will take your money.
The ones that are for entertainment only, or entertainment purposes only.
Yeah.
Yes, I think the last time somebody won on those, Kermit was a tadpole.
Wow. That's a long time ago.
That's a long time ago.
Somebody just asked in the chat what time Sea Squad would probably start up. I'm going to estimate close to 5 o'clock.
I think that's what Jerry was kind of looking at, was somewhere around 4:45 to 5 o'clock. And also, just a little bit of breaking news. I know it's hard to believe, but Brett Shepard has the front 7.
Oh,
Hey,
weird.
Brett Shepard.
He hasn't really struck much today, so it's nice to see him finally get something put together.
Yeah, he's finally getting lined up. You know,
Swing loosened up a little bit.
while you were still out, Jeff, we were talking about how, last year Brett kind of rode Mike a little bit about how he beat him every game, and Mike didn't pull his weight. Mike has beaten him one game today that we know of.
I've bowled with Mike in enough tournaments to where I've seen that happen before, both sides.
Yeah, but Mike seems to be holding his own a little better this year than he did last year.
I actually saw Mike smile twice earlier.
Oh, God.
How about Mike Ramaklis? I think he smiled like 2 or 3 times last night too, and I think that's a new tournament record for him.
He smiled all night.
One of them was when he opened up the Christmas present.
What did he get for a Christmas present?
A blue tarp.
Blue tarp.
Hey, everybody needs a tarp, especially a blue one. I think a few of those gifts might be left over from past years too.
Yeah, we were talking. We just hope one of them wasn't a ham.
A Christmas ham.
There you go, Jimmy.
Left over from the local Schnucks just down the road. I'm just glad I didn't make another foolish dance bet with Barta and Johnson this year. That was very smart on my part.
That got brought up last night as well.
Yeah, that was a smart call on my part because
I scrubbed my eyes for 20 minutes after seeing that last year.
I couldn't sleep.
I think my dancing just reaffirmed a lot of people's heterosexuality for a long, long time. And see, that's a great thing about the Inside Bowling webcast is we're pretty loose. I shouldn't say we. They allow others to be a little more loose, and there's no way I could say that word on a USBC live stream.
Yeah, I think that's one of the Flanagan rules. Keep it loose.
Yes.
Seeing as how Mike usually sings while he's on here,
Oh,
I think you can get away with saying heterosexual.
Yes. Jason Queen just piping it up there.
Not to confuse what he always does.
Well, Tommy can give him a run for his money piping it, though, too.
Oh, yes, he can.
Tommy's getting up there. He has to hook it a little bit more. He just can't generate the ball speed he used to.
Yep.
But back in the day, if you guys would have seen him back in the 80s, that when I did, he was... I would be willing to bet that at least on 5 different occasions, I've called him making the 710.
Oh, I believe
it. He was notorious for 25-30% makes back then.
Oh yeah, a lot of bounce action. That and a guy like Eugene McCune, he can rock at the ball too. He could really throw it hard. Robert Smith.
I still don't think I've seen anybody throw it harder than Oscar.
Osko throws it hard.
Oh,
He's
yes,
about,
he does.
He pushes 30 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Oh, Jimmy. Knows he needs it.
He's scratching. Jimmy's scratching.
Knows he needs it. Whoa.
That was just a not good shot there.
Whoa.
Not good off his hand. Yeah, Shea Bittenbender here on lane 12. He's been hot lately. He's been
Shea bowled 300 earlier today.
Yeah, he's been hot. I've been seeing some stuff going on Facebook. He's been doing pretty good.
They're up there too. They're in 5th right now.
Yes, sir.
Shea's got 290 if he goes out. Partner's got 240. They can make a nice little climb up there into the top, top 5, top 6 at the end of the, all 3 squads.
Yes, sir.
Good position for tomorrow.
Rob, did you bring like any old gems for the wood for the house?
No, I didn't really bring any old gems.
Oh, no old gems?
No.
I'm really excited about the old gems I brought. And I want to kind of talk about them.
I was gonna bring a cherry vibe, but I just.
Oh.
It's like the last one I got, and I just didn't want to burn it up.
Yep.
It kind of has some sentimental value to me.
Yeah.
OG Cherry 5.
What gems did you bring, Matt?
I'm glad you asked because I really wanted to talk
Tee
about.
that up for yourself.
Yep. That's right.
I really want to talk about the bowling balls I brought.
That's right. I brought an old Purple Rhino Pro. I found I'm not sure on the real color on this because it's phased, but it's a Rhino Pro RE and it's kind of like a.
It used to be maroon, or it used to be navy blue. It's got like the orange logo.
It's got an orange logo, but it's like magenta. If Jason Guess is listening, he would know because he has all the rhinos.
I had an RE back in the day too.
Yeah. So I got one of those.
Yeah,
I got a Purple Rhino
purplish.
Pro, and then I found an Attitude 3, the silver and purple one. And I brought that as well. And then I got a wild card.
You do know they make balls right now, right?
Well, yeah. See, see. Okay, now here's the.
Is that your arsenal?
No. I brought those just for this tournament. I shipped them down because I'm heading to the New Year's Day tournament in Carolier.
Yeah.
So I've got my mainstream. I got my Melee
All
Cross, my Jab, my Exile.
Your cab.
Good save.
Yes. I got my Intellect. I got all the new stuff, my Thug, Guru. But last year I got so trapped because I didn't bring any old gems, and I just needed some stuff that let me play a little further left, a little longer. So I had to bring a few old gems. I think that Attitude 3 has a good chance of rolling pretty good on this stuff.
Guys, it looks like the team of Adcock and Queens trying to make a move up into the top 10, so maybe solidify themselves a position for bowling on Sundays.
What was the number? They were 520?
They were at 520 going into this game.
Yeah.
Tommy's got 280 out. Jason's 240s.
They should already be there then.
Yeah, they got enough.
Great last game there by Adcock and Quinn there.
Oh yeah, they're both throwing the brute. Both throwing a shiny brute.
Doing kind of similar things too.
Yes, they are. That's a team that is always competitive in this tournament every single year.
Yeah.
They always
made
make
it every year almost.
Yeah, they always make it. They're always up there fishing around, knocking on the door.
But they both know how to bowl. I mean, they know how to bowl.
Very good.
They know how to bowl together. We talked about that earlier about team, and they work well together, and they're very good friends.
Ooh. Great shot.
Yeah, that's big.
They're in.
They're gonna get to 640, 650.
Yeah, they're in. What's it was 560 for Cook and Rice?
566 going into this game.
And they got 2-1 and 240.
50 something.
Yeah, they got 50 pins out there. 60.
They should be okay. Kind of looking down. Swanson and Murphy. Trying to look around and see where they're at.
They're down toward. They're bowling, crossing with Barda and Liz. They are the A bowler on Barda and Liz's pair, 17
They're
and
about
18.
the only other team that I'm trying to see. Looked like Casey had 2-0 that game.
Sean had 220.
They're going to have enough. So it looks like the top 10 on this this squad are probably going to be in for Sunday.
Yep, they'll be in the mix. think Adam Barta and his brother Pete are calling up the local Brinks truck to take all the bracket money
Well,
they
it looks
wanted.
like Adam and Liz finished with, is that 180 and 150?
Really?
180, 250.
Ooh, oh, it's 180 and 250. I got a bad angle. It looked like 150 from here.
There's nothing worse for a bowler to have than bad angles.
Yes, that is right.
That's why I'm up here.
I feel like this is a big shot for Jimmy here.
Oh, huge shot for Jimmy. He's gotta get the first one at least.
Yeah, they really need it.
There's Jimmy
Oh, he
Cook.
tugged it.
Uh-oh.
Not only did he
Just
tug it,
not
but he
good.
just grabbed a handful at the bottom.
Yeah.
That had no chance.
No.
Game one, maybe. Game one, that probably would have backed off.
That might have. Oh, that's a messenger that did not find a home. So AJ shoots 204.
They're still going to be around 580, 590, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, they're good.
They have a chance.
Yep.
They should be in. Who knows? But
One would think. but
should be.
We got another powerful squad. There's no weak squads
You
here.
got to start looking at dead numbers now because there was a 593 on A squad, so if they can stay above 593,
Oh, yeah.
every spot counts. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, how it gets really tight at the bottom of this thing when you get around the cut score. There can be 10 teams within 20 pins of each other. That's one hit, one spare. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how tight it can be.
Looks like we got two bowlers with the front nine down on 19 and 20, the bottom bowlers. Just kind of keep an eye on who they are and how they.
That could be a big
how they
move
finish
there.
up. That could be a double black cloud.
One of
right
them's
there.
Marvin Hale.
Oh, yes.
Marvin
Hale.
Hale's front nine. Marvin J. Hale.
10 back.
10. You always, if you say Marvin, you have to have the J and the Hale. You gotta make sure it's a full name.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 426 for Cook and Rice. And that puts them at 592, which is a pin below
The team off of A
I
squad.
think it was Jerry Dwiggin's team from last night, so if I remember right.
What did Marvin's partner have? Can we see?
Marvin got
That's
another
another split, the 8-9.
one. It looks like he had 215.
Well, they were at 483. So
they can
that's
get-
going to put them
so
right
they just went.
They're going to get to
That
600.
just jumped around Cook and Rice right there. That's
Yeah.
going to put them in the high 590s.
Oh, this is big.
That was a giant.
This is big.
You know, right there, that just goes to show you that even with a game to go, if you're 100, 150 out, a couple big games, you know, for both guys, can get you in there in a hurry.
You can go from
You
you
shoot
can go
a 550 somewhere, and it's possible.
you can go from the outhouse to the penthouse, or you can do the same thing. You can go from
the other way, yeah.
Yep, you can go from the penthouse to the outhouse.
Get a gift.
Woo! Oh, Marvin gets to open a present.
Get a gift, Marvin. He almost 5-pin.
Yeah, he did. You got the 5 out late.
Dupree laughing in the background.
Where is? Have we seen Harvey Johnson yet?
He's
Or
in the building. He's
Is he?
He's somewhere. Look for.
Wait, he's got like 22 teams entered in the tournament, so
He's watching them all.
We probably don't know which one he's watching.
If you see Ari, you probably see Harvey.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
It's a numbers game.
No, I don't have a card. I'll have it in like May. Yeah.
So once again, we're wrapping up Game 9 of B Squad here at the 2014
Did people hear
Storm
that?
Holiday Doubles.
Did people hear that?
Presented
All
by
right.
InsideBowling.com at Redbird Lanes in Cahokia, Illinois, just outside of St. Louis. So it looks like Jay Bradshaw's the other one with is it the front 10 now?
Yes. We got Shea Bittenberg, too, with a chance of 290.
Yes, sir.
A lot of big scores last game. People needing them.
Looks like Matty Turk's going to give out a present here.
Maybe 2.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, there's the 11th one.
Dead fresh.
Very fresh.
So if my math is correct, this could be 300 number 8 this weekend.
That's, you know what?
There was any that happened while I was away.
6 of them have been on those 2 pairs. 19 and 20, 21 and 22.
The first 4 were on 21 and 22.
Yeah.
Or first 3.
There was a
been any in
4th
the
one
low
this
bay?
squad.
Yeah, that's right.
Guess you want a bowl league up there.
Yeah. Did he do it?
Did we miss it?
He must have.
Yeah, he did it. That was.
Oh, that was
yep.
the 12. Okay, that was the 12.
So he just gave Marvin a present. Or no, that's his towel. Sorry.
Depending how you look at it, it's a present.
Yeah. It'd be real. What would be really cool for next year? I'm gonna shout this to Mike Flanagan: is have some really cool like white elephant gifts. I know we've seen a blue tarp, but you know some really out there stuff, like an old cell phone, like a flip phone.
Like a Nokia.
Yeah, the Nokia with the.
Indestructible cell phones.
What game was on Worm or Snake? That was it. Snake.
Snake.
like maybe an old pager.
Have like a donut hole, the cushion donut hole that people sit on.
Or like a walker with tennis balls on
A
the
walker
front.
with tennis balls.
Yeah.
A walker with mini bowling balls.
Oh yeah,
on
that'd
the
be
bottom
perfect.
side of it.
That would be perfect.
So it looks like we got about 4 or 5 pairs still finishing up.
A Game Boy.
A Game Boy would be a really good gift.
That would be a great
That'd be
gift.
a phenomenal gift. That's nostalgia.
You guys are rambling. Jeff's trying to talk bowling.
Yeah, sorry, Jeff.
Sorry,
Oh,
Jeff.
that's all right, guys. Now we got about 4 or 5 pair finishing up B Squad. As soon as they're done, we will take a short break and get the lanes re-oiled, or not. Maybe we'll just leave
No,
them
no,
for
no.
C Squad.
No.
stay on
We
this.
need them oiled.
We're gonna go play scissors paper rock to figure out if we're gonna oil them or not. Get the lanes oiled for C Squad. Should be starting, I would guess, somewhere shortly around 45 minutes or so after they're done here. Somewhere in that range. Get going. Jerry will be doing the announcements. Make sure everybody's checked in, ready to go.
We got Shea Bittenberg right down here on lane 11. Needs 2 more for 290. Him and his partner would have 495. They're in 5th
sitting
right
in 5th
now.
right now at 6-0. So
That's a big move.
Yeah, they're good.
Get them up to 700. Lock them
That's
into
safe.
that top 12. Good position going into tomorrow.
Yeah, and don't forget that the pins carry over. So
Yeah,
just
it's big.
because you're already safely in for Sunday doesn't mean that your work day's over. So.
Exactly. Went a little high there, left the 610. Going to spare it up for 278.
His partner shoots 205.
205 with a strike here.
83
Good game to
pins.
end it on.
Yeah, going to get him, that 690 range.
Oh. Good count.
So they bowled well today.
Yeah.
They did bowl well. It was good bowling.